ladies and gentlemen. We are murderers today. Hi, Claire. Yep, no problems here. Nothing going on. Nothing weird. Nothing crazy. Just your average... What's today? Thursday. Just your average Thursday, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Just your average Thursday. Being murderers. Hi! How has everyone's day been? Hola. Hello, Claire. How's your day? Tell me everything. What'd you have for breakfast today? What'd you eat? What'd you not eat? Let me know all the things. Such a banger. Oh my god. Such a bangy. Wow. I haven't heard this song in ages. What was I gonna say? I've been playing Dead by Daylight recently. I've been playing a lot of Dead by Daylight, and I'm slightly addicted. So that's what we're doing today. Okay. So the title doesn't lie. I'm a wholesome murderer. Wholesome murderari. A wholesome murderarier. Nice. Didn't have breakfast, but I had a spoonful of peanut butter. Really? What, the protein? For the protein? Yeah. Wait, okay, wait. Chunky or smooth? Because it makes a difference. It makes a large difference, okay? I'm gonna need to know which kind, alright? And is it the... Wait, isn't there a third kind of peanut butter? It's like chunky, and they're smooth, and... Isn't there like a waterier one or something? Isn't there like a watery peanut butter? I don't know. So I was just feeling, is it really? I don't think I've ever just ate peanut butter by itself. You know, like I might have like licked the thing. I might have like licked the spoon. But I don't think I've like after a knife or something after like using it. But I don't think I've ever like just, you know what I mean? I've never done that. Maybe I should start. Maybe I should start doing that. I like smooth on a spoon, crunch on a sandwich. Okay. I can get with that. I can get that. The problem with the crunchy is that I feel like every time I want peanut butter and jelly, like, or peanut butter, I always want a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. So I don't want that to be chunky. I feel like chunky peanut butter would be really cool in like, what's the stuff that people make? Like the bakes and the mixes and stuff. Like where they put a bunch of stuff together like that and raisins and like, you know, other nuts and like, you know, pieces and then make like a brittle or whatever. Peanut brittle, I think a chunky would be good in peanut brittle. Easy. Or like peanut butter squares or something, I don't know. Spoonful of peanut butter and a glass of milk. Oh, shoot. Valid. We always get smooth. Haven't had crunchy in so long. Yeah. Hi, Gazermon. Hello. First. Nice. We're listening to Cyndi Lauper right now. How do you feel? How do you feel? Time after time. Oh, heck yeah, bruh. Oh, heck to the yeah, brethren. All right, why does the chat look like it's overpowering me today? You guys stay... Guys, you stay over there. You're on my shoulder. Get out of here. What if we do like that? What if we do like this? What if we move you guys over there? How do you guys feel about being on the right? How do you feel about that? You guys not like that? You guys don't want to be on the right? Or do you guys want to be over here better? Wait. Or do you guys want to be like this? Can you even read yourself? Can you see yourself? Say I if you see yourself on chat right now. Who has good eyes? Hi, Jess. What's up? Waiting for this little girl to freaking fall asleep? Yeah, true. Nope. Okay, what about now? Can you guys see yourself now? Oh, all right. We're just gonna leave it like that for the mobile Andes. Yeah, I'm on my phone. Yeah, exactly. I like having the chat on screen so we can look back and stuff and see like, you know, what everyone said and who was here and like, you know, see the OGs and whatnot. Speaking of what a witch. What we're going to do is after stream, I am going to... Ooh! Apex event! I gotta watch this with Brooke after. I have a channel. I have a second channel away from the main ridiculous channel, and I'm gonna start posting stuff on YouTube. I have all the VODs, so if you miss something and you want to go back and watch it for some reason, then you can go to the VOD channel and check it out. I'll post all the links in Discord, and I'll put them on Twitter as well when I after stream. But I'm uploading all the VODs, so we have all the content forever. Hi Dominic, what's up, brother? Hello. Insert Alexis's can't read emote. Can't read. Too small. Unfortunate. On my way home getting laundry. Life is so exciting. Oh shoot! Heckin' love laundry soap, bro. I want to know what love is. Such a bangy. Wham. Wham. And I want to feel what love is. I like laundry soap. So listen, Jess. Hold on, wait. I had a lot of buttons. And they were all the wrong ones. What kind of laundry soap? What do you get? You get Cottonelle? That's not a brand. Laundry soap brand. It's happening right now, ladies and gentlemen. If I can face it again, can't stop now. Hold on, wait. Just chatting. Is that what it is? That's the one. And then window capture, and then laundry detergent brands. All right, we're gonna rank them. Tier list. Hold on, chat. It's happening. Oh yeah. Oh hell yeah. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. It's happening right now. We're cropping this up a little bit, like that. Boom. All G. Just like this. And a little zoom skis. Oh, hell yeah. All right. Get out of here. 400 pause. Nice. I heard this song from Alvin and the Chipmunks. Oh, no, not Alvin and the Chipmunks. Oh, this is a classic song, Dominic. It's a classic. People sang so differently back then. True. You can make a beat out of that. You get Listen, I do that a lot. I feel the ad-libs make the song. True. Actually true. Very true. Very true. All right, ladies and gentlemen. What's the correct order, okay? Not gonna lie. I'm gonna get rid of the ones I don't know. Don't know what that is. Don't know what... Actually, wait. We're gonna make a new category. Hold on. How do we add? We can't add one? Hold. How do we add? Add row below. Hold on, wait, and we'll change the name of it. My brothers? Do not know you, lil bro. Do not know you, lil bro. I don't know, man. This is content. You never thought you'd open up a... I'm switching to just chatting. Why are we in Dead by Daylight? Hold on. Hold the phone. All right, listen. Who knew my quest for soap would start this? Yeah, exactly. You never know when you come to a ridiculous stream. Everything is content. Every single thing. This is what we're doing. This is what we're doing nowadays. You know what I mean? This is what we're doing, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Tide. You're saying Tide is number one. You're saying Tide is number one. That's where we're putting that. That's where we're putting that. Best one's not even up there. What's the best one, Gizman? What do you reckon? I know for a fact. This is the natural one. What is it called? Natural something. I think this is good. The all natural stuff. I think that's really good. I'm gonna put that in A. Okay, listen. I'm gonna put the ones I don't know. I don't know that. Don't know that. What is this? That is so small. I can't even see it. Like totally awesome laundry detergent. What is like totally awesome launch detergent? What is that, bruh? Little bro, who? Who? Purex? Really? The Target brand. Wait, the Target brand is... Wait, this one? No. Oh, this is the Target brand. The one that I said I don't know what that is? Oh. Arm & Hammer? Arm & Hammer is a classic. Arm & Hammer is a classic. That's got to go up there. You get the 100% hygienic Tide brand and the lavender scent. Oh, shoot. I don't remember why. I don't remember why we don't get, I mean, it's not even a choice. True. Actually, true. Purex natural. Yeah, that Purex is good. Purex is really good. Extra. Extra's extra. Let's go on there. All, that's some ass. Gain, not as ass as all. We're gonna put this here. We're gonna put this here because it's not the regular Purex. And then we're gonna put this in B. How do we feel? How do we feel about this? What's the purple one? It says it's totally awesome. What is that? Claire, is that the one you were saying? That's the Target brand? Is that the one? Or am I tripping? Looks good. Looks good to me. Does anybody know what Persil is? What is Persil? I've never heard of this in my life. What is this? A British brand? What's going on? They got British detergents on here? They got British laundry detergents on the laundry detergent tier list. I mostly have to say Arm & Hammer. Arm & Hammer looks Arm & Hammer's so versatile, you know what I'm saying? Myers is ranked at the bottom as Target brand, I think. Really? Oh, wait, this! Let me zoom. I'm zooming, chat. Oh, it does say Myers. Oh, see, I didn't know because it's so small. Myers Clean Day. Target brand? I mean, if it's Target brand, it can't be that bad. So, I mean, let's... I mean, you can put it in B, I guess. Something like a cheap brand? True. Oh, is it not a Target brand? If it's not a Target, I don't know you, little bro. Yo, what's up, Benners? What's going on? We're doing tier lists, and then I'm playing Dead by Daylight. I'm switching the title. Oh, no, wait. Oh, no, wait. Tier lists. Wait. Tier lists. Then... No, I'm just going to do tier lists. Tier lists. And then we'll do Dead by Daylight afterwards. I don't think I've ever heard of Persil. Yeah, right? That's like, what is that name, bruh? Like, what? It smells good. Oh, does it really? Okay, I believe you. I believe you. I'm putting it in B then. Famous natural soap. Oh, so it's not cheap then. It's like expensive as hell then. Oh, shoot. We're doing tier lists for detergents. And then I think it looks good to me. That looks good. All right, chat, listen. We're doing another one. What do we feel? What do we feel? Call it out. Call it out if you see something you like. Call it out. NBA players. Never watched a singular NBA game in my life. Avatar: The Last Airbender character ranker. I would love to do that, but no one in chat is going to know what's going on. Female cartoon hotties. This is Vanessa from Phineas and Ferb. She is 16 years old. Excuse me? Hello? What's a good one? What's a good one? What's a good one? I don't watch NBA at all. Me too. Sitcoms? Ooh. Actually, true. Have a good one. Sitcom characters? Okay, I'm not going to know half of these. Dead ass, not going to know half of these. Dead ass, not going to know half of these. Let's do teenage sitcoms. These are like 90s sitcoms. That'll be good. I don't wait. Holy Jesus Christ. Disney Channel shows? It's going to be like new ones. Oh, this isn't bad. Okay, these aren't bad. Okay, I'm gonna recrop this. Hold on. This is not bad. These actually have like decent shows in this one. Some of them are like, I don't know you, little bro. But other than some of them, we're looking good. Hold the phone, ladies and gentlemen. Cartoon Network afterwards too. Ooh, that would be a good one too. Hold the phone. Okay, wait. We're cropping it up. Chat. We're cropping it up currently. All right. It's all happening right now. Get rid of that ad. Get out of here, bro. No one likes you, man. What's up, Femix? What's on, brother? Hi. Nice. Water. I'll be on my way back onto the Osu grind. Oh, shoot. Yeah, I'm grinding Osu as well. I'm almost 100K. Almost 190K, should I say. I'm almost on the 100 scale. Okay. Listen, Disney and Nick. We have so many choices now. This is so good. All right, do the Nick versus Disney one. Oh, wait, shoot. Okay, listen, chat. I'm going to do mine. I'm going to do my list, and then we'll do one that you guys say for afterwards. Okay, ready? This is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do, okay? I'm going to do my list first, and then we'll do yours afterwards, because I feel like it's going to be different, okay? That's So Raven. That's like a S. That's an S tier. Even Stevens. I liked Even Stevens, but it wasn't like super insanely good, so we're going to go B. I'm going to add another category. Hold on, wait. We're going to add a category. We're going to add a category, and it's going to be, hold on. It's going to be, once again, dang it. It's going to be, once again, I don't know you, lil bro. I was a Nick kid. I did watch Disney, but not as much. Yeah, I kind of was like, I was kind of, at one point Nickelodeon was really good, so I was kind of like both, but I feel like I liked a lot more Disney shows, like older Disney shows, you know, like from when I was like young, like when I was like 8. Phil of the Future, this is before my time, so I'm gonna put I don't know you, little bro. Okay, I'm gonna make 2 new categories. Wait. I'm gonna do 2, because that's I don't know you, little bro means I hate you, but I do not know of you, younger sibling. So this one is I just don't know it, but I'm not saying it's ass. Okay, I don't know you, little bro means it's ass. I do not know of you, younger sibling means I don't know it, but I'm not saying it's ass. Okay, Lizzie McGuire, unironically, I used to be in love with her, but I don't remember the show being insanely better than some other shows that's on here. So we're gonna put this in a C. I'm gonna get so hard flack for that. But listen, we're putting it in C for now. That one might change. We'll have to see. I'm in the band. Don't know you, little bro. Don't know you, little bro. I used to love Hilary Duff so much. I actually do not know you. Phil the Future. Yeah, I don't know Phil the Future, so I'm not even gonna say anything about that. Lab Rats was a little after I was slightly older. It was really good though, but it wasn't as good as Even Stevens. So we're gonna have to move Even Stevens to A and put Lab Rats in B. Yeah, Lab Rats is so good. Listen, listen. Lizzie McGuire, we'll revisit it. I haven't seen it in ages. Mighty Meds was not a good show, but I was in love with Paris Burrells for the longest time. I'm putting it in C just for Paris. So we have Zach and Cody, S. Instant S. Don't even need to talk about that. Instant S. Dog with a Blog, D. Actually a D. Not a fan of Lab Rats that much, but it was a good show. I thought it was interesting. I thought it was cool. The first one. There's like 3 Lab Rat shows. It was later on though, so. Raven's Home. I don't know you, little bro. I don't know you, little bro. I do not know of you, little bro. Jess and I started watching Lizzie McGuire a while ago. Really? Interesting. Maybe I should revisit it. I haven't seen it in years. It's been like at least a good, I don't know, 15 years. I don't even know at this point. It's been so long. Dog with a Blog was all right. Dog with a Blog was okay if there wasn't anything else on, you know. Liv and Maddie. D. Wait, that's a Raven back again? Okay, we're just gonna also put that. Can I delete it? We're gonna leave it down here. We're just gonna leave it down here. Can I move it? Yeah, I can. Okay, we'll just move it to the end. That's fine. Don't let your Alexa say that. She's a Liv and Maddie stand. Really? Oh no. I thought Liv and Maddie was very uninteresting. I thought the only good thing about it was that she did a really good job playing the difference between Liv and Maddie. I'll put it in C. D's a little harsh. D's like I'm gonna add more categories here. I don't feel like there's enough. We're gonna put Omega lol. And then wait, I messed it up. Oh wait, no, new's supposed to be Omega lol. And then we're gonna do this one is D. Okay, there we go. I gotta change these colors. These colors are whack now. Okay. And then I don't know you, little bro, is gonna be we're just gonna go in order, I guess. Okay. And then I do not know of you, younger sibling. Okay, nice. Easy. We all met because of one of the characters on the show. Really? Oh wow, I did not know of this. Okay, we got some bangers. We have some actual bangers, ladies and gentlemen, coming up. Sweet Life on deck. Not as good as Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. A tier. A tier. I didn't do it. Omega lol. Omega lol. I only watched Ryan's episodes. Really? Oh, that's right. That's where he's from. I forgot. I actually forgot about that. Oh. I don't remember if I liked him in the show or not. I don't remember if I liked him. Blue. I don't know you, little bro. Actually true. Actually real and true. Yeah, actually true. I don't know you, little bro. I don't know you, little bro. I do not know of you. What's next? Okay, Good Luck Charlie. Good Luck Charlie. I'ma put Good Luck Charlie in B. I'm gonna put Good Luck Charlie in B. The show kind of ended like ass, bruh. It started off so good, and then by the end of the show it just fell off. I don't know what happened, but it goes in B. It goes in B. It was pretty good. Ant Farm. I mean, it can go A. Ant Farm was cool. Ant Farm was good. Ant Farm was cool. Ant Farm was cool. Go Charlie was a very good show. I thought it was good, and then it fell off at the end. I feel like I don't know. I was so in love with Bridget Mendler too. Casey Undercover. I was forgot y'all so young. No, I mean I was already old by the time Ant Farm was on. I just watched it. Casey Undercover. I was really old when this was on. D. Crash and Bernstein. I don't know you, little bro. Pair of Kings. S tier. No one is going to agree. Don't care. S tier show. The funniest sitcom to exist. Andy Mack. I don't know you, little bro. I don't know you, little bro. Austin Alley. S tier. Easy. I love Zendaya when that was on still too. But you know what? That's rude. That's rude. Casey Undercover was okay. This is going to hurt some people. Casey Undercover was better than Liv and Maddie. We're gonna need another. Okay, we're gonna need another category. Hold on. We need B. B. Second. We're gonna need B second. Wait, I messed it up. I'm so stupid, bro. Why does it work like this? Add another row. Holy Jesus. B. Mother hecker. B. Second. Easy. All right, and then we gotta. I keep adding categories, bruv. It's happening. Okay. This is looking good. I think this is going well. All right, I agree. Okay, nice, good. We're on the same. We're on the same page. Live and Die should we go down more? Really? Ooh, interesting. I think what we need to do is I think Lizzie McGuire needs to go where Casey Undercover is, and then it's looking better now. Yeah. I'll put Casey Undercover probably between A or B tier. Really? You liked it that much? Really? I feel like I can't I don't know. I feel like I can't judge Casey Undercover properly because I met somebody from the show and I thought he was a nice guy, and then I like Zendaya, and then I like Kadeem. So it's like I like people on the show a lot. I feel like I feel like I'm basing the fact that I like the show off of the people in real life. But Lizzie was not even close to Casey. True. The writing for Casey Undercover was better writing. That's true. I think it belongs in B second, and I think Liv and Maddie needs to go down with Dog with a Blog. I'm literally putting Mighty Meds on there because I liked both the main characters and they were good, and Paris was good on the show and I was in love with her. That doesn't mean it should be higher, but I'm saying they all did a really good job on the show. I'm basing it off of how I think how good the people were. And I think Dove was really good in Liv and Maddie, but it was just the same thing. And the writing was ass. This is a show as a whole. Now people are like, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to do. Yeah, true. Shake it up. We need a category in between A and B. Dominic's right. We need A minus. I keep doing that. Blow. And we'll fix that and then put this A minus. Shake it up. Shake it up. Dove rolls eyes. I used to like her a lot. I don't like her. I can't get with it. I don't know. I cannot get with it, bruh. I have met her sister. Her sister's nice. But I don't know. I just feel like she never fit on Disney Channel. I don't know. You know, I don't know. I think she was better in Descendants. I think Dove was better in Descendants. You know what I mean? The question is going to take it up and no one freaking remember him. Are you going to say Deuce? Are you going to say Deuce? Claire, are you going to say Deuce? No, you're going to say, what's his name? The twins. What was their name? Don't say anything, chat. Don't say it. I'll think of it. It was weird names. It was weird. They were always like... They were weird. They were so weird. What were the... It starts with an F, doesn't it? Or a T. This is before they were in the cast. Wasn't it? It was... Oh, no, it is. I meant it. I missed it. Gunter and Tinka. That's true. There you go. I knew it was a T, bruh. I knew it was a T. Yeah, true. 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 Honestly, even before her and Ryan, I even hated her. And she's like a terrible person. And she's a terrible actress. And I hate her. God! Jesus Christ, Jess! Oh my God! Justin Starr. Oh, wait! I know who that is. Yeah, I know who that is. Oh, yeah! Him. Yeah. 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 Justin Starr. Justin Starr. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. He, I just saw a video the other day. I don't know if it's true because I didn't look it up. He died. He passed away. I did not know. I did not know. So, I was like, really? No chance, bro. I got sad. I was like, that's Justin Starr from Shake It Up. What was I going to say? He's in Dream Street and I'm started it was too easy to pass away. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's... I didn't know, Dominic. I didn't know. I literally saw a video, like 2 days ago, and it was like... You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? That's sad. You don't have to like the same people. Yeah, we don't have to like the same people, but you just went in on her. Holy crap. Jesus Christ. All right, listen. Ladies and gentlemen. Wait, where'd the tier list go? Oh, I added another category. I gotta stop adding... I'm adding too many categories. Nice. Okay. Bizarrevark. Omega lol. What was this? Bunked. This was bunked. Bunked was okay in the beginning. I think it goes in C. Yeah, that's a good place for that to go. A lot of people here won't even know Bunked. It was too newish-ish. It was like 2015. I don't even remember, but this just says Disney? This just says Disney. What? Why are you here? Jonas. Unpopular opinion, the show Jonas was not good. The show was not good. The show wasn't good. I just liked them. The show was ass crackula. It was bad. There was good episodes, but it was not good. I'm putting this in C. That goes in C. I love them though, but the show was not good. I don't think. Not gonna lie, when I was little, I used to have a crush on Zendaya. When I started watching Shake It Up, yeah, I think everybody did. I don't know who liked Bella Thorne more. I don't know who watched Shake It Up and said, yeah, I liked Bella Thorne more. Who did that? Who? Who? Nobody. That's who. I personalized a bracelet from him and I sang him one of his Dream Street songs and he told me I had a beautiful voice. Oh, that's so cool. Well, I'm glad you got to meet him. That's awesome. Wait, what the hell? I didn't even know. That's cool. Wait, what the heck? Wait, Dream. Let's do this. Dream Street. Is it like a new Dream Street or is okay? Okay. Google wants to know your location. Guys, look. Wait. Guys, I'm scared. Google wants to... Oh, it doesn't show. Oh, no. It said Google wants to know my location. I got scared. They want to know where I am, guys. Should I let them know? Should I let them know? I shouldn't let them know. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Is there like a new... Is there like a new Dream Street they're trying to make or something? With new members? Nope. Okay. All right. They just... Oh, man. They were so young. They were so young. Holy crap. Wow. That was one of my opinions, all right, but I wasn't keen into that much. Yeah, I don't know, bro. Like, not more than Zendaya, bro. Zendaya was adorable. Zendaya was adorable, bro. All right, we're cropping this up a little bit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're nearing some good stretches. Zeke and Luther, Omega Law. Hannah Montana, S tier. Another Even Stevens, bro. We've already done that. Get out of here. Girl Meets World, Omega Law. We did Feel the Future. Jesse. This is rough. This is rough. B second. It was not as good as Good Luck Charlie. B second. B second. Yeah, B second. You reckon B, Gazermon? Really? I don't think it was as good as Good Luck Charlie. I like Jesse. Jesse was cool. Not in person, but he followed me on Twitter, so we interacted. Oh, from the early 2000s. Oh, shoot. But that's still cool, though. That's still cool. Holy. I mean, as long as it was him, you know, that's still cool. Doesn't matter if it's IRL or not. That's pretty sweet. That's pretty sweet. And it was for so long ago, too. That's a story and a half. Yeah. I actually talked to him in 2000. So, how about that? But Jesse in B tier, honestly? Really? You think so? You think it was better than... You think it was just as good as Good Luck Charlie? I don't know. I feel like it kind of fell off too, and I'm not a huge fan of Debbie Ryan. I don't know. Kicking it? Ooh. It's a bit corny at times. Yeah. Ooh. Oh, you meant the band? Oh, yeah, the band. I know the band was from 2000. I thought you meant he said something to you in like the early 2000s, like 07 or something. You know what I mean? I was like, oh shoot, Jesse. I mean, it was a bit corny. I'm putting Kicking It in B. I liked Kicking It. I thought it was cool. It was unique for a show. I liked a lot of the cast members at the time. So random. C. One of the best sketches I've ever seen came from this show. But, I mean, most of the sketches were not good. Wizards of Waverly Place, that's a C. That's an S tier. Liz McGuire, we already did that. My Babysitter's a Vampire. Unironically, I actually liked My Babysitter's a Vampire a lot. I actually really liked this. I thought it was cool. I don't know why. I actually thought this was kind of cool. I actually really liked it. That goes to B. Yeah. Yeah, B, Games On. Yeah, I actually liked it a lot. I thought it was cool. Stuck in the Middle. Never in my life. I don't know you, little bro. Actually, wait. I do not know of you, that younger sibling. Never watched an episode of that in my life. What didn't we do down here? What is this? Wait, what is this? What the? Best Friends Whenever. Bro, I remember that show. What the hell? Best Friends Whenever. Excuse me? Best Friends with... Oh, Sunny with a Chance. Sunny with a Chance. That is... Okay, it's not as good as the classics. Actually, it might be. Actually, it is. That's S tier. Didn't know Take a Stuck in the Middle? Little Baby. Yeah, I know. I just never seen an episode of it. I've seen the intro. Like, where she, like, comes into the camera and she's like... you know that. But I've never seen an episode of the show. Not once. What was I going to say? Oh, Best Friends Whenever? Omega Lol. Corey in the House? Kind of Omega Lol, not going to lie. Actually, kind of Omega Lol, not even going to lie. But I mean... I think this is pretty good. Chat. I think that's pretty good. Pretty darn rootin' tootin' good. Nice. Right click, save image as. You heckin' know me. You heckin' know me. All right. Now we reset it. And now this tier list, this is for you, ladies and gentlemen. We're speed running this, okay? Oh, it didn't reset? Oh. Or is it a reset? All right, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to... Do you guys want me to add the categories back? Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I should have just left the categories. Oh, no. Oh, no. Corey in the... Corey in the house. The theme song was the best part of the show. Actually true. Actually real and true. Holy crap. I'm not going to lie, chat. I feel like that list wasn't as different from what you guys would say. So, okay. So, where would we put That's a Raven? If we're doing a list for you guys, not my list. Where does That's a Raven go? I think everyone's going to say S, okay? I think everyone's going to say S. It's That's a Raven, okay? Listen, I don't know what to tell you. S, yeah, S. It's S. It's an S, obviously. You know what I mean? S. Okay, there we go. Exactly. Even Stevens. S. S across the board. Okay, easy. That's the Raven. S. Even Stevens. Where does this go? Where does Even Stevens go? I used to love Shia so much. A. You think it goes A? What do we think? Even Stevens A. That sounds pretty good. A for me. Okay. Easily. Fill the Future. I had to put this one. It is so funny. It's so good. I loved him so much back then. Oh man, he was so funny. I'm wispy. It's Coach Tugnut and his chili fries. I can't. Fill the Future. I had to put this somewhere else because I didn't know. I'm not on the wave. A. Jesus. Okay. We'll do A. We'll do A. Or no, we will add one more category. Because I feel like A to B is going to be an issue. I feel like that's a big jump from A to B. So we're going to add another one and we're going to do A minus. Oh, shoot. A minus. And we're going to make this a different color. Oh, hell yeah. All right, and we're going to put that there. A little compromise. There we go. Because I don't know about it. Gauge your minds is not on the wave, and y'all say A. So we're going to do A minus. That's good. Lizzie McGuire. You guys are going to definitely say that's an S. You guys are definitely going to say that's an S. 100%. S. Yep. I knew that. Okay. D. Okay, Gauge your minds not on the wave. Gauge your minds not on the wave. And I think the general consensus here is that anything that's older is just better. It's just better. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I'm in the band. I don't think anyone likes that. I don't think anybody likes that at all. Girly show. I don't like things that are catered towards girls or boys. I think it's weird. Like, that was definitely catered towards girls. You know what I mean? Like... Never seen it. Yeah, it was just not good. It was just bad. It was just not good. Lab Rats. I feel like y'all are going to say that. A minus. That's what I feel like. C. Never saw Lab Rats. B for Lab Rats. B. Okay, we'll put that B then. Put it B. Gazeman said B. We got two B's. I think it should be an A minus. So we'll do that little in between like that. Boom. Easy. Mighty Meds. I feel like people are gonna say this. I think people are gonna say D. Never saw Lab Rats. It was I don't remember what year that came on. I don't remember. That's a minus. I was about to type purple A. I'll type it out. Yeah, it's kind of hard to see. A minus. A and then some. A and then some. D, C. Wait, for Mighty Meds? D and C. We'll go in between. Like, we'll do C. Because, We'll leave it C because I feel like I'm in the band with Super Ass, and I feel like Mighty Meds was a little slightly better. You know what I'm saying? Sweet Life Zach and Cody, that goes S, right? Anybody got a problem with that? Speak now and forever hold your peace. Anybody wanna challenge that? Yeah, S. Yeah, 100%. Oh hell yeah. Oh hell yeah. If I never seen that staying quiet, 100%. I got you. 100%. S. Yeah, easy across the board. Dog with a blog. I feel like Dominic likes it. Dominic likes it. So if Dominic says like A, I'll raise it up a little bit. But I feel like everyone's gonna be like D. C. Okay. C. All right. We'll do C. C. Okay, really? Okay. Well, yeah. Okay, we'll leave it there. Because just like D, we got a little bit of variation on this one. We'll leave it at C. That's cool. Raven's home. Claire's too nice. Claire is nice. E. In case your mom making up categories now. I don't know, bro. I don't know you, bro. It's true. We need to add another one. We need to add another category. We need to add that. I forgot. I shouldn't have reset it. I should have just made a new one. I don't know you, little bro. B for Raven's home, really. Okay, we'll put it in D. We'll put it in D because we got a lot of hate for it, and we also got Dominic saying it's a B. All right, Liv and Maddie, I'm putting that in. I don't know you, little bro. That shows some hot ass, bro. How a show fall off that hard in a spinoff? Actually true. That's actually true, bro. Raven's home is an S, hard S, and Raven's home is down here at a D. Put it in B. You want me to put Liv and Maddie in a B? Really? We'll do C. For Liv and Maddie. We'll do C. We'll put it there. Little in between. You know what I'm saying? Little in between. We did Raven. Sweet Life on deck. Personally, I would say, yeah. Hey, I was gonna say I don't think it was as good as Even Stevens, but no, it was good. It was really good, and I thought it was. It's definitely 100%. It is the best spinoff from a main show ever, easily on Disney Channel, easily. No other show did it as well as Sweet Life. Sweet Life on Deck. Not even one. Only spinoff was Girl Meets World. Girl Meets World was ass. Jess, I will fight you every day. Girl Meets World is ass. It is so bad. It completely undermines everything Boy Meets World tried to do. I feel like, at least. Disagree? That's crazy. That is wild. A minus. I feel like we can. As long as Mosby was there, true. Mosby's the king. I feel like we can do A and then some, because the end of it was a little strange. We can do a little A and then some. Yeah. I didn't do it. I don't know you, little bro. Some fight here. Nah, this list is you guys. I'm just the hand that's moving the squares. Never seen. I didn't do it. Yeah. I feel like a lot of people didn't see it. It was on and off really quick. I think it was like one season or 2 seasons or something. Yeah. Just found that from Sweet Life the other day, posting in Discord. Bet. I shall watch. Good Luck Charlie. Where does Good Luck Charlie go? Where does Good Luck Charlie go? I'm feeling like B. Okay. Little B skis. Go Charlie, put it somewhere between A or B. Okay. That's easy. Okay. Ant Farm and Good Luck Charlie was on basically at the same time, I do believe. Or am I tripping? No, I think that's right. '11, 2010, yeah, same time. Okay. Easy. Didn't watch this. B, if you don't count the last season of Good Luck Charlie. Yeah, last season fell off. I don't know. And if I'm gonna put in that in A tier, A, B, we'll do A and then some. Okay, yeah. A little in between. A little in between. Okay. Casey Undercover. Casey Underlay Coverlay. I feel like people are gonna say B. A minus, really? Yeah, true. A, okay. A on Casey. Really, Casey Undercover as good as Even Stevens. Really? Okay, really. That's interesting. Purple. Purple. It's like the Russian way to say purple. Purple. That's so good. Casey Undercover, A tier for me. Okay. As good as Even Stevens. That's crazy. That is Crash and Bernstein. Crash and LeBernstein. I mean, that's like that's like, this is on for like a season and it was only on Disney XD. Purple. Really? A and then some. Crash and Bernstein. Crash and Bernstein. Hardcore. Crash and Bernstein. Which yellow? There's C and there's I Don't Know You Little Bro. Never seen that show? Really? Dang. That's crazy. Yeah, I feel like most people don't even know what this is. You know what I mean? I don't know you, little bro. I don't know you, little bro. Pair of Kings. No one's gonna know what this is either. This is gonna be sad. This is gonna be sad as hell. This is S. That's S, honestly. But everyone's gonna be like, I don't know what that is. S, I know, Games Around. It's so good. Don't know. That's crazy. That is so sad. That is so sad. Holy. Andy Mack. That is a hard. I don't know you, little bro. What the hell is that, bro? I don't know you, little bro. I do not know you, little bro. Never seen it. I don't know you, little bro. This was like one of those weird shows in between. This is like one of the weird shows in between when Disney was good and when Disney started just becoming full-time ass. I know, Gazerman, it's so sad. It's so sad. Austin and Alley. DKULT. That's so good. That is so good. B tier. Really? Dang. That's crazy. Casey Undercover better than Austin and Alley. This is wild. I love this. Shake It Up. Where's Shake It Up go? Where do Shake It Up go? I feel like I'm gonna say like C or something at this point. B. I would Austin Alley and B. Okay. Never saw it. You never saw Shake It Up, really? It's so crazy the shows that some people have seen and some people that haven't when they were all on at the same time. Shake It Up, Good Luck Charlie, and Ant Farm were all on at the same time. Like they basically started all at the same time. That is crazy. Putting Shake It Up at S tier. Yeah, but you've seen the other ones. That's what I'm saying. It wouldn't be surprising if you didn't see any of them. You know what I mean? But you saw Good Luck Charlie, so it was on the same time as Shake It Up and Ant Farm, but you've never seen either of those. That's crazy. That's crazy. I love that show. I love Shake It Up. Shake It Up was cool. Shake It Up was cool. Yeah, it was cool. That was cool. B, A, B. We'll go in between. We'll do A and then some. We'll do A and then some. Yeah. Yeah. We'll do A and then some. Bizarre Vark. I don't know you, little bro. I do not know you, little bro. I do not know you, little bro. I just don't. I don't, bro. I have a little sister. Ah, true. Even if you want to say, true. I feel like after 2010, I was busy in college and drowned in homework, so I didn't watch much of the latest Disney Channel. Yeah, true. Yeah. A minus on Bizarre Vark. On Bizarre Vark or on Shake It Up? Really? Ooh. Interesting. Yeah, I feel like Jake Paul was in Bizarre Vark. Yeah. The funny thing is that he was better in that show than any of the content he's ever made ever. That's the crazy part. You like Bizarre? Really? Okay, listen, we'll raise it up. We'll raise it up a little bit. We'll raise it up to to a raise it up to a C because everybody's like, I don't know who that is. You know what I mean? Why is Austin Elliott B? I do not know. That is beyond me. I do not know. I don't know. This list is wild. I love the difference between what people like. This is crazy. Dead. Bunked. Where does bunk go? Where does bunk go? Bongos. Crash, Bernstein. Hardcore. C, D. Okay. I say, why didn't I think of bug juice? Bug was C tier for me. Okay, we'll do C. Okay, yeah. We'll do C. Because it's definitely better than Raven's Home and I'm in the Band. That's for sure. Disney, don't know what that is. Jonas. Where does Jonas go? D? Yeah. Zeke and Luther. Does anybody got a problem with that? Does anybody got a problem with that? Love their music. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I said earlier too. Yep. Love the music. Love them. Love the music. Don't like the show. Do not like that show at all. It was bad. This is like a 2008, 2009 show. I think something like that. 2009, 2010. Around there. It was only Disney XD though. I'm all for cheesy shows, especially people I like when people are liking it. True. Yeah, true. You said C for Jonas. Yeah, that's pretty close. I'm paranoid. I don't know what it is, but it just won't quit. Every time I turn around, something don't feel right. Such a good song. I may or might not listen to Jonas Brothers on the way to work. Really? Their new stuff or the old stuff? The new stuff or the old stuff? Were you cranking SOS or were you cranking boom 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 boom? S for Hannah. True, actually, true. But we're okay with Zeke and Luther being I don't know you little bro though, because I'm gonna be honest, I don't think anybody knows that little bro. Nobody cares about that show. It was a show about two kids that skateboard. You know what I'm saying? On shuffle, I was cranking. Sorry. Oh shoot. Hannah Montana. I think everyone can agree that goes S. I think that goes S. S++ for Hannah Montana. Honestly, what can I say? It was just at this point, like, I don't know. It had comedy. It had lessons. All the actors basically were good. You know what I mean? And one was a straight up criminal. True. Zeke and Luther. He's actually a criminal in real life. That's crazy. Even Stevens. Girl Meets World. S for Hannah Montana. Hannah Montana S. Yeah. Girl Meets World. Where does this go? Jess is going to say S. S. Yeah. There you go. D. Yeah. D. Okay. S for Girl Meets World. Yeah. Girl Meets World. I love that. Might be paranoid. I don't know what it is. We got S and we got a D. Who wants to be the tiebreaker? I freaking die every time I watch that show. Hi, I'm Riley. Hi, I'm Hannah. Hi, I'm Miley. I'm a real girl. I'm a pop star. That's such a good episode. He was right. He's actually so right. Watch the show, but I say B tier. Really? Okay. That's fair. We got a D. We got an S. We'll go B. B. Okay, yeah. We'll go B. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. We'll go B. I just read that. That show, Claire, that show is so good. That episode is so good. I'm Hannah. Now I'm Miley. I'm Hannah. Now I'm Miley. It's so good. Riot. Jess, listen. Jess, B tier is 4 tiers higher than it should be. I'm gonna put it out there. Listen, I'm gonna put it out there. Don't blame me. This isn't my list. This is chat's list. Okay, don't me. Pair of Kings. Yeah, Pair of Kings is criminal to be an I don't know you little bro. This is the best. This is the funniest show in existence. This is the Pair of Kings is the funniest show ever to be made. Period. Not even on Disney Channel. Period. So that's criminal. I didn't write for that. You know what I'm saying? Crazy. Wild. Wait, what else is down here? Oh no, this stuff was ass. This stuff belongs down here. Yeah, that's true. That's true. This is our list now. Yeah, true. Exactly. See, there you go. Just phobic. Blasphemy. True. Jackson was such an inspiration to me as a child growing up. We did Phil of the Future, did we not? Yeah, we did. Okay, that's already up there. Jesse. Chat, where does Jesse go? Let me know something. Let me know something. Let me know something. See? That's pretty fair. That's pretty fair. That is pretty fair. that is pretty fair. True. Real and true. Has to be below Girl Meets World. Oh, no, oh, for sure. Definitely not for that reason. Did you watch the last scene of Hannah Montana? Hannah Montana Forever was not as good as the rest of the show, but it was still good. B only for one reason. Oh, true. True. He was legendary on that show. He was legendary on that show. This show is actually really special. Boy Meets World is a different story, though. True. Boy Meets World is one of the best shows ever made. I think that's why I think Girl Meets World is so ass, because Boy Meets World was so perfect. It was kind of, it just felt criminal. I don't know. But Jesse is really special to me, but the show in general is like, you know, it's better than L&M. Yeah, Liv and Maddie was... That's true. That's true. Podcast called Pod Meets World. Is it actually? Is it really? Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. The writing was ass. Oh, on Jesse. On Jesse. By Topanga, Sean, and Eric. Oh, wait, I did know about that. Yeah, I knew Will Friedle had... Yeah. I did know that. Yeah, true. But Jesse and Beats her, even though it's one of my favorite Disney Channel shows? Really? Okay. We'll do B. Yeah, we'll do B. That's easy. This list looks kind of shaky when you compare things to other things. Like Jesse and Austin and Allie next to each other. And then like Sweet Life on Deck below Casey Undercover. But on a general basis, it looks good. Except for like a couple of things. But this is wild though. Kicking it. I was like Peyton List. Peyton List was I think Peyton List was, she was cool. She was okay in the beginning. I feel like she just got kind of old. Girl Meets World needs to move up then. Peyton List was annoying. Yeah, she was kind of young. Never heard of it. It was like a karate show with kids in a dojo. It was only on Disney XD. It was cool. It was pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I feel like it probably goes C. Falafel Phil. Rudy! This was a good show. It was good. I'm going to put it in the middle, which is like basically C. I'm going to put it in the middle. So Random. C tier? Okay, yeah. C tier. Easy. So Random. I feel like people are going to say, you know, I don't know you, little bro, for So Random. I feel like that's what's going to happen. I feel like people are going to say, I don't know you, little bro. So random. It's a party, get down so random. It's a party, get down so random. Shake that all around. See? Okay. Easy. I feel like everyone's going to say, I don't know you. We got two don't know you and two C's. Okay, we'll do C then. We'll do C. Okay. Wizards. That's easy. I don't feel like anyone's going to contest that. I don't feel like anybody contests that. You cannot contest that. That is a classic right there. That is a bangy right there. Oh, hell yeah. Look at that. That's like a snake. Oh, yeah. Easy. We did Lizzie McGuire. My Babysitter's a Vampire. I feel like people are going to say, I don't know you, little bro. Never saw the vampire one. Yeah, this was cool. It wasn't on that long, and it was a really different kind of show. It was like, it kind of reminded me of a CW show. It was kind of like that. Like before CW was like weird like it is now. Back when it was like good. Um, but yeah, I feel like everyone's gonna say, I don't know you. Team Selena. Actually, really untrue. Never saw the vampire one. We'll do. Uh, yeah, we'll do B. We'll do B because I feel like I don't want to put it down on No Yellow Bro because in case one says B and I know it, so it's like we'll do that. Stuck in the middle. Where does stuck in the middle go, John? Where does stuck in the middle go? So random. A little bit of this and that. You know we gonna chill, might not come back. So get ready, get set, cause it's time to roll. That's random stuff that's out of control. Surprises flying, cause life's a riot. So ride with us, cause you need to try it. We're on the way. It's time to hang. So let's get random and do our thing. Come on. I see that be another one that remembers Summerland. I'm gonna assume that's not the same thing. Okay. This, yeah? This, yeah? This looks like... This looks like a... This looks like a rip-off Dawson's Creek. What is this? What's the theme song? The theme song will tell me exactly what kind of show this is. Is there a theme song? There might not be a theme song. Omega lol. Is he Australian? He looks Australian. Jesse McCartney, my man, you beautiful soul. Bump, bump. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Wait. Who's not in this show? Stephen Tolkien, of course. So what is it like? What is it about? Chat. What is it about? You said like the OC? Sarah Paxton too? Jesus. Fashion designer Ava Gregory's pretty life. A sweet California beach house and a close-knit group of friends who become like family to her. All gets tossed in the air. Everyone, her sister and brother-in-law die in a car accident. She takes their 3 children, 16 years, the kids just a new life without parents. Comes to terms with new responsibility to the show parents. Such a bangy. Actually, such a bangy. Who ordered this? Who was it? Was it you? Was it you, chat? Was it you? Why is this here? Can't believe you guys are ordering an Amazon Basics foldable metal platform bed frame with a tool-free setup. It's 14 inches high, queen black. Can't believe you guys are doing that. Just right there on the stream, you're looking up bed searches. You're searching up new beds. You're supposed to be doing tier lists. Can't believe this is nonsense. I can't believe this. I'm gonna quit my job. Oh my goodness. Chat, we're very close to the end stretch here. Sunny with a chance. A, okay, A, you say A. Easy peasy. Yeah, I broke your bed. Oh, dang it! I knew it. A minus. A. Never watched that show. Easy. Easy. A minus. Okay, we'll do A. We'll do A minus. A and then some. Best friends whenever. I reckon that's okay. I reckon that's okay. I don't know you, little bro. I do not know you, little bro. IDKU. IDKU. That's easy. Corey in the house. I'm gonna go watch Summerland now. Bye. Enjoy Summerland. Just kidding. Don't leave us. No, don't go anywhere. It was a show about time travel with a hat, wasn't it? Best friends whenever. Best friends are there for each other when one needs help. In the case of BFFs Shelby and Sid, that whenever can be any era in history. Yeah, it was. I remember this. After a science experiment goes awry, the teens acquire the ability to travel through time whenever and whenever they want, and sometimes even when they don't. They try to use their recently acquired power to help and navigate their teenage years, both in school and their family or relationships, especially when it comes to Shelby's mischievous twin brother, Brett and Jet, which often includes going back in time to fix past mistakes. And for some, the girls occasionally sneak into the future to get a glimpse of what's to come. Wait, I remember this. There was a scene where they travel into the future. The future! And they're in a lab. They're in a science lab. And they're like tied down. And the soldiers take the hat from them because the hat is how they time travel by putting it on. And they're in a lab strapped to these tables. And oh, no. Oh, no. Disney sucks ass so hard now, bro. Future. I gotta do it now. I gotta do it. Sounds terrible. It's so random. It makes no sense. Why did he do that? It was around at the same time as Crash and Bernstein. That's true. It was. Yeah. That's when Disney started just being ass. Absolute ass. Corey in the house. Where does that go? It's the last one, chat. Where does Corey in the house go? Let me know something. That episode is really funny. It's so good. Squidward doing some sit-ups. Lamau. D did not watch. Don't know you, little bro. That's crazy. We'll put it in. We'll put it in. Bro, you guys stacked C so hard. Look at C. Look at C. It's like the tall one. It's like 6'4", and the rest. A is like 4'2". This is classic. I'll put it in D tier. We got 2 D's and a C. I'm sorry, Claire. It has to happen. Majority rules. Listen, this list is wild. This list is crazy. This is awesome. Wait, we're saving this one as well. Let me save this up real quick. And then next, chat, on to sitcoms. Nick versus Disney. No, where's just Nickelodeon? Is there just Nick? Nickelodeon cartoon. Nick de Telefonas da Nick 2.0. Oh, hell yeah. What's in this list? Oh, these are just cartoons. It's going to be only cartoons, isn't it? Hello? It's like 9 shows, bro. What the? What? Wait. Oh, these are regular shows in here, too. This is okay. This is a good list. This is a good list. This is a really good list. All right, we're changing all these names. We're changing all these names. S, A, B. I typed C, but I said B. C, D, and we're adding one. You know we got to add, chat. Type it. What are we adding? Let me know. Type it. What are we adding? I don't know you, little bro. ITKULB makes me want to vomit. Yeah, listen. This is, what is guts? Okay, first of all, we'll do the same thing we did last time. Okay, we'll do the same thing. I'm gonna do my run first. This is gonna be rough. I'm gonna trigger you guys with half of this. I'm gonna trigger you. I'm not even gonna lie. This is gonna trigger you so hard. Okay, we're gonna do my list speed run, and then we'll go back and we'll do everyone. Okay, ready? I don't want to look at chat. I don't want to look at chat right now. I do not want to look at chat right now. I do not want to look at I do not want to look at chat right now. I do not want to look at chat right now at all. I don't want to look at chat. I don't want to look at chat. I do not want to look at chat. I can see it moving. I see it moving. I literally see the chat moving. I see the chat moving so fast right now. I don't want to talk about it. I do not want to talk about this at all. Usually. Actually, wait, that can... No, that stays. Oh no. Wait, did text-to-speech not work? What the hell? Excuse me, text-to-speech? Why is it not working? That was funny as hell. Hold on, wait. I'm actually curious as to why it's not working. Hold on, chat. Hold on, wait. I said, listen, I said, what did it text it? I forget which one I use. Listen, I said it was gonna be rough, okay? I said that I said I was gonna trigger some people. Listen, I said, okay. Why am I not logged in? What? What? It was depreciated. Excuse me? Hold on, I'm fixing this right now. Hold on, I'm fixing this right now, chat. Hold on, I'm fixing this right now. I don't know if it's gonna work, but I don't know if it's gonna work right now, but I'm gonna do it right now anyway. The one that I was using, apparently it busted. It's broke. It's absolutely broken. So I don't know why that is, but hopefully that fixes it. Doc sign it with people. Remember the window and dock it. Okay, it should work now. It should work. No promises though. But yeah, okay. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. Okay. You have to go back and read the comments. Okay, I will. Oh, I just pinned something on accident. That's my fault. Okay. Where does it start? Oh no. When Nickelodeon shows this is good enough. Amanda show. What? God, it's canceled. Already bad. Lol. Tomatoes. How dare you put my teenage robot in scene 2 arrows. Literally all your choices are wrong. I hate it here. I cannot with you right now. It's so rude. I can't. Apparently TTS does not work. I'll fix it. I'll refund your points, Claire. I'll refund your points. It's only 2, but I'll refund it. I don't know why. So the one that I was using was broken, and then they said, hey, we have a new one. Use that one. And I use that one, and it also doesn't work. So I was like, okay, bro. Sick of them, dude. Listen. That's just when you don't know the shows, right? It's either I don't know them, or I think they're bad. I either don't know them, or they're bad. Really, I should split that. I should split it like I don't know you, little bro, or also I really don't know you. That should be the 2 different categories, but I didn't. So, if you have to move one thing, chat, if you have to move one thing, what would you move? If you move one thing, everyone's gonna say Amanda Show. If you have to move one thing, what would you move? One item. If you could choose one item, what would you move? Keenan and Kel. Keenan and Kel a B? You move it up? You move it up? From B? Really? Keenan and Kel, S. Okay. Up. The I've seen robot is S tier. Okay. Not S, A. Okay. Most of these are S for me. Okay. We're gonna do this. We'll save this and then we'll do chats. I don't care. I'm gonna be honest. I don't care where anything goes. I knew where I was putting Avatar. That's the only place that's the only one that I knew. I didn't need. There's no thought about that at all. All right. Instead of undoing, I'm just gonna move them all down. Wait, it's not. You can't do that. Excuse me. Fine. I'll just reset the categories. It's fine. All right. S. Speedrun. S. B. B. C. D. One underneath this is going to be, I don't know, you little bro. You little bro. And I'm going to create a second one. I'm going to create a second one. Actually, no, I'm not. We'll leave it. I want them to be, like, matching, kind of, you know, as to what I did mine is. SpongeBob SquarePants is definitely S and A tier. What did I put SpongeBob? Did I put SpongeBob A or S? Or A or B? Chalk Zone S, bro. Yeah, Chalk Zone's good, actually. I should have had that one probably a little higher than I had it. Guys, like, move all this out the way so I can move Avatar here. That's what I did. I'm not even lying. I literally moved everything down because I knew nothing was going to be higher than Avatar. Nothing's even 5 tiers close to Avatar, so it's just, you know, it wasn't anything. Let's get this thing going. Guts. What is this? What? I think everyone can agree. I don't know. What? Who? What? Absolutely, huh? Question mark? Like, huh? Excuse me? Rocco's Modern Life. Where does this go? S! I don't know you, little bro. IDKULB, let's go. We got a new thing. Never heard of Guts? Yeah, true. Yep. Actually true. I feel like... What even was this? I don't even remember what this is. This is like a millennial thing, I think. I think that's what this is. I think this is a... I think most Nickelodeon things are millennial things, actually. Rocco's Modern Life. This is the show that he did... That what's Tom Kenny did the voice for before SpongeBob. Oh, this is the show where they're like, none of them are human. That's right. I remember this. I do remember this. Yeah, A is good. Okay, we'll do A. We'll do A. A, settle for A. Okay, yeah. Never heard of Guts. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Most are pretty old. Yeah, like, I feel like because Nickelodeon stuff, what is Gala Island, bro? What is half of this crap, dude? What? I'm so confused. Okay, my lights up with that beats here. Okay. Figure it out. What is that? That looks new. That's definitely new. What you see? You know what that is, Gizmo? What is that? I don't know, you little bro. Yeah, what is that? I don't know. I'll leave it C, because Gizmo says C, but I don't know what that is. Actually, I'll move it D, if that's fair. A little compromise. I don't know what that is. Amanda Show. Everyone's going to say S. Never heard of Figured Out, I don't think. Yeah, I don't know what that is. That's weird. Everyone's going to say Amanda Show is A. But the reason I can't put that high enough is because the show was just too heavily influenced by Dan Schneider. Like half the stuff in the show, there's like such creepy stuff. There's creepy stuff in Amanda's Show, Drake and Josh, and iCarly. But Amanda's Show, he did like really weird stuff just to get away with it because it was so old. So like I didn't want to put that anywhere near the top. That's why it was way down there. Because he's a freak. Yeah, A only because Dan Schneider's the worst. Yeah, exactly. Actually, weird. E. E. True. I didn't watch Amanda's Show. True. Yeah, we'll put it A. It's fine. Keenan and Kel. Where does this go? This is a very good show. I think I put this... Did I have this B? I think I had it B. It should have went A, but compared to the other stuff that I had there, it was like it looked weird to put it A, because I had like SpongeBob in A. You know what I mean? So yeah, swear to God, S. Okay, easily. What is this? The Angry Beavers? What is that? Never in my life. B, really? I mean, all that in Keenan and Kel are Dan too. True, but he did less weird stuff in that because there wasn't girls in those shows. And he did really weird stuff with girls. Like, there wasn't a bunch of feet jokes in Keenan and Kel, you know what I mean? And in all that. And, I mean, actually, I don't know about all that because I didn't watch all of that, but you know what I mean? Ah, here it goes. It's so good. I don't know, you little bro. Yeah, I don't know what that is. We got 2 B's for Angry Beavers. 2 B's for Angry Beavers. We'll do C because I don't know what it is. Gazemon doesn't know what it is, and I have a feeling Dominic's gonna say he doesn't know what it is either. So we'll do C. We'll compromise. A little compromise. It was good, but not as good as Rocco. Okay. All right. Easy. My life as a teenager robot. The millennial says to be. My life as a teenage robot. Where does it go? S-A? 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 I've seen ever put that S tier. All right, we got some S's. Okay. All right. I don't know you, little bro. Drake and Josh. Where does Drake and Josh go? Now, there was weird stuff in this show because it was Dan Schneider, but it was different kind of weird stuff. It was very good. B. Okay. Top 5 favorite shows all time. S because it's so funny. Yeah, it is really good. Hug me, brother. It's so good. Top 5. Okay, we'll do how did I say? Don't tell me what to do. We'll do A because we got an S and we got literally top 5 favorite shows all time, and then we got 2 B's. Easy. Little compromise. Drake and Josh definitely S tier. Okay, yeah, easy. Nice. That's good. I like that. I like that there. That's cool. The Nick Cannon show. Nick Cannon has had 9 shows, so it doesn't really tell us what show it is. Okay. We're going to just, like, I mean, at this point, never heard of it. American comedy TV shows. What kind of show is it? Is it a sketch show? Is it a spin-off of all that? I'm just going to guess it's another sketch show. There's 2 seasons and 27 episodes. Nick Cannon. Every single episode is called Nick Cannon something. Nick Cannon takes over your family. Nick Cannon takes over your school. Nick Cannon takes over a wedding. Nick Cannon takes over a rodeo. Nick Cannon takes over Hollywood. Nick Cannon takes over music. Nick Cannon takes over the beach. Nick Cannon takes over London. Nick Cannon takes over your style. Nick Cannon takes over the military. Nick Cannon takes over food. Nick Cannon takes over baseball. Nick Cannon takes over Nickelodeon. Nick Cannon takes over fitness. Holy crap! What in the list of Jesus Christ is happening? My brother, you can read? Oh, you can? What? Since when? You didn't update me. Oh my God. I didn't know. I was not updated to this chat. Why did you tell me? He's got 12 kids. He does have 12. He doesn't have 19 kids. Where's my cousin Skeeter? True. I don't know you, little bro. Yeah, there it goes. Boom. Instantly. I love reading. Me too. It's fundamental, apparently. I heard it was. I don't know you, little bro. True. Actually, true. No different than the one with true. That's actually true. That's big. But the only difference is that Nick Cannon is like, that's like his name, bro. Like, it's like so egotistical, I feel like. I don't know. And that is B. Ned was wicked. B, S. Okay, B. Okay. Interesting. We got 2 B's. We got an S. I think I put it in B, didn't I? I think I did. Yeah, I think B is a good spot for that, maybe. C tier. Okay, so yeah, B. We'll leave it at B then. Okay. Doug. He just looks so pathetic to me. Like, he just looks like, look at him. Like, he just, look at him. This, you know what this looks like? To me, I always thought that this show was like Arthur. You know what I mean? He looks like a human Arthur. He looks like a human Arthur to me. Is it me? He has the same vibe. He looks like him. Don't diss Arthur like that. He's just giving me a similar vibe. You know what I mean? I'm saying, you know what I'm saying, you know what I mean? I'm saying, you know what I'm saying. Where did I put that? Where is it? C? I would say C tier, C, B, C, C. Okay, yeah, okay, we'll leave it C. We'll leave it C. Okay, cat dog. This crap is so popular, and I just. We need clips. First and last scenes. Does the dog talk? Does the dog not talk? I don't know. It's lost on me. I'm not sure. Where do we put this, guys? Where do we put this? Cat dog is S. Where do we put this? Where do we put this at? Gauge said E. Oh, Jesus. Where does this go? Remember the dog is trying to get, take a bath and pins him down over the bath? Yeah, the dog talks. Okay. 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 I'm going to say A. We had A, S, E. We'll put it in, Gizma said E. It's lost to me. We'll do B. A nice little compromise. Because we had an S, we had an A, we had an A. Okay. Yeah. There we go. That's what is this? What is this even supposed to say? I don't even know what this is. What does someone know what this is? What is this? It's a G and an A. What in the world? What in the world? You said A? You said S. Oh, you said you said A. Oh. I feel like you shouldn't get a vote if you say E. Why? What? What's this? What is this? I think it's a game show. Is it? A game show. Oh, maybe something is. We don't get like it should say what it is. It's just gonna get unranked. We're literally gonna put that there. We're gonna put that there, yeah, because no one knows that it's Double Dare. What's Double Dare, bro? I know this is a game show. Is it not? I think it is. What years is this on? 2018? This is new. There's no way. I thought, oh, okay, well, it's the new logo. Or maybe it's the same logo. Oh, it is. Okay, this is the old logo. Okay. So the new... Oh, wait, there's a new one. So the new logo is the logo that's on here. But we're just going to say it's talking about the old one. We're going to say it's talking about the old one. Okay. Okay. That's why I said because the logo, it has a new logo on it. So you will do that. Yeah, okay. BS. Slime. Where we got this at? We got an S. We got a B. I didn't watch it. I didn't watch the original. I didn't watch the new one. So I don't have an opinion on this one. Also like the new Nickelodeon symbol being an actual true. Actually true. It's not better than Drake and Josh. Yeah, yeah, honestly. I feel like I feel like we do a little compromise there. Little S, B, we go A easily. The Nickelodeon symbol being a foot was weird, bro. That was actually strange as hell, bro. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Hey Arnold, where does Hey Arnold go? Wait, did I rank Hey Arnold before? I don't remember ranking this. I think I want to put this like low though still, but I don't remember ranking this. I don't think I've seen Double Dare. I don't think I've seen that. Hang on, I'm putting that A tier. A, S, B. Oh, we're all over the place. We got a sab. We got a little sab going on right now. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Does Claire have a tiebreaker? A 3-way tiebreaker. A? Okay. There you go. There you go. A little A skis. Interesting. Interesting. Ren and Stimpy. Isn't this show adult? Isn't this like super adult? Isn't it like nudity? Isn't there like nudity in this show? In this showski? Yeah, Comedy Central. There's definitely nudity in that. That was a Nickelodeon thing at first. I did not know of this. I didn't know that was cut off like that. What the heck? My fault, chat. My fault. Chat skis. B, B, B. Okay. Okay. A, B, B. All right. All right. All right. What is Real Monsters? What is Real Monsters? We're going to see me putting that B? Easy. Boom. What is this? Never in my life have I heard of this. C for Monsters? What the hell? Wait, I've seen this, I think. Wait, what? Why is it like Foster's imaginary home for monsters? Why is it like that? What in the world is this? This looks disturbing. That looks disturbing. It literally is. Oh, is it? Dang. So they kind of yoinked it, I see. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Yeah, maybe it's the same artist. Maybe they didn't yoink anything. Maybe it's the same artist. It could be the same artist. Because it looks like a similar art style. So, yeah. Yeah. Can of worms. Other way around. Oh! Foster's Home was before this. What year was this? 94. Wait, Foster's was before 94? Oh, 04. Huh. Never watched Real Monsters on oh. Oh, that's what I was saying. Yeah, you confused me because you said all the way around. Oh, yeah. Okay. Easy. Wait. Oh, they didn't have rocket power on this list. Oh, yeah, they did. Oh, that's right. That was the last one. I remember ranking that. Yeah. True. Decom Can of Worms. What's that? Can of Worms. That's freaky. Oh, shoot. That is freaky. It's weird. Yeah, I can tell. Didn't watch the show, but that episode with Cheese was hilarious. That was so good. Let me do it! Clarissa explains it all. I'm only screwing the wheel! B. Little B. What we got? I feel like people either say B or C or something. Or A, maybe. Wasn't this just like Lizzie McGuire, but just like the Nickelodeon version? Yeah, Can of Worms was a DCOM. Yeah, it was a Disney movie. The Real Monsters kind of look like that, so that's why Clarissa said that. I think it was before. Clarissa, was it? Clarissa. I spelled that wrong. Explains. 91, Lizzie. Lizzie Meh, sure. 01, yeah. Oh, that was more of like a, it had more 2000s vibes than Clarissa. Clarissa was super old school. Yeah. Remember seeing on Disney Plus, yeah. Clarissa was Mrs. Joan Hart. Yeah, that's right, yeah. She's older than Duff, so yeah, true. True. Actually, true. Let's see what's 01. Okay. So it's basically the same thing though, right? I'm not tripping. It's basically the same thing. You know what I mean? It's basically the same thing. Yeah. She's older. 90. Watch your words. Were you born in 92? Really? Holy. The fact that Clarissa Explains It All and Lizzie McGuire are like they're so similar. You know what I'm saying? It's like you guys are the same age. That's cool. Wait, that's actually wicked. That's actually cool. Hi, Briya. Yo, O2 gang. Imagine being born in the 2000s. That's actually hilarious. That's actually crazy. Yeah. What's up? What's going on? We're ranking. You missed the Disney one. We're ranking the Nickelodeon shows. Whoa! Jimmy Neutron. Let me know something, Gango. What is Jimmy Neutron? Go. I did. So, Brian, essentially what we did is I did my list first, and then we do chat's lists, like everyone collective together. And this is very, very different than my list. Very different. Jimmy was S. Okay, that was, wow, okay. I was not expecting you guys to go so hard on Jimmy Neutron. Holy crap. Only one I know is SpongeBob. True. Yeah, I feel that. Did you guys, Brian, this might be a stupid question. But did you guys like have regular Nickelodeon in the UK? Do you guys have like, can you guys just scroll and just be like, oh, Nickelodeon? You know what I mean? Is that a thing? Yeah? Okay. Yeah. The only reason I ask is because I know that you guys have shows and channels that we can't just scroll and watch. You know what I mean? Especially back then, like we couldn't just flip and just see some channels that you guys have. So I didn't know if it worked the same way around or not. But yeah. Kai's canceled for his list, half joking. I had to figure out, Claire, by the way, this whole slash thing that people do, I've seen it on Twitter before. I had to figure out what that meant. I did not know what that was. Like when you guys put /J, like in Alexis's chat and stuff. I did not know what that was. Like months ago. I just figured it out. I was like, what does that mean? I was like, Ho John? I'm like, what is it? What is it? When they do /HG, /half joking, and /J is joking. I had to figure out what it was. I didn't know until 7 months ago. Yeah, I did not know what that was. Tone tags? A tone tag or a tone indicator or a tone tag is a symbol attached to a sentence or message and sent in textual form, such as over the internet, to explicitly state the intonation or intent of the message, especially when it may be otherwise ambiguous. Nah, I don't work like that. I purposefully be saying stuff because if you know me, you know how I mean it. That makes sense to be honest. True. Yeah. I know a lot of people have hard times like reading how people mean stuff on the internet, but like I said, for me, if you know me, you know exactly how I mean it, so I don't be doing that. So if you guys think that I'm saying something that I don't mean, just know that's not the way I meant it, because I'm not mean. So if I type shut up, I don't mean it like, shut up, you're stupid. I meant, shut up. You know what I mean? Yeah. I didn't know what it was. I had to think of it, you know what I mean? I had to think about it, you know what I'm saying? I had to think about it. I didn't know. Before I watched it, I thought you were always just, yeah. No, nothing I ever say is ever serious. You know what I mean? You know? So when you know that, when people are like, oh, that's Kai, yeah, you know when I say stuff, it's literally like, you know, I'm just joking around, you know what I'm saying? Usually because I host different people. Yeah, true. Rugrats. Like Sandra, but like Kronk. True. Actually true. SSB. Okay. This is an interesting concept for a show. I'll give them that. It was cool. You know that one? Oh shoot! I think I used to like this when I was young. I think so. SS. That's pretty across the board. Holy. Guess when I said B, bunch of S's. I would cut it in half and I'd go A, but that's a lot of S's. That's 3 S's. And I don't know where Brian would put that, but that's a lot of S's. Ikule. C is crazy. C is wild. A, S. Holy. C. Sheesh. We'll split it and we'll go, because we have an A, we have an S, and we have a C. Never watched it. B. Okay, we'll do A and C, S and different opinions between girls and boys. Interesting. Hey, I don't know how to put this because we have an S, we have an A, we have a B and a C. I guess the only tiebreaker I can do is myself. I'm gonna put it. I'll put it A. We'll put an A. Outnumber you. But people in chat. No, it was S A. Wait, am I dumb? S A C N B. Yeah, S A C N B. So I have to be the tiebreaker. I'll put it A, I guess. Where's Victorious? That's true. Where is Victorious? Where is that? You know what I mean? That's a B. Yeah, I said B. There's a S, there's an A, a C, and a B. Yeah. And then I said A, and that's because there's no tiebreaker, so I had to choose somewhere, you know what I mean? It's definitely not worth it, Clarissa. True. Actually true. Yeah. Actually true. Because S. Yeah, you're hard on Victorious. Hard on Victorious. Oh, dang. All of that, where's all that go? That's what I'm curious about. That's what I need to know. We're getting to the whack ones down here. Victorious should have been in this. This is true. True. We'll use, this is all that. This is all that. B, B, C. Okay. We got the double B on that one. Oh, dang. I feel like all that. Never watched that show. It's like a sketch show, essentially, Dominic. But I feel like all that and nah, that's not true. Never mind. Zoe 101. The gods are calling amongst me. Did you hear that horn, guys? Oh my god. Zoe 101 S tier A. I don't know you, little bro. Dang. Yeah, shoot. I don't know. I need to refresh my memory, bro. I don't think I ever once in my life. Oh, this was the other Dan show. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. This is just kids in school, yeah? That's all that it was, right? That's even though I hate Jamie Lynn Spears. Is so good. New boarding. It was a boarding school in Malibu. So what is this, like Hannah Montana, but she's not famous? Is that what this is? Can't participate in this. I don't know any of it. It's okay. We're gonna do another tier list after this one. I don't know what it's gonna be though. We have to pick. This one's almost done though. Zoe 101. It's so good. I like random kind of humor, which cracks me up. Yeah, I think that's what Dan Schneider was known for, doing, like an iCarly and Victorious and that stuff. But it just got to a point where it wasn't funny anymore. Like it just got. He took the random to like out of nowhere random. You know what I mean? The random was funny, but out of nowhere random was just so off. It was like, what the hell? Boys School Pacific Academy. Ooh, okay. What do we have? A-S. Jess, you said it twice. You're throwing me off. A-S and an S. Okay, I guess we'll do, because Gazemon said, wait, Gazemon said, I don't know you, little bro. We'll do A, because I'm gonna pull it down because Gazemon said, I don't know you. You know what I mean? I think it got not funny because you grew up. No, it just changed. Gazemon, the original like random stuff that was in Drake and Josh and like the beginning of iCarly and stuff. It was different than how they started, being. It was weird. It was like stuff came out of nowhere. It wasn't just random jokes anymore. It was like, it just came out of nowhere. You know what I mean? Cartoon Network after this one. My Cartoon Network list is going to be rougher than this one. Because I was a Disney kid, like I said. So it's going to be rough. Invader Zim was, I never watched this. Wait! Where is the Danny Phantom? I was Disney girl too. Yeah, me too. My Disney list, I went hardcore with the Disney list. I went so hard with it, but heckin' Nickelodeon, I am not on the Nickelodeon wave. I liked a couple of the shows, and the ones that I didn't like, I was not on that. That's Disney. What's Disney? Danny Phantom? No, Danny Phantom's Nickelodeon. I did it right. I did. I'll scroll. I'm gonna post the lists on Twitter. Let me see if I can. No, wait. Let's do this. Let's go. I'll go back in the VOD and I'll show you because I went so hard with this list. Hold the phone skis. Was this my list or was this you guys' list? This was you guys' list. This is my list. This was my completed list. This is my completed list. I think this list is fire. Oh, you can't see the top. Sorry, hold on, wait. Hold on. There we go. This list is fire. Okay. This list is heated. Actually heated. You know, just let it sit there and marinate for a second, you know what I mean? Where is Danny Phantom? I don't know, Dominic. I don't know. Maybe I should rejoin the Discord to get noticed again. But, Brian, why did you leave the Discord in the first place? That's what I'm so confused about. Why did you leave the Discord in the first place? All your lists are wrong? All your lists are wrong, Jessica! That's accurate? Listen. This is what I'm telling you. You want to tell me in private or you want to tell me just shut up? Did you actually? Really? Oh, shoot. Oh, you trying to get your mind clear. Yep. Send me the link. I got you. I'll do it now so I don't forget. Holy Jeezers. Holy Jeezer Peezers. Invite people. Briah. Easy. You know me. That quick. You know what I'm saying. Where was Phineas and Ferb? Hi, Alexis. Hello. This is crazy. Bruh. Alexis. Tell me their list. Tell me their Disney list. Look at this. Where's the end of it? Tell me their Disney list is not the wackest thing that you've ever seen in your natural born life. Wait, where's Corey in the house? Oh, there's. Tell me that this list is not the wackest thing. What is in this? Casey Undercover is above Austin and Allie. What do the letters stand for? S, A, and then A, then some is just A minus. And then B, C, D, and then I don't know you, little bro. I don't know you, little bro is either because it's ass or because they didn't know what it was. Come on. What's it? Alexis, tell me this list is not worse than the one you just saw. Your profile picture? Do you like it? It's matching. I'm matching with Brooke. It looks so good. It actually looks so good. What's S? S is the best. S is like S tier. It's nothing's better than that. Absolutely nothing better than that. You know what I mean? It was kind of because of me. No. I can't blame you for the I don't know you, little bros. It was. Everyone was kind of synonymous when they didn't know them. You know what I mean? But tell me this is not. Nah, okay. Come on now. And they said you love Liv and Maddie, and Liv and Maddie's in a C. Look at that. That is crazy. And Bear Kings is down. That is crazy wild. My list would be a bit different both of these. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Just mess with you. I got you. I'm still mad about Grimme's World not being higher. I tried. Alexis, do you like Grimme's World too? Oh my goodness gracious. The blasphemousness of this chat is wild. There's just too many shows. There's a lot of shows. Yeah, there's a lot. All right, we got to finish this one because we got to do Cartoon Network after this. You think I railed Nickelodeon? I'm going to rail Cartoon Network. You've never seen something like this. Kablam. Where does this go? What is that? I don't know, you little bro. I don't know what that is. I want to live in Maddie higher, but y'all would not, so I had to compromise first. Yeah, Claire. I applaud you, Claire. Claire's a real team player. Look at her go. The real one, dude. Had to compromise on her favorite Liv and Maddie. It's crazy. Such sad tear brings to my eye. You guys will not let her have it higher. Cry. Never heard of it. Yeah, I don't know what that is. That looks like some kind of like TV show, like some kind of like Mythbusters. Those are what it looks like to me. I don't know. As told by Ginger. What is that, bruv? Bruv. What is as told by Ginger? Don't know you, little bro. I don't know you, little bro. I don't know you, little bro. SpongeBob. Everyone's. Let me hear about it. I thought. Really? Oh, you mean Liv and Maddie. You mean Liv and Maddie. You mean Liv and Maddie. Okay. Definitely never heard that either. Yeah, what? S! Really, Claire? As told by Ginger? Really? I've never heard that in my life. As told by Ginger. What is this? Melissa Disney? Why is her name Disney? Wait, this is the girl from the Thornberries, is it not? Am I tripping? Is this not the same girl from the Thornberries? Okay. All right. Nice. SpongeBob. That's, I mean, where did SpongeBob go? Oh, okay. SpongeBob. Never mind. I did say that. D. Really? Oh, so that's what you meant to see, that one. Okay. I see. So we're gonna go C then, I guess. Oh, holy crap! All right, S. That's it's SpongeBob S. I figured everyone was gonna say that. Love SpongeBob. Yes, SpongeBob up in S, 100%. Yeah. Okay. All right. Fairly Odd Parents. Wait, Gazemar, where do you think SpongeBob should go? I'm curious as to what Gazemar says about SpongeBob, because everyone else said S. I'm curious. I reckon like he's gonna say B. That B was for Odd Parents, 100%. Love that too. Fairly Odd Parents was cool. Fairly Odd Parents was cool. A, B, B, O, A. Okay, yeah. Okay, all right. B. Top 5, putting that A. So we have S. For that, parents, A, B. We'll do A. We'll cut it down the middle there. We'll cut it down the middle because Bryce said S. They said A. Claire said B. Okay. All right. Yeah. Easily overruled. Avatar: Last Airbender. There is no. This is. Before I even read chat, Avatar: The Last Airbender is the best thing made by humans ever. Period. Not even TV show wise. Avatar: The Last Airbender is the best thing made by humans that live on the face of this planet. I have literally stopped speaking to someone before because they said that Avatar was the worst thing that they ever watched. I actually stopped associating with them. I'm not even lying. I'm not even joking. I don't know, but I have yet to watch straight through, so I'm exempt from this round. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Avatar is D. That's crazy. That is actually crazy. That is wild. So where we putting this? S, Gazerod. I love you, Gazerod. I love you. Where does this go? This is not my list. This is not my list whatsoever. We got an S. We got a D. We got an S. We got a D. What the? I just randomly dropped 91 frames. Holy Jesus. After I'm going to A for this show, I'm not much of a fan of the show, but I'm actually, okay. All right. I'm going with A. Okay, we got an S. Wait, we got an S. We got an A. We got a D. I'm fine with that. I stick my ranking. Huh. Wait, you're fine with what? I'm so confused. I'm spacing right now. It's actually a great show. We'll do. We had an S. We had an A. We'll do a B. There we go. We'll do a B. Nice. C it is. Not in between S, A, and then D. Yeah, that's close to a B because we have 2 higher and then we have 1 lower. You know what I mean? All right. All grown up. This is Rugrats, but like old, right? Yeah. Who watched this? Who actually watched this? Who actually visibly sat down at the couch and said, "I'm gonna watch All Grown Up now"? Who did that? Who did that? Me? Really? Never watched this? Oh, shoot. Love Rugrats? Oh, so you like the original Rugrats, so you said, I'm gonna watch this. 100%. Yeah, okay. We had a C. We had Don't Know You Little Bro. We had 2 Don't Know You Little Bros. I'm going to go. Okay, you got B on that. I'm going to put it in C then. Okay. 2 I Don't Know Yous. We got a C and a B. So it goes up to a C then, I guess. Okay. All right. And then Alexa said she liked it. Okay, yeah. Wild thornberries. Where does the wild where's the wild thornaberries go? Thornaberry. A? Little A skis? Little B skis? Little A skis? Does somebody have the tiebreaker? Oh, shoot. Wild Thornberries. The movie. Wasn't there a movie for the Wild Thornberries? Wasn't there a Wild Thornberries movie? There was. I remember this. I watched this. I thought this was cool. I don't think I liked the show. I don't think I liked the show as much as I liked the movie, but the movie was cool. I remember this. Oh hell yeah! Wait, and then when she does this with the guy, yeah, I remember this. He used to have the VHS. It was orange, yeah. Man, VHS was a wild time. Holy. Gula Gula Island. What is this, bruh? What is Gula Gula Island, bruh? Like, huh? D? I don't know you, little bro. Never heard of it. I don't know what that is. This is a hard... What even... Gula Gula Island. What is this? Oh, it's like a kid's show. Oh, this is cool. Oh, it's a giant frog. This reminds me of Barney, but not as stupid. Oh, shoot. Yeah, it's like Barney. Hi, Brooke. Hello. Hi. This looks cool. They're learning how to do karate. Nice. Cute. Like Barney? Yeah. Looks sus. It does look kind of sus. I love Barney. Dude, really? Is that a frog? It is a frog. You see it? It's like a giant yellow frog. But this... Brooke, we are ranking TV shows, which started with Disney, and the Barney, but I stupid. Barney had Selena and Debbie. Not too much on Barney. Actually true. There is not much came from Barney, bruh. Not much came from Barney. It had Selena and Debbie, and that was it. Drake and Josh was an S. This list is painfully hard to look at. I did my list. We did Disney too. We did my list first, and then we're doing chat, like a collective chat, and I'm being the hands for chat. We compromised because Dan Schneider. True. Yeah, we did. Yeah. I have the Bunny birthday episode memorized to this day. Do you really? We gotta finish this. We've been on Nickelodeon way too long. Yeah, Brooke, my list on this and Disney was hardcore different. You know how I am about Avatar. I had to put this in B. What was it? Oh yeah, it's Cousin Skeeter. What is this, bruh? What is Cousin Skeeter, and where does this go, chat? If someone says they know what this is, other than Claire, because I knew she was going to say that already. If someone says they know what this is, I'm going to be so surprised. S, and I don't know you, little bro. F. Do you actually know what this is, Brooke? What is this? Never heard of Cousin Cedar or Chalk Zone. Really not? You never heard of Chalk Zone? Chalk Zone was lit. Yeah, I'm putting that in. I don't know you, little bro. I don't know you, little bro. No. I don't know you, little bro. I'm sorry. Claire, okay, we'll compromise for Claire, because Claire's cool. Claire, we'll put it in there. We'll put it in a D. We got one S. We got 3 I don't know you, little bros. We can't put it in exactly I don't know you, little bro. We got to put it in D for Claire, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what Cousin Skeeter is. Yeah, I don't know what that is. I do not know what that is. Chalk Zone. Where does Chalk Zone go? We got to speed around this a little bit, guys. S. Little Eskies. Yeah, Cousin Skeeter. While you guys are doing that, and I don't know what's Cousin Skeeter. It's a guy with a doll. It's a dude with a puppet. Shoot. Okay. Never heard of it, so I trust y'all. Haven't watched Chalk Zone, to be honest. Okay, love Chalk Zone. Love Chalk Zone. B, we're gonna do. We had an S, we had a B, we had a I don't know you. A for Chalk Zone. We'll do A. We'll do A. Giving Robbie from Victoria is actually true. Actually true. Legends of Tomorrow, of the Hidden Temple. Not Tomorrow, people. What I was like. Legends of the Hidden Temple. This is a game show. This is a game show. I know this for sure. Are you hard on this, Brooke? Really? S. Oh, shoot. Speaking of Rex from Victorious. Yeah, Victorious ain't on the list, bro. It ain't on the list. I don't know where it is. And Danny Phantom's not on the list. The robbery, the highway robbery that we are committing right now by doing this list. Bruh. I don't know you, little bro. Realistically, B. We got a S. We got a B. Oh shoot. We'll put it A. We'll put it A. We'll put it A. We'll put it A. Yeah. That's good. Yeah. Trust me on this one. I trust you. I trust that you feel like it's a hard S. Wait, you feel like it's better than the other ones in S, Jess? I didn't watch Naked Brothers Band. The title's scary. Oh no, there's gonna be naked people on this show. Oh, I can't watch that. Naked Brothers Band is a C. I loved it, but it's not hold up outside of the other. Oh, okay. Naked Brothers Band, hardcore C. You say? Hardcore C. What do we feel like, chat? Naked Brothers Band. I did not watch it at all. This would go in I don't know you, little bro. We did my list. You guys know I put it in I don't know you, little bro. I don't know. I do not know. I'm not on that wave. I'm going to put it C because Alexis said C and Claire said I don't know you, little bro. So I don't know the game. Yeah, the game was cool. The game was pretty cool. Action League Now. Who has heard of these things? Action League Now. Like what? That's me after I come back from the gym. That's actually me. Looks terrible. It does. He looks like He-Man, but like without the stuff on. It's the same. It's the same guy. Look at him. It's the same dude. It's the same guy. Look at him. It's the real one, dude. No way. That's crazy. He-Man. I hate him. The knockoff He-Man. Never heard of that. Don't know you, little bro. Unfabulous. What is this? Watch Brooke know what this is. What is Unfabulous? What is this? The Ken doll He-Man. That's actually true. S. Really? I don't know you, little bro. I don't know you, little bro. Emma Roberts? Really? It sounds familiar. Let's do this. Oh, nope. Unfabulous. I'm so fabulous. I'm so fabulous. This looks like Zoe 101. Like, tell me something like this. It's Zoe 101. Isn't that like the same thing? Like, that's, bruh. What? Like, I'm looking at the same show. Bro, copied homework, didn't change it. What's going on? It's like I didn't do it. True. Never heard of that show. Like Emma Roberts. It was cheesy. I loved it. Okay, we're putting this in. That was an S. That was I don't know you. We stand Emma. True. We stand standing. Apparently, honestly, we're putting it in A. She said S. We got some I don't know you little bros. Putting that in A. She sings and plays her guitar and makes her own songs like Phoebe. Oh, really? Naked Brothers Band Impact was crazy. Every time I make a milkshake, I think of their song Banana Smoothie, and then If That's Not Love and I Don't Want to Go to School. Absolute bangers. I read that sentence, that paragraph, and I don't think I've read something that meant nothing to me more. I did not know anything of what you just said. We're going to search these up. We're going to search these right now because I am so lost on Naked Brothers Band. Holy crap, I'm so lost on this. Never in my life. Oh, yeah. This is like going to a talent show and then this is what you hear. Like at a school. Like this is what you hear when you go to a talent show and this is the vocals that you hear. Justin Bieber, dude. That's so good. Rocket Power. Where does Rocket Power go? They're literally like 10 with this show about their band. Hey guys, we have a band and I just got my braces on. S, never heard of it. C, oh shoot. Oh shoot. I think the game was better than the show. We're gonna do B because I never heard of it, and a C is higher than an S. Is more influence than an S. So Invader Zim, that's the last one. Invader Zim, and then we do Cartoon Network. Game was fire. The game was Alexis. You remember the game, bruh? The game was heated. B tier. Okay, B tier. Okay, that moves it up then. Oh wait, no, that's where I put it. Okay, never mind. The game on the GameCube, bruh, this was wicked. This is before its time. Why is this most replayed? Oh, he on the stuff. Hold on, wait. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Bro, it's roller skating. Pretty colors. This is like the first open world game I ever played, and I'm just realizing that right now. Well, that's not true. Not the first, but it's one of the earlier ones. I miss those type of games, bro. They're so good. Holy. All right, Invader Zim. Brooke says A. A. You can do whatever you want. Yeah, Games Mind. Yeah, true. You could do whatever you wanted in that game. Yeah, it was so good. They just give you a playground. They just give you a giant map, a giant ass place to go, and said do what you want. And they gave you quests and stuff, and there was like rings you could collect. It was so cool. Like rings you could go through and stuff. I have a little old ass game system that plugs in my TV and I can play this on. Really? Oh shoot. We're gonna do A. Hard A. Brooke says A. Alexa says A. Invader Zim S. We gotta go on an A on that one. Put it in C. Really? Didn't care for the plans. With you and plus there's other shows that are better than Invader Zim. That's true. That's true. Yeah. True. This list, listen guys, I love you guys. This list is whack as hell. Okay. Listen, I love you guys. I love you guys to death. Okay. Listen, this list is a whack as hell. I am not gonna lie to you. We're downloading it. And we're downloading it, and we're saving it up. We're saving it up. The rhythm, nice. It's great. I don't know about that. Nick was whack, so true. Actually, true. Where's the Cartoon Network one? All right. Okay, wait. Do we do Cartoon Network? Because if we do Cartoon Network, you think I rolled Nickelodeon? I'm gonna hard roll Cartoon Network. Genshin playable characters. Pokemon. Oh, shoot. I think... Let's see how long it is. If it's not super long, we'll do that one too. Cartoon Network cartoons. Bruh, these are all so ass. Oh my god, this is going to get so hard rolled. Are there old stuff in here too? chowder, cow chicken. Is this list good? Is this list good? I don't see some. Wait, are we missing something that's like old? This is super long. This list is bad. Yeah, this is not a good list. Am I getting my follow button on already? I can't. Oh, Jesus Christ. Absolutely not. Cartoon Network Showdown. These are only the old ones. That's not enough. That is not enough, ladies and gentlemen. Also, not enough. They had like 4 good shows. Actually, true. Whoa! Oh my God! What is it? What even is half of these? Holy Jesus! I mean, like, bruh, Cartoon Network is all over the place. OG Cartoon Network, please, bruh. This is fine. This is good. This one's good. This is a good one. 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 We find it, chat. We find it. This is good. All right. We got to fix these, though. We got to fix these. S. A. B. Oh. B. C. D. And we'll add some more. New row. And then we'll do, I don't know you, lil bro. And we'll do, Omega lol. Because I'm going to have some Omega lols. Oh. Okay. All right. Chat, get your unfollow buttons ready. If you don't care about your follow age. I think I watched a fair amount of these. Johnny Bravo and Dexter and Courage the Cowardly Dog were amazing. Oh, you guys saw you hated the Nickelodeon list. This is going to be classic content. You're about to witness right here. The funny thing is I don't even remember half of these because I didn't watch them. I mean, I've seen like an episode, but you know, I don't know. Oh God. Oh yeah, you're ready. You're ready. I'm not gonna follow you, bro. My man Dominic. Dexter's Laboratory. Oh, we're gonna speed run. I'm not looking at chat. I'm not looking at chat, bro. I'm not looking at chat. I am not looking at chat, bro. I am not looking at the chatular. I am not looking at the chatular, bro. I am not looking at the chatular. I am not looking at the chatular, bro. I'm not doing it. It's not happening. It's not happening at all. It is not happening, bro. It is not happening. It is not happening, bro. It's not happening. Thoughts? Do we have any thoughts? Any concerns? Any concerns that you may have? Do you have any concerns that you may have looking at the list? Ultimately, anything? If you, I'll ask you the same question. If you have to move one thing, either up or down, if you have to move one thing, where are you moving? Actually, wait, this is wrong. This is really wrong. I did this completely wrong. There. That's the finished list. There. That's the finished list. That's the finished list. There you go. I fixed it. I fixed it. There you go. Dexter's Lab S. This is hard because I watched. Yeah, that's better. That's better. Okay, so if you have to move one thing. So you said Johnny S, Dexter's Lab S. Okay, so you guys move those ones. Okay. I can't see most of my small phone, so I don't know. Okay, well, Games of Mine, I'll tell you. I put Tom and Jerry. This is what's an S. This is S. Tom and Jerry, Codename Kids Next Door, Teen Titans, Scooby-Doo, Looney Tunes, Ben 10, and Samurai Jack. Actually, Samurai Jack needs to go down to A. S, Tom and Jerry, Kids Next Door, Teen Titans, Scooby-Doo, Looney Tunes, and Ben 10. You know what I'm saying? I'm offended by miss. Flapjack was cool. Flapjack was okay. I would have put Flapjack B. I would have put Flapjack B. Yeah. Total Drama is definitely an S tier for me. I watch that show a lot. Yeah, true. What is Ben 10? Oh Lord. Oh my goodness. Ben 10 is one of the craziest. It's such a boy. Yeah, because Cartoon Network was a boy channel anyway. You know what I mean? Half the shows were catered towards boys, or not catered towards boys, but just like they just weren't super girly. So I guess girls weren't into it. I don't know, but this is I agree with S. Yeah, S is wicked. S is good. All right, we're saving this and we're doing chats. This is gonna be wild. This is gonna be wild. Ben 10 is such a fantastic show. Ben 10 is one of the greatest shows ever to exist, cartoon wise. All right. All right. All right. Boom. We resetting it. We resetting it. S. A. B. C. Oh, C. D. What the? E. No, not E. What am I saying? I don't know you, lowbrow. Omega law. Vincent's trash. Now, I didn't say your favorite shows were trash, Jessica. All right, we're doing this. Easy. Nice, let's go. Dexter's Laboratory. Everyone's going to say yes. Everyone's going to say yes. S. Is it? I didn't say it after you said you loved it. I said it before, and you just happened to like it. You know what I mean? S. Easy S is nice. Foster's. Where does Foster's go? Where does Foster's go? I feel like Foster's is one of those shows where if you watched it, you liked it. If you didn't, you thought it was the stupidest thing on the face of the planet. S2? Really? Really? All girl shows were S tier. Total Drama, Powerpuffs, Total Spies, not even on here. Is Total Spies was Cartoon Network? Really? Those are like the only girl shows on Cartoon Network all time, though. You know what I mean? Those are like the only ones. That was literally it. Everything else, I'm not saying the other shows were boy shows, because like girls can like Teen Titans. Like there's no reason a girl can't like Teen Titans or Billy and Mandy or Tom and Jerry. I mean, obviously it's Tom and Jerry, but like it just happens that girls typically didn't. They only liked like, you know, things like Total Spies or stuff like that. But it's just funny how like Total Spies, if Total Spies really was Cartoon Network, that's funny that's not on here though. Yeah. Yeah, it was. Okay, it was Cartoon Network. Yeah. Yeah. Cartoon Network and Disney XD were definitely catered. So yeah, 100%. But regular Disney and Nickelodeon were kind of catered towards girls. So, I mean, you guys had like the main ones, you know, and we had Cartoon Network and Disney XD. It kind of just sucked. I feel like boys were always like left behind. It kind of sucked a little bit sometimes. But Foster's S. Foster's S. Okay, easy. Tom and Jerry. Where's Tom and Jerry go? Tom and Jerry isn't even, this didn't even be on Cartoon Network really. It's just one of the most classic things ever invented. You know what I mean? So it's like, how can you dislike Tom and Jerry? You know what I mean? It's like Tom and Jerry. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Disney XD was catered towards me as a girl lover because all the girls in Disney XD I chose are true. To be honest, I wish I watched all three because gender isn't real. I feel like the unfortunate thing about nowadays is that every single show nowadays, what's on Disney Channel right now? What is on Disney Channel right now? Was like some weird show. I just did this the other day, not the other day, but a little bit ago with Brooke. What is on right now? What is this? The Secrets of Sulphur Springs. What's new, bro? These are all like old clips. My brethren, zombies. These are all literally old clips. They don't have new shows anymore, bruh. Disney, new shows, 2023. Easy. Where's regular show? How's it supposed to be on this list? They're my favorite Cartoon Network all time. Really? I don't watch Disney Channel now. Yeah, Disney Channel now, it's got to be like really bad, yeah? New year, new shows. There just really isn't like any. Okay, well, whatever they are, they're whack. Let's just put it that way. Okay, we all know they're bad. Okay, let's. I'm 30. That would be sus. Disney turned into Nickelodeon shows and play. Actually, true. Actually, really true. What is this? What is this? Dave the Barbarian. What is that? What is this? What even is this? Class 3000. Hello? Class of 3000? I don't know you, little bro. What the hell is that? I don't know you, little bro. Justice. This is Justice League. This is Justice League. Villains of Valley View, the Wizards of Waverly Place. Dupe, not that bad to be honest. Huh. Shoot. Probably because I love wizards. Really? Shoot. Justice. All of the DC superheroes. I don't know anything else currently airing on Disney Channel though. True. C. I don't know either about C. Okay. Justice League B tier for me. C or D? Oh, shoot. Okay. Oh, shoot. All right. Easy. That goes C then. Nice. We got a B. We got 2 C's or a D. I don't know either, bro. Okay. Camp Lazo. I remember playing this game on the browser as a child. I remember this. I remember playing the game. Never watched the show one time though. Not once. Never one time. But you know the funny thing is that I don't know you, little bro. I don't know. I don't know what this is. I'm not sure. But the crazy thing about this is, listen, the crazy thing about this show is that if you don't know it, no one's surprised. Because what is that? What is that? Gym Partners Monkey. I only know what that is, the Gym Partners Monkey, also from playing browser games when I was a child. I've never watched a single episode of the show. That's the crazy thing about Cartoon Network. I don't know what that is. My Gym Partners Monkey is not on this list. There was another one that I think it might be on, but I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Total Drama. You guys can put that up there. This is abhorrent. This is horrible. This is terrible. But this is what you guys want, okay? This is not what I want. This is what you guys want. This is what you guys want. D, really? Camp Lazo and My Gym Partners and Monkey always played back to back. Yeah, they did. I remember the commercials for that. I remember the commercials. They'd be like, up next, Camp Laszlo. And I was like, oh, cool. Nice, cool. Sweet. No one has any opinions on Total Drama other than D? I thought everyone was going to love that. Total Drama. Okay, there you go. S. Holy. I don't know you, little bro. We'll put it. Total Drama S. Ooh. Double S. Can't deny the double S. Holy crap. I'll do A unless somebody has something to rebuke that. Holy. That's crazy. I don't think I've ever watched a singular episode of Total Drama. Don't think I've ever seen one. I don't think I've ever seen one. That's crazy. That is wild. Billy and Mandy. Billy and Mandesco. Total Drama also top 5 for me. Oh, crazy. This game was good, too. This was a good game. Chat, listen. Show was weird but funny sometimes. It was weird. It was. S, B. Do an A for now. Little A. Billy and Mandy put an A. Okay, A. Yeah. I think it's what inspired her love for reality TV. Like, so. Oh yeah, true. Yeah, true. Total Drama was like a reality show, but it was a cartoon. Yeah, that's right. Like I said, I haven't watched half of these. I don't know these. These are like, this is not my element at all. The only things that I know are the things that I put in S initially. You know what I mean? Billy Man has moments, but I don't know. I go pretty low on it. Really? Okay. I'm gonna move it down to. I'm gonna move it to B. Because if you go pretty low, we had a B, we had an A, and we had an S. We'll put that B. We'll put it B. Just to spread some things out, because I feel like nothing's going to be in B this time. Codename Kids Next Door. Codename Kids Next Doorskis. S. Hard S for Gazermon. He was instant with it. B. C. Oh, dang. Oh, shoot. Little B action right next to Billy and Mandy. God dang. Oh shoot. Yeah, Total Drama like reality cartoon show. Yeah. That's cool though, because I don't think there's been another one of those. I don't think there's another reality show that's like a cartoon. I don't think they do that anymore. And that was the first and only one that's ever been a thing. I don't think that's been. I don't think that's ever been done before. So that's pretty cool. I guess that's pretty sweet. Um, Johnny Bravo. Jess is gonna say S. This was just like, I don't know what this was. I don't know what this was for me. I feel like this was like a late night Fox show. You know, I think it was a late night Fox show, like a Simpsons or something else, but just like on Cartoon Network. It gives me like Simpsons Family Guy kind of vibes, but just on Cartoon Network. You know what I'm saying? Not a fan, but I would put that in B. Really? D. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely a millennial thing. That is a millennial. That's a hardcore millennial. Oh, Megalaw, to be honest. Really? Dang. Listen, if this was me, I put that in Omegalaw. That was my list. I think I put that in Omegalaw. I do believe. Yeah. A tier for Johnny Bravo. Really? Okay, we'll raise it up to a C then. We got an A and an S. We got 2 Ds. Okay. No one actually watched drama. Exactly. This is what I'm saying. Like it was like it was like one of those things you knew about, but it was like, what in the world? It was like that was one of the shows where you would hear you would see a commercial or an ad that it was coming on later today, and you'd be like, how are they producing these shows? Who was ingesting them? Like, why are they still making them? You know what I mean? That was like that. That was one of those. Yeah, that was one of those. Yeah, exactly. Me and Dom said A and S. Yeah, you did. Yeah. Show came on. I was channel surfing for anything else. Yeah, right. Yeah, I don't know. It was one of those for me. I'm not sure. Pokemon. Omega lol. I can't say anything. This is you guys' list. We got an S and we got the literal worst one you can be other than I don't know you. So right now it's going into C. That's where it's going right now if I got to put it somewhere. I did that a lot, Alexis. I channel surfed a lot when something that I didn't want to see came on. I did that same thing for what's it called? Adventure Time. I did that same thing for Adventure Time. Yeah. You're taking this too seriously, Jess. It's everyone combined. I didn't watch? Okay. Yeah. True. Pokemon D tier. I don't like Pokemon, to be honest with you. Yeah, okay. Channel some commercials too. Yeah, true. That was cool. And you would flip back. You hit the little you hit the, what's it called? The not the rewind. What is it called? It was just back, wasn't it? It was just back. You hit back and you go to the last channel you were on. That was sweet. Yeah. That was cool. Teen Titans. Where does Teen Titans go? Return. Yeah, Return. That was it. That was the one. That was the word I was looking for. Return. Yeah. Return. Yeah. That's the one. Yeah. When Zoomers outnumber, you gotta go. There was all millennials before. Now we have one more Gen Z. We have one more Gen Z here now because Alexis is here. Actually, wait, you were always outnumbered. Gazermon, Dominic. Yeah, they were there. Yeah, nice. There you go. Yeah. Nice. Claire left. Yeah. Teen Titans. Where's Teen Titans? I don't know you, little bro. Teen Titans definitely S tier. Teen Titans is great. Yeah. Teen Titans is better than Teen Titans Go has a cool charm to it, but it's nothing like the original show. It's just they should have made it. I don't know. I was gonna say they should have made a different show instead of like calling it the same thing and just like having the same characters. But I didn't watch you say. Really, Teen Titans was lit. Teen Titans was really cool. It had like it meant something. It wasn't just like a cartoon. It actually meant something. So it had like deep storylines and stuff. It was really cool. Because we have I don't know you, little bro, and we have an S. I'm gonna go halfsies, and we got an A. That raises it up a little bit. All right, we'll do a B. We'll put it in the middle there. That's cool. We'll do a B. All right. What is this? Oh, this is regular show. This is the regular show right here. This one's a regular show. I think it was Dominic that said, why don't they have the regular show? Yeah, this is it. Yeah. Regular show. I don't know you, little bro. Easily. Omega Law. That's classic. I'm mostly silent because I didn't watch most Cartoon Network shows. Yeah, true. Yeah, I wasn't on the Cartoon Network wave. Yeah. Yeah. Actually true. Regular show is 100% S tier. Really? 100% anything but Scooby-Doo and Looney Tunes deserve an S. Yeah, true. Exactly. Like, no matter what, I could care less about the rest of the list. Like, even Benton, you know, whatever. As long as Looney Tunes and Scooby-Doo are up there, and Tom and Jerry, like, bruh, I'm cool. You know what I mean? Favorite cartoon show ever. Really? So we got an S, we have an Omega Law, and I don't know you, little bro. Okay. Unfortunately, Dominic, that's going to have to go down. It's gonna have to go down from S because we had an S, we had an Omega Law, and we had I don't know your little bro. So it's gotta go a little lower. It's gotta go a C. Okay, a little C skis. You should definitely watch regular show. I haven't seen. I think I've seen like a couple minutes of it. It just reminded me of Adventure Time, which I also don't like. So I guess I just wasn't on the wave, you know. Like 3 episodes I liked, but I tried to watch it all the way through a few years ago, and I was like, this is funny, but it's definitely teenage boy humor. Was it like fart? Was it like a bunch of fart jokes? Was it like a bunch of that? It was like a bunch of fart jokes, wasn't it? I knew it. I absolutely knew it. I heckin' knew it, bruh. God dang it. The fart jokes never stop. Gumball. I think Gumball is really, aware. That's a really good word to say. Gumball's really aware of, like, what kind of show it is. It makes fun of itself all the time. That's why I put it high. What do you got? Where does this go? I feel like people are going to be like, this is a D. You know what I mean? Little D-skis. I feel like everyone's going to say that. I don't know. It's like, it's strange though, because it's like live action. It's like live action and cartoon in 3D and 2D. So it's like A for creativity, B for creepiness. It is really like, aware. One of the characters just says your mom like every time he appeared. Oh, does he actually? Muscle Man, My Mom compilation. My reactions was the same reaction of the audience. Dang, that's pretty harsh. That's pretty harsh. I'm sure there's some really good, some really funny moments to it, though. I'm sure there's some good moments to it, like basically anything. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm sure there's some great episodes and some sad moments in there too. I like when shows have like a couple of different things. You know what I'm saying? I like when shows have grasshopper. That was so funny. Hold on, chat. Hold on, wait. This is gonna be classic. This is classic comedy that I'm about to perform for you right now. Oh, that's good. But yeah, I like Dominic. I like when like shows have different things. So it's not just all funny and not like all serious stuff. I like that. That's why I like Teen Titans. Teen Titans had a good mix of like serious stuff and like comedy. You know what I mean? Yeah. You don't like when like shows have multiple different things. You don't like when they're like serious sometimes. You don't like when they're just funny. Scooby Doo. Can't contest that. You can't. There's no chance someone's gonna be like D. There's no way. There's no way someone's gonna be like a D on Scooby Doo. There's no way. Alexis, there's no way. It's one of the most classic things ever invented. You know what I mean? It makes the show so great. Yeah, sure. Oop. No, the YouTube video. Oh, yeah. The YouTube video we just saw. Okay, yeah, true. Ah, I typed it before you said, by the way, mobile. Did you really? That's actually classic. Did you actually? You don't like Scooby-Doo? A D on Scooby-Doo? That's crazy. A D on Scooby-Doo is crazy. That's crazy. That is wild. I guess we gotta go B. That's wild. That is craziness. Looney Tunes. Looney Tunes. Luna Tuna. Tuna can, Luna. Boomskis. You already know my answer. Yeah, 100%. S if original ones. C if new ones. True. Favorite character on regular show would have to be Mordecai and Skips. S. It was so boring, and the every episode was the same. True, but it's the adventure to get there. You know what I mean? I'm saying. Yeah, the new everything just is ass. Gazermine. That's so valid. That is so valid. Live action Scooby-Doo A tier though, bruh. The original Scooby-Doo movies, the best. It's so good. Best cartoon to film. Best reiteration of anything ever made. It was so good. Matthew Lillard as Scooby-Doo is wicked. A. S. Okay. We'll do S. We got a couple S's. Okay. Easily. Looney Tunes is A for me. Yep. Easily. Obviously. It was so good, Alexis. It was so good. Ben 10. This is going to be criminal. This is going to be criminal. Baby Looney Tunes was cute. That was cute. Yeah. That was cute. I didn't really watch it, but I thought they were really cute. Yeah. I don't know you, little bro. Really? You're dead ass. This is such a big part of my life. Holy crap. That is so crazy. Oh my god, I don't know you, little bro. S tier. Obviously. This is gonna have to go C because we only have one S. That is crazy. That's wild. Holy. What is this? Chowder? Listen, I know Phineas and Ferb animations. Animaniacs. Well, Phineas and Ferb was Disney, and then Animaniacs was Cartoon Network. Yeah, Animaniacs was Cartoon Network. Yeah, I think so. Benton A. Okay, Benton goes up a little bit then. B. Monsters Unleashed. Scooby-Doo says, yeah, exactly. And Matthew, listen. There's so many quotable moments from both of those Scooby-Doo movies. It's actually crazy. When he slapped, one of my favorite things, I say this all the time. I say this in real life all the time. I say this all the time. I say this way too much. I need that too. You're pushing your luck, Scoob. I say that all the time. You're pushing your luck, Scoob. I say that all the time. Somebody said something to me. I'm like, you're pushing your luck, Scoob. You are pushing your luck, Scoob. Did it to your list after you showed yours? It might have Phineas and Ferb. Really? We'll have to go back. He was so cute. Love Scooby-Doo movies. They're so good. They're so funny. Chowder. Where does Chowder go? Where do Chowder go? C tier for me? Really? You're pushing your luck, Scoob. S. An S on Chowder. Oh, shoot. You like the guy that eats? Oh, hell yeah. I don't know you, little bro. So we got an A, we got an S, and we got a B. That's gonna have to go B. Because the S pulls up. See, this is how I'm doing the system, okay? The S and the B, I was gonna go A, but Gazerman said, I don't know you, little bro, so it has to go down. So it went from A back down to B. You see what I'm saying? That's how it works. That's how it works. Yeah, that's how it works. I'm not your boyfriend. Is that's a quote? That's a quote from the show? Holy shoot. Samurai Jack. Wickedly created. Insanely written television show. The last season on Adult Swim was insane. Yeah. Doesn't mean I didn't watch it. I shouldn't count. Well, the point is that if people don't know it, I also want that to be a factor. You know what I mean? Because the popularity of something also is like, you know what I mean? This guy was in love with the chatter, and bro did not like her, so he said that. Like, oh, wait, maybe I have seen an episode and he said that. I think I might have seen an episode where he said that. Yeah. Wait. I think that was a thing in the game too. There was a game. It was like Cartoon Network Showdown or something. Ah, I might remember that a little bit. Maybe. I remember some stuff from Flapjack too. Flapjack's not on here though. I would say B tier for Samurai Jack. Interesting. If nobody has any other rebuttals, then I guess that goes B. That stays B then. I don't know, Yellow Bro. Goes down one. C. Instantly. Nice. There you go. Samurai Jack A because of Phil. Goes back up. That's a nice little compromise. Flapjack was a cool show. Flapjack was cool. That was cool. I like the tone of it. It was kind of dark, but it wasn't like creepy. You know what I mean? Powerpuff Girls. We're getting to the end. We got Adventure Time, and Ed, and Eddie left after Powerpuff Girls. But Powerpuff Girls, I feel like people are gonna say S and A. I feel like Alexis is gonna say S. Gazemon C. Yeah, Gazemon's gonna say like C. S if OG. Yeah, OG. We're talking about the OGs. Yeah, OGs. The new ones, we ain't talking about those. Those can bite me. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Real and true. But the funny thing is that Devin Powerpuff Girlie. Oh shoot! So we got a C. We got an A. We'll do that. We'll put it in A. We'll leave it in A. Those are my sisters. Did you have Powerpuff stickers on everything, like on your binder, your school binder and stuff, your backpack and whatnot? You had little Powerpuff Girls stickers. Was it between A or B? Okay, shoot, yeah, okay. Oh yeah, 100%. Adventure Time. I liked Mojo Jojo. He was a cool looking villain. He was cool. He looked cool. Adventure Time. I feel like everybody loves this. I am not on this wave, bruh. Adventure Time, regular show, Johnny Bravo. I was not on that wave. I am not on it. I don't. It just lost on me, I guess. I don't know. But if you like it, you know, that's cool. You know what I'm saying? Overrated? Is it really? I'm just not on it, bruh. I don't know. I think Dominic likes it though, so it's gonna go up a little bit from Omega World though. It's gonna go like C, but I feel like people right next to the regular show. I feel like people find something like Adventure Time, like people that didn't like it initially, like they go back and they like it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking like original fans. I'm talking like newer people that find it and they like latch onto it. They overhype it, and then the people that originally liked it, like Dominic, people that originally liked it, like start hating it because they just overhyped it for no reason because they're trying to like be cool, you know, and like something OG, you know what I mean? So yeah, one of my favorite best Cartoon Network shows ever. Oh shoot, yeah, we got it in C. We had 2 Omega Lulls and we had an S. We got it in C. We got it in C. Tried watching all the way through too. Didn't make it very, very far. Last one, Ed, and Eddie. We have nothing in D, by the way. That's wicked. Nothing in D and nothing in Omega Law. That's crazy. That is wild. S tier. Really? S tier A? Okay. All right. The art style for this show was wild. You guys remember what this art style looked like? Ed, and Eddie. I think it's like that, right? Yeah. The first Ed was short. Yeah. The art style for this was wild. Absolutely wild. Look at bro's eye. It's like a pin. And the other one's giant. His tongue is like yellow, isn't it? His tongue is like yellow, isn't it? Yeah, the really pink one. His mouth's purple and his tongue is teal. Look us up so I go looking at to hear the results. I got you. Giving me hell of nostalgia. Listen. I remember this, and I remember Plank. It's on moving lines. Oh, true. Yeah, it's like they drew every frame. Yeah, oh shoot. Instead of like drawing a frame and then leaving it there, they drew every frame even if they're standing still, so it's like moving around and stuff all the time. Oh shoot. Hi Cammy. This is Ed and Eddie. It's an old show from Cartoon Network. It's like 90 what 98 or something? When did Ed and Eddie come out? What year did it come out? 99. It's something like different colors. Yeah, the art style was just really weird, Cammy. It was just really different. I don't know. It was really strange. The theme song was. I forget what the theme song was. What was the theme song? I forget. Oh, I remember this. I remember this. I remember that. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that. All right, Ed, and Eddie. Where does that go? Wait. We had. I missed the things. S A. Okay. Ooh, the theme song as well. Okay. All right. We had double S's and then an A. Love the theme song. Okay. We'll put it in. We'll put it in S because we had two S's. All right. Yeah, and it would have been an S except for the art style. Yeah, the art style is holding it back for you, huh, Gazer? Holy. Theme song was vibey. I like that. Smooth jazz. Oh, hell yeah. Theme song was vibey. It was. Yeah. Oh, shoot. All right, we downloaded that one, too. All right. Easily. This list is crazy. I forget what was mine like. Hold on. What was mine? My list was, like, basically everything was low, wasn't it? Oh, let me go back on stream so you guys can see, too. I opened the picture. Hold on. I put everything super low, didn't I? I think I did. Oh, shoot. Oh, I did it so quick. Holy. My list was much different. I filled it out, you know what I mean? I filled it top to bottom, you know what I mean? It's crazy. That is crazy. 8 years older than me. Dang, that is crazy. That's actually wild. That's like half of these would be complete. You wouldn't know what half of them were then. Like Johnny Bravo, Could Name Kids Next Door, Ed and Eddie, Chowder, Camp Lazo, probably. That's crazy. All right, gang, listen. I feel like do we do the Friends one? Somebody said Friends. I think Gazemon said Friends. Gazemon said Friends list. What do we do? We need to do? I think we do one more tier list, and then I think we call it quits there. We call it a little quits. I was supposed to play Dead by Daylight. I was supposed to play Dead by Daylight, but we just did this because this was cool. We'll do Dead by Daylight next stream. Comparing episodes of characters, I think it's characters. If it's episodes, that would be wild. That would be crazy. There's so many episodes. It's got to be characters, yeah. Okay. Friends characters. They have all the. Holy crap! Oh my god! Jesus Christ! That is a lot of characters from Friends. Holy Jesus! We'll hold off on that one. Only if episodes. Boo, no. Actually true. Actually real and true. Avatar Last Airbender character ranker. Oh, shoot. That's kind of wicked. I've heard of some of these. Never seen them. I'm not a cartoon person. Yeah, I kind of rolled most of them. I wasn't a really big Cartoon Network guy. We did the Disney ones. We did the Disney, and we did Nickelodeon after that, and then we did Cartoon Network. And, I was just much more of a Disney guy. I don't know. I kind of went hard on Cartoon Network. I was ruthless. Some might say I was ruthless. I'm not seeing any good ones, guys. I am not seeing categories. Let's see. Animal Crossing, actors and actresses, animals, Avatar, card games, Brazil, just randomly just Brazil. Country music. Dead by Daylight. Disney. What else is in Disney? Can we do films? Disney Pixar films. Oh shoot. Oh, shoot. Disney Pixar films. Oh, man. This is going to be rough. This is going to be rough skis. Disney Kid always will be. You know what we'll do? We'll have to do this like next time or something. This is a lot. Do this now? No chance. This is so many. Like, what are some of these? What is this? For the film, that'd be insane. Yeah, this is... They got like... This is a lot. This is basically everything, bruh. Like, holy crap. They even have Treasure Planet. The Good Dinosaur. Like, nobody watched that film. When they got The Good Dinosaur, you know they have everything. Holy. They have Dinosaur. Wow. Cars are mega low. Oh, man. I think we do this. I think we run this. I think we do it now. I think we do this now. Oh, my God. You like The Good Dinosaur? Oh, do you really? Oh. Well, let me rephrase. I'm not saying The Good Dinosaur was bad. I'm just saying, like, nobody, like, people, it went in and out. You know what I mean? Like, nobody talked about it after it was, like, out of the theaters. It's not like one of those movies where it's like, oh, Bolt, you know? Oh, you know, Big Hero 6, you know, you never hear about Good Dinosaur anymore. I don't know. Favorite cars? Really? Listen, we're into this. We're switching F to, you guessed it, I don't know you, little bro. I don't know you, little bro. IDK ULB. If you don't know what it is and you want to laugh at it, I don't know you, little bro. I do not know you, little bro. Good Dinosaur cover movie feed? Really? Okay. All right, we're doing this one, and then we're ending stream. This is it. This is the end all be all right here, right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is pointless for me to do a tier list for this because I only am attached to a few of these films. Treasure Planet, S, I'll just say them out loud because it's... I'm not keen on all these, like Rescuers, Fox and the Hound, like you know, I don't have attachments to all these. Like, some of them are good, but like the ones that I love, this is gonna piss you guys off. Treasure Planet, Toy Story 1 and 2, 3 was okay. Monsters Inc., Finding Nemo, The Incredibles, Tangled, Tarzan, Aladdin. Frozen's an A. Stitch an A. WALL-E S. Ratatouille A. Everything else, I can take it or leave it, I guess. Sword and Stone B. Where's the other one? Pinocchio B. Everything else, it's not that I hate it. It's just that I'm not on it like that. You know? A Snow White for importance. Stitch. I remember I used to use Cars tours when I was kids. That's how much I love Cars. Really? Okay, we're doing this now. This is you guys' list because I'm not super attached to most of these. Snow White. Where does this go? You're right, Gizmo. We do need more tiers. Where does Snow White go? We'll do S. No, we'll do A. No, we're not doing that. We'll do underneath A. We'll do A minus. And we'll make that. Yeah, okay. A minus. And then we'll do one under D. We'll do Omega lol. Omega lol. Nice. Okay. A for Snow White. Boom. There it goes. The first one has been done. D. Oh, shoot. We got to pull it down a little bit. We'll do B then. All right. Easily. Pinocchio. The original. These are all the originals, not the live action ones they're recreating right now. These are all the originals. Not the show from CW, just the thing itself. Snow White didn't watch it, but if I did, I'd probably put that, I'd probably put that B. You didn't watch it! That means I don't know you, little bro. Wait. Okay, there, I fixed it. Nice. Cool. D, hated it. Terrifies me. Really? Okay. I feel like that's fair. It's really creepy. It has really creepy undertones to it. I'm not gonna lie. It has some weird stuff. It's got some weird stuff. Bro's a little tiny boy made of wood. You know, I don't know what that's about. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what's going on there. S. Really? S for Pinocchio. Ooh, raise it up a little bit then. Put it at C. Cried at one point when Pinocchio floats in the Disney parade from fear. Really? Putting B? Oh, it goes up then. Goes up to B. All right. Easy. Easy. Fantasia. Fantasia. One of my favorite favorites that we watched a lot. Really? Okay. Okay. I get that. I see that. I see that. Yeah. That ever includes Mars Needs Moms. I know, bro. Like, Mars Needs Moms was such a good movie. I don't know you, little bro. D? D, I don't know you, little bro. S, we'll go C then. Holy. This one's all over the place already. Never watched it. We'll put it D then. Oh man, I don't know. Two I don't know you, little bros. A D and an S. Holy. Two S's. S. Back up to C. Holy. I fall asleep to that all the time. It's beautiful. Really? It does seem kind of pretty. Like, it seems like it has, like, a magical quality to it. I don't know. Dumbo. Mars Needs Moms was so good. Alexis, that I'm so glad you just said that. Mars Needs Moms is, like, one of my favorite things. It is so good. And nobody ever talks about it. Like, it doesn't exist. Dumbo. C. A. Really? C tier for me. Okay, we'll move that. 2 C's. 3 C's. We'll go B. I was going to put an A minus, but I'd say S, but if it's also too sad. You don't like that it's sad. I would think it was cool that it's sad. I think it would raise it for me. That would raise it up. Bambi. I guess that's going to be lower too because it's sad. This one's definitely more sad than Dumbo, yeah? Gotta be. That's like the whole joke, you know what I mean? It's just a sad movie. C, B. Don't forget we have an A minus this time, guys. We have an A minus this time too. Maybe put that B. Okay. Let me change this color so it's like easier to see. All right. And we'll change this color as well. Nice. All right. Cool. A. We'll do A, but a little less. Not A minus. That's not enough. A, but a little less. For Dumbo, I like the characters in the movie. Oh, true. Yeah. Bambi would be an A for me too. Okay. Like, I can't watch those too often because they hurt me. Yeah, true. B. I can't watch Dumby or Bambi or Fox and the Hound ever again. What was Fox and the Hound about again? Chat, what was Fox and the Hound? What was this about again? This is like, they found each other in the woods. Yeah? They found each other in the woods, and it was like Romeo and Juliet. But a dog and a fox. That's what it was, right? It was like Romeo and Juliet, but their owners didn't like each other. Is that what it was? That was not what it was, because nobody owned the fox. Actress mother killed the fox, taken in by the... Oh! He befriends the neighbor's new dog. Oh, okay. The two are inseparable, but their friendship is hammered by their masters at the fact that by nature... Oh, so it was kind of like Romeo and Juliet. Okay, it was. Okay. Yeah, a little bit. Okay. Fox and the Hound was sad. Yeah, okay. A Fox and the Hound. That really wraps up. Yeah, that really wraps it up. Baby Mine from Dumbo. Oh yeah, I'm sobbing every time. Oh shoot. What is this? Selling those amigos? Is that Goofy? What is this, bro? I don't know you, little bro. What is this? Saludos amigos. C. I don't know you, little bro. I've never heard of this. I mean, Goofy's on it. I don't know you, little bro. I can't put it on Megalol unless we all like hate it. Unless it's like actually a joke. It's not unless it's a joke. It can't go on Megalol. So I'm gonna put it D because we got 3 I don't know you, little bros, and we got a C. Actually, wait, no. I'll put it 9 I don't know you, little bro, because that's 3 I don't know you, little bros, and only 1 C. Holy. Let's see what it. Not so good. So I wish I didn't know it. Really? Dang. Okay. True. Okay. All right. Okay. 3 Caballeros. The 3 Caballeros, chat. The 3 Caballeros. Thoughts? Questions? S. Really? I was going to put, I don't know you, little bro. Double S's and a C. Holy. I was not expecting. I was going to be like, I don't know you, little bro. Omega Law. I'm on Alexis's wave. I do not know what that is. Actually, wait, I'm not on Alexis's wave. I don't know what it is. I don't think I've ever heard of this. I don't know you, little bro. Yeah. So we have an Omegalo. We have I don't know you little bro. We have two S's and a C. I'm gonna go B on this one. One of the best rides at Epcot is based on it. Really? I spelled that wrong. No, I didn't. Oh, yes, I did. What is this? Oh, wait. That's Donald Duck. Not Donald. Okay. In my head, I was going to say, oh, that's Daffy Duck. And then I said, oh, it's Donald Duck. And then I was like, never mind. See, this looks like, what, they go on like an adventure? Wait, is there real people in the movie? Oh, they do this. They do like the real live stuff in the movie, in between with the cartoons. Oh, that's cool. I like when they do that. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. One of my faves. Okay, cool. Okay. I can get with that. We got it on B. A couple I don't know use. Little C. Okay. Make mine music. What in the world is this? What am I looking at here? What is going on? I don't know you, little bro. What is that? I do not know you, lil bro. Make mine music. Opening credits. Images. It's a hat rack. Is that a whale? What is that? What is that? Is this a whale on stage? This is all over the place. There's people. There's an opera singer that's a whale. There's a... What is this? Oh my god. Nice. Melody time is good. Ooh. Oh, there it is. Melody time. What's fun and fancy free? What even are these, bro? What is this? Yeah, it's Donald's birthday, and he receives presents from his cousins that are birds, and the other from other countries, and they travel to different countries in the book. Oh shoot! Why is there a whale? I don't know, man. I don't know, you little bro. That's lost on all of us, I believe. I don't know what's going on there. Google it real quick. I think I know it. Fun. What's it called? Fun, fancy, and free. Is that what it's called? Fun. Wait, where is it? Oh, fun and fancy free. Fun and fancy free. 1947. Oh my god. You know this? You know this? This you? This you, Alexis? You know this? You know this? You know this? You know this? What that is? With Mickey Mouse in it? This is like a low A for me. Really? Oh, shoot. Mickey and the Beanstalk. I'm confused. This is like a different... Are they all different posters? It's the same movie, but it's a different poster? Why is Jiminy Cricket in there? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what that is. All right. That works, I guess. Why is... I just read that. I'm so stupid. We're going to go because you said low A, and you're not a big fan. I'm going to put it like a C. Actually, I'm going to put it a D because we got a couple I don't know you little bros. And low A. Yeah, okay. There we go. Melody time. We had some praise from Melody time earlier. I'm going to need to know where this belongs because... I don't know what this is either. I don't know. I guess like I said, I'm lost on so many of these. We're gonna start getting to the ones that I know, but we're getting these weird ones out of the way because these weird ones, no one knows those. We're about to get to Cinderella and Alice in Wonderland, Peter Pan, Lady and the Tramp, all the actual films that people have actually watched. You know, those ones. So right now we're just getting the weird ones out of the way. All right, what is this? Melody? What is that called? The Adventures of Ichabod and Mr. Toad. What? What is S? These are basically compilations of Little Disney Silly Symphony type deals. Okay. Okay. Never heard of it. Never heard of it. Listen, S. We got a C. We're about to go in the middle. A little less. A but a little less. Does somebody else have a rebuttal? I love to think about Mr. Totem. We got also Legends of Sleepy Hollow. Winnie the Pooh is an S tier. When we get there, I'm fighting everyone here in a hand-to-hand combat. A S. We'll do A because I don't know. Really okay. We'll put it back down to A, but a little less then, or maybe we'll do B. Yeah, we'll do B. We'll do B because we got a S, we got a I love it, and we got a C. And I don't know you, little bro. So I think B is a good place to keep that at. Cinderella, the real Disney movies that people have seen that aren't compilations of symphony type deals. That's a B for me. I'm assuming you mean you're saying what's it called? Winnie the Pooh. DSAA, but a little less. I thought this was gonna be a hardcore S from a lot of the people in this. I thought this was gonna be a hardcore S. A, but a little less. Okay, we'll do A, but a little less because Gagemon said D, so that pulls down the class's average. You know, that pulls down a little average. I got C tied for that. Okay, we got a C, a D, an A, but a little less. Okay. That should probably go down to a B at that point, but I'll leave it an A, but a little less. That's cool. It's cool. Alice in Wonderlandios. Alice in Wonderlandio. Wonder. I'm trying to say them all in different ways, and it's not working out pretty well. Alice in Wonderlandio. A, but a little less. Ooh. Okay. S. A, but a little less. You guys like Alice in Wonderland better than Cinderella? Really? Okay. All right. I'm interested. Having a spoonful of peanut butter. Get after it right now. One of my favorites. Really? Okay. We'll do A. That's in between. Nice little in between. You know what I mean? In between A, but a little less, and in between S. You know, once again, love the characters in the storyline, but some of those animations. Yeah, true. Actually, true. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. What's the name of the cat? You guys don't know. What's the name of the cat that goes invisible? It's in the tree. It's like he's like striped and he has like pink and purple lines on him. What is his name? Because I don't think I've ever known, and I wanted to know because I kept forgetting. What is his name? How do you pronounce that? Cheshire the cat. Holy crap. Cheshire. Okay, move it with the PB. Cheshire. Okay. Okay. All right. It's from 1951, so yeah, true. Actually true. Cheshire. Okay. All right. Animation pretty good in my opinion. It's not too bad, is it? Wait, let me see. Alice in Wonderlandio. Oh, why is a new one coming up? What the hell? My brother? Original. That's not too bad. I just genuinely, for me personally, something was weird with their eyes in their face back then. It looks creepy. You know what I mean? Their faces look a little creepy. Like look at her. Like, what the hell is that, brother? What am I looking at? But the rest of it, the animation and everything, it's cool. You know what I mean? But like, the faces... There's something like something off about it, you know what I mean? Like she's like why should I look at that? You know what I mean? How very curious. You know what I mean? But I think it was good though. This was 1951, and you knew that off the beat. Alexis, you knew it was 1951 off the beat. That's cool. That's nice. That's good on you. Holy crap. But yeah, that's good. They drew this by hand on stuff. I guess, you know, that's cool. That's pretty cool. An hour and 15 minutes. That's short as hell. All right. Peter Pan, the original cartoon. The original cartoon. Not the movie, not Hook, not the other movie, not the TV show they're doing, not any of the plays. Peter Pan, the cartoon. They ate that for real, 100%. Okay, it's certain scenes and certain character makes. Yeah, true. Some of it's a little off. Some of it looks a little off. Yeah. Watching this one is so wild. Listen. C.A. My family quotes Alice in Wonderland all the time. Really? Okay, that's cool. That's cool. It's nice when something crosses a bunch of different generations. You know what I mean? That's cool. I like that. That's cool. That's sweet. A, but a little less. C, B, C. Okay. Okay. I'm thinking this is gonna hard go. This is going a little B action. All right, we got 2 C's. We'll do in the middle. We'll go in the middle. We are stacking B, bruh. B is being 3 C's. It's going C. That is a hard stack. That's a hard stack on B still though. Lady and the Tramp. This one is also lost on me, chat. Actually, not as much as Sleeping Beauty is hard lost on me. I'm sorry. I don't know if we got some huge Sleeping Beauty fans. That is hard lost on me, Sleeping Beauty. Lady and the Tramp. C, 2 set for me. C, D. Really? I love Sleeping Beauty. Really? I don't know. It's lost on me. When I was young, this is what it sounded like to me. A girl's asleep. She needs a guy to kiss her to wake her up. Why would I want to watch that? Like, that's what it sounds like. You know what I mean? I'm sure there's more to the story, obviously. But, like, the basis of the plot line is a girl is sleeping and a guy needs to kiss her to wake her up. And it's like, okay. It's like, what's going to happen next? A movie about a guy that needs to turn on the light switch for the kingdom to wake up? It was lost on me. I was so confused. I'm sure there's more to it. I should probably watch it. But I'm sure there's more to it. But it was just lost on me as a kid. I never got it. I was like, why don't I watch that? I was so confused. I think Chapter B, if I'm being honest, really okay. B, so we had a B, C. We'll put it in C. We'll leave it in C. We had a C, a D, and a B. Okay. Sleeping Beauty. Never like in the princess movies aside from Aladdin and Beauty and the Beast because she had brown hair like me. Listen. The Aladdin, bruh. Aladdin is one of my favorite movies, Disney movies of all time. And Beauty and the Beast, I thought Belle was the best one of the Disney princesses for the longest time. I thought she was cool. I don't know why. Gotta go finish an essay because I thought it got turned in, but it didn't. Go do the essay, Cammy. Holy. We will see you later. Holy shoot. Jasmine's only Jasmine was wicked. Jasmine was cool. Jasmine was awesome. Belle was good. Belle was a good princess, Gatormon. She was like super capable. She wasn't like helpless like Cinderella, you know what I mean? She was super capable and what's that? It was due last night at 4 p.m. Oh shoot. Tell the professor that you were too busy because your father had eyelash removal surgery and you couldn't do the essay. There you go. That's okay. There you go. No, Belle. Belle gives my Belle. Belle. From Beauty and the Beast. Belle. She was cool. She was super capable. She wasn't like a damsel, you know what I mean? She wasn't a damsel. And she went to go save her father. That was cool. That was big ups, you know what I mean? That's what's up in class, so I could just use snow as an excuse. True. Actually true. Be like, oh, it snowed. Oh, it snowed, man. Crazy. I wish that it snowed here. You know what I mean? I still think it's Cinderella. Yeah, no, you're good. He's got a ton of snow, and it's not good. Really, can you give us some? It doesn't snow here anymore, bruh. Like, it doesn't snow. Bye, Kevin. Bye. Yeah, this was good. She was wicked. I thought she was cool. I thought she was so cool. But yeah, I want snow here. Same. Listen, you're preaching to the choir right now. You know what I'm saying? 101 Dalmationicas. 101 Dalmationicas. Let me know something, chat. I actually like this movie. I never watch it, but I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty cool. I'd probably put it B, C. Okay, a little C action. B. Okay. We're dancing around this area right here. We're dancing. We out here. We out here. B tier. Okay. A little B skis. Little B skis. All right. I thought it was cool. I thought it was really different, and I really am into movies where the main character, or main characters, there's 101 of them, the main characters are running from a bad guy and they have to get to a specific place. I think that's cool. I think that's cool. And the whole movie is them running from Cruella de Vil and they're trying to get to the new place. I thought that was cool. I love movies where they're trying to get away from something and they're like running, you know what I mean? I think that's cool. Alexis, who put Bambi in B like that? What? Listen. They put Bambi in B because I'm so bad at this game. Jasmine! Hi, Jazz. I forgot my raid message was that. I actually forgot. Actually, W, how was your stream? Holy crap. When you played Fortnite, you got like every single dub in the game. Thank you for the follow, Galactic. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, Goomba. Nice. Hi, Akira. Hello, Jeff, my manskis. Yo, what's good? Actually, massive W. Right now, what we're doing is we are ranking Disney movies. What's up, Flame? What's up, Emily? What's going on? Hi, hello, hi. We are ranking Disney movies. This is not my list. Before you look at this and say that this list is whack, blame chat, okay? This list is not me. It's not up to me, okay? Listen. Emily W. Lady. I like that's cool. I like the name. I like names when people have their names in them, you know what I mean? Because like my name is in it. Like my name's Kai. Hi, hello, if you don't know me. My name is Kai. So it's like in the middle of Ridiculous, and then Jasmine, by the way, Emily, you know what I mean? That's cool. Jeff Almighty, you know, Bria Lol, just Dominic. I think that's cool. Lady and the Tramp is up there. Listen, hey, yo, this is not my list. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for the follow, Emily. I appreciate you. Whack Bambi belongs in S. Listen. We had people saying that it belongs in S, but it was too sad, so we dropped it down a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Alice in Wonderland W. And there's me with a Goomba. Your name's not Goomba in real life? Where you going, man? That's what I thought. I was thinking your name was Goomba. You came out the womb and they said, it's baby Goomba. Wow, that's what I thought happened. Sword in the Stone. Sword in the Stone. Where does this go? Let me know something. I used to love this movie as a child. I thought it was cool. Never seen it. I don't know you, little bro. Okay, if you're just joining us, by the way, we have a couple categories. IDKULB means I don't know you, little bro. That means we don't like that. Tangled is so good, Jasmine. Tangled is so good. I would be mad if Tangled is lower than like AS territory. But have a good one. I'm sure you were on for a long ass time. Have a good one. I'm sorry to hear. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I know it's hard to be in everyone's stream all the time. It's so hard. Tangled is an S. Tangled's a hard S. Archimedes is so good, Claire. I love him so much. I'm putting this in A. Because Alexis doesn't know you, little bro. Akira doesn't know you, little bro. We're leaving it in A. We're leaving it in A. Jungle Book. Let's skip. We're gonna do Tangled. Just cause we got a lot of heat on Tangled right now. Where is it? Am I tripping? Am I tripping? Chat, yell it at your screen. Where is Tangled? Yell it at your screen right now, please. Sir or ma'am, where? Am I stupid? Am I dumb? Am I the stupidest? Tangled top. I'm the stupidest man alive. I don't see it. Am I blind? Oh. I got it. I don't know which, but I love it. Best film. I am a big Tangled fan. I love it. I think we're just going to put a hard S. Hard S on that one. It's just so good. It's just too good. You can't not, right? You know what I mean? It took me way too long to find that, by the way. We're going to put it out there. Who the hell told you could play, lil bro? Who hit play on this video? Chad, I'm so sorry. I did not hit play on that. That just auto-played. I can't hear. Ears have left the chat. What was that? Bro, I can't. That was so loud I can't see. I'm blind now. It deafened me and blinded me. Bro, what the hell was that? Bro, it's talking about some F-150 racing. What was he talking about? Well, bro, what? Nobody cares. Who watches NASCAR? What is that? Oh my God. I'm so sorry, chat. Holy crap. Oh my God. Oh my God. That was so loud. I had a heart attack. That's funny. Thought someone did TTS and I'm like, rude, now you work. TTS doesn't work, guys. It's actually busted. Don't try to do it. It's gonna bust. Brian, that emote is so good. Jungle Book. I saw some love for Jungle Book earlier. Where does this go? Where does this go? Up top tier, Treasure Planet S. I love you, Goomba. Treasure Planet is one of my favorite movies ever. A, but a little less. A, S, C. Okay. I think we go in between here and we do A, but a little less because we got some S's, we got some A's, we got a C. Who said C? Man, we're not on the way. I think this is crazy because I like the differences. You know what I mean? So it's like a collective list. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Alexis is not on the wave, I guess. Holy. Jungle Book. Met my female watching. Listen, Jungle Book. It had some cool part. The Bare Necessities. Okay, even if you don't like Jungle Book, the Bare Necessities song, that song is so good. It's just the bare necessities, the simple bare necessities. So get up, not your strike. Yeah, man. You don't like that song? You like that song? That song's wicked. Come on. That's so good. It's so good. My childhood, I don't remember the movie at all, but my childhood is so S. Oh, true. That song's such W. It actually mega W. Listen, I'm putting the Aristocrats in. I don't know you, little bro. Listen, that's where it would go if this was my list. Where is it going? I had the book. Yeah, true. You had the Book of the Jungle? Who is that? D. Agreed. Yeah. I don't know you, little bro. S. Really? Really? Oh, shoot. I'm not on that wave. I don't know about that, Claire. All right, we'll compromise for Claire. We'll compromise. We'll put it in a C. We'll put it in a nice C. How do you feel about that, chat? We'll put it in a nice, cool, easy breezy C. Selena Gomez did a cover of Trust Me from Jungle Book that 8. Oh, really? Oh, shoot. C? Yeah, we'll put it in C. Because me and Akira don't know what that is. Goomba does not like it. And then we got an S. All right. That's a nice little in between. Yeah, that's fine. That works. Okay, cool. Robin Hood. I'm actually hard on this film. I love this film. I'm a hard defend this. I like this. This is a good movie. This is a cool movie. I don't remember it. It was like what's the thing where he takes money from the rich and gives it to the poor, but it's like they made it all animals, so it's cool. A, C, bottom, really blue. Okay. I watched it, but you don't remember. I don't know you, little bro. Okay. Cat gets kidnapped and gets lost in Paris. Have to find their way back home too. Oh, I might actually watch that. I might like it better now. The Aristocrats. I might like that better now. I don't know. That sounds kind of dope. Never mind. Never seen it. Really? Oh shoot. Okay, so we got a couple. I don't know you, little bros. We got an A. All right. Well, man, we're hard split on these. These are hard split. But I get that C tier. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Aristocats. Stop playing yourself. Please. Nobody needs America's #1 battery destination. Oh my god, the ads love me. Never liked it. Really? All right, we keep that in a D then. We keep it in a D. We'll put it in a D. We got some C's. We got an A. We got a bunch of I don't know you little bros. Yeah, we'll do that. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. These ads are so annoying. I turned the volume down. Yeah. He steals from the rich to give to the poor. Doesn't make that the poor rich and the rich poor. He would steal like, well, to them, like, let's say like you have $1 million, right? And then you have a guy that only has $2 in his bank account. So if you steal $1,000 from the rich guy and give the $1,000 to the poor guy, the poor guy's like less poor, but in comparison, he invented middle class. Yeah, there you go, exactly. He made all the poor people middle class, and he made the rich people still rich because like they don't want to be stole from, obviously, but it didn't make them bankrupt. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. There's a scene where they drink some cream and a rat comes. You see when I drink some cream and a rat comes out of the cracker and dips it in the cream, and it always makes me want oatmeal cookies and milk. Oh, creme de la creme a la Edgar. That's definitely what I say every day. Actual 4K. I wish I had a million. Yeah, me too. True. Yeah. Oatmeal cookies bus. I am not on. I'm with almost every type of cookie except for raisin. Miss me with the raisin cookies, bro. I am not on the raisins. I am not on raisins at all, bro. I am not on that wave. I am not on that wave. You thought I was going to say oatmeal cookies are whack. He thought I was going to say, yeah, I was going to say that. Yeah, I'm fine with oatmeal cookies. I am not on raisins. I don't like them. Those are item though. Yeah. Alexis, you like raisins? I don't like raisins on anything, bro. People put raisins in like stuffing, and they put it on like cookies, and like, who is on that wave? I don't know. I don't know. They don't sell them here. Where do you live, Goomba? Really? I think they're called, they're not called raisins in other countries. They're called, I forget what they're called. Oh no. In Australia, they're called something else, and I forget what they're called. In Australia. Sultanas. Yeah, sultanas. They're called sultanas in Australia. I can't think right now. I know that. But they're called sultanas, and they're not called raisins. So maybe you don't have raisins, but you maybe have sultanas. But they're literally the same thing. They're just called something different. Raisin bran. That just sounds bad. Like, that just sounds bad. Ireland, unfortunately. Really? Oh, shoot. Prunes. Yeah, they're kind of like that. They're kind of like that, but, like, larger. I hate them by the handful when we have them. Really? I hate raisins, yeah. Can you please make me some? I will pay you. Wait, let me see. What'd you say? Make the best oatmeal raisin. Ooh. I'd try it. You know what I mean? I'm not against trying, like, something with raisins in it or something that I hate if it's, like, made by someone that I trust to, like, make good things. You know what I mean? Like, if Brooke's my girlfriend, if you know. If Brooke made some like, raisin something, and she was like, here, take this, eat this. I'd be like, okay. I wouldn't be like, nah, I'm making that got raisins in it. I'd be like, okay, I'll try it. And I'd try it, and she'd be like, what do you think? I'd be like, I don't like raisins. You know what I mean? But if it was good, then that's different. But Winnie the Pooh. Some people said this has to go S. Some people said this has to go S. I know somebody has said if it goes anything lower than S, it's going to be an issue. But some other people said it's not good. So I'm curious as to where this is going to go right now. Homemade chocolate chip. Ooh, chocolate chip. I am on that wave. That is my wave, brother. That is my wave. Wait, Brian. This was years ago, not years, but this was so long ago now. When you used to work at the place and you would always make brownies. I believe you said you made cookies too, yeah? Or am I tripping? I might be tripping. I think you told me you made cookies too. Because you said whatever people ordered, but it was like mainly brownies, I think. Occasionally. Yeah, okay, I did remember. I remember. I hate brownies. I hate them, and I wish I didn't actually said. Really? You want to like brownies, but you don't? That's literally my childhood. S. That's a hard S for Winnie the Pooh, by the way. While I was talking, you guys went hard on the S's. Only one A. S. S is my childhood. S. That's crazy. That is crazy. I thought, don't roast me, chat. I thought Winnie the Pooh was a show. I didn't think it was a movie. I thought it was a show. Wasn't that a show too? Winnie the Pooh. I just typed Winnie the Pooh. I can't. I cannot. Oh, there was a show. It was the New Adventures of Winnie the Pooh in 1988 to 91. Oh, okay, I'm not dumb. Oh, I thought I was dumb. I thought I was stupid. Yeah. I thought I was dumb. Have a stream. I appreciate you, Goomba. Thank you for the follow, man. I appreciate the love, man. I really do. It's multiple movies. Oh, okay, it is. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. I always get hungry every time I watch your streams. My fault. I'm so sorry. We always do stuff with food. I'm so sorry. I watched the one with Tiger messing with the rat. That's all I remember. Oh, I just said tiger. It's Tigger. I'm so stupid. I'm so dumb. I'm so stupid. Like, what is wrong with me? It's just showing a movie. There are different movies. Yeah, okay. Easy. Love brownies. Brownies are good. You know what the kind of brownies I only don't like when brownies have like syrup on them or something. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, hold on, wait. I'm sorry, Claire. I'm so sorry, Claire. I'm so sorry. I hate this. This is nasty as hell. Miss me with the drool brownies. Please miss me with the drool brownies. The drool brownies are not the wave, okay? I'm sorry. This is nasty. Give me like one of these, you know what I'm saying? Give me one of these bad boys, you know what I'm saying? The drool brownies, they gotta go. These are creaming. Why are they out here like this? Stop, please. No, not like this. Brownies with a stripe of caramel across the top. Oh, that sounds really good. Oh, wait. There's caramel inside of these. Ugh. Brownies. Caramel. Oh, I just smacked you guys. I'm so sorry. That's a lot. That's a lot of caramel. Holy crap. Oh, that's enough, bro. Holy Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. Delicious. I gotta buy some brownies after I get up. I'm so sorry. Hey, at least you're eating good. You know what I mean? At least you're eating good. Why hit us? I'm so sorry. You guys deserved it. Angry. Anything with caramel? Really? I haven't made brownies in a while. Yeah, I figured. The Rescuers. Wait, this isn't the Rescuers Down Under. This is just the Rescuers. Is there a difference? Am I stupid? The Rescuers. I spelled that all wrong. Down Under. Is this the second one? Is this like part 2? The Rescuers. I guess that's like a part 2. Okay, yes, there's 2 of them. Okay. I did not know. I think I've only ever heard of or watched The Rescuers Down Under. Okay, not gonna lie. I love chocolate. Anything? Really, you're a big chocolate guy. Okay, never seen it. I don't know you, little bro. Where does this go? C, D. Ooh, really D. Ooh, 30 minutes left. You know you're gonna be getting those brownies in. You know when? About 35 minutes approximately. You know what I'm saying? Rescuers takes place in Louisiana. Down Under is obviously Australia. Yeah, true. Okay. I did not know that was the first one. I thought it was just Down Under. I thought that was the regular title. I didn't know it was like an add-on title. You know what I'm saying? Big chocolate fan. Okay, cool. I don't know you, little bro. A couple I don't know you, little bros. C and D. We'll do D. We'll do D. Yeah, we'll do D. The Fox and the Hound. The Fox, Le Foxe and Le Houndish. Le Hoxy Foxy. Le Fox and Hound. And. Omega Lol. Really? Really? I was expecting Alexis to say Omega Lol and you to say A, Claire. That is funny. Omega Lol is like, we know what it is, but like, it's ass. You know what I mean? Like, we know what it is, but it's like, why would I watch that? You know what I mean? Like, that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? It's just too sad for me. I cannot really. A, but a little less, is basically just A minus. I just don't want to type A minus because it's lame. Omega Lol is like, why would I watch that, bro? You know what I mean? Yeah. And I don't know you, little bro, is like, what is that? I've never heard that in my life. You know what I mean? A, but less. B, Omega Lol. Really? This one's split. We'll go, we'll put this in C as a nice little in between. We got an A. We got a B. A, but a little less, sorry. A, but a little less. We got a B. Couple, I don't know you, little bros. Okay. Great Mouse Detective. I actually love this movie. This is one that I just smacked the camera. I actually love this movie. I can't do sad Disney movies that involve animals. Yeah, true. Yeah, true. A, B. I don't know, you little bro. Really, Alexis, I recommend you watch this one. I actually recommend you watch this one. This one's actually good, and that's coming from me. And I don't like a lot of things. A lot of things on this list. Like, I'm not too hard on a lot of these things, but I like Great Mouse Detective a lot. Actually, it's really pretty cool. Never seen most of these. Yeah, me too. Like, a lot of the ones we did earlier before we got to like Cinderella and like the regular ones. I was like, what are these? Right again. It's so good. It's so good, bruh. The end scene, Claire, I won't spoil it, but the end scene, Claire, bruh, when they're on the clock, oh my god. It's so good. A, B, never seen it. We'll do a nice little in between. We'll do C, because we had a couple, I don't know, you little bros, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's gonna be yeah, definitely recommend. Yeah, 100%. Yep. Black Cauldron. This is a hot take of a movie. If you don't know, I don't remember why it is, but apparently this movie is like they pulled it off of everything. I don't know if it's because there's something racist in it or like really bad. I don't know what it was, but there's something really bad in this movie, and you can't even find it to watch it anywhere. Never seen it. Yeah, me neither. I never watched this. I just know the lore. I just know the lore. I don't know you, little bro. I'm putting it on Megalol because I think it had some issues with it. Black Cauldron. Why was it inappropriate? Dark Disney animated feature. Why is it bad? They steal a pig or something. It's considered Disney's worst. Okay, apparently it's just really dark. Like a guy gets melted. Like his skin melts or something. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know. Hardcore Christian parents complain it. Yeah, probably. I don't know. Disney does have a lot of really weird, creepy stuff in their films, though. But I never watched that, so I can't talk about that one specifically, though. Yeah. Too dark for Disney. Oliver. What is this? This is the movie with the dog and the cat again. Well, I just realized there's like 9 movies on Disney with like dogs and cats. You know what I mean? Like this one, 101 Dalmatians, Bambi, Little Tramp. I said Little Tramp. I can love that movie, Little Tramp. That's so good. I love Oliver. B. Really? B? I don't know you, little bro. Why would I worry? Why should I care? Raining Cats and Dogs. This is a movie, right? I think it's seen my sister. Yeah, actually, that is. Yes, that is a movie. Boom. Oliver B. I don't know, your little bro goes to C. Easy. We are getting to the ones where this is going to go super quick because I feel like everyone's going to have the same opinion. So it's going to start going hell fast. Little Mermaid. Little Mermaid. I love Billy Joel so much. It's so good. Yeah, I remember watching the first one. It's pretty good. Yep. Love that song if you haven't if you haven't yet. The why should I worry? Why should I care? Okay, I got you. Wait, I think I might have heard it then. I might have heard it. If it's Billy Joel, I might have heard it. Not because of the movie, but just because I might have heard the song. You know what I mean? S S A S. Easy. Wait, Akira, you've never seen a Little Mermaid? Really? That is crazy. Oh, never mind. Oh, okay, I'm about to say. Whoa. I'm not to be scared. I got beats here for that movie. Ooh, okay. B also? Okay. We can drop it down by 1.
Hey, yo, what's poppin', brother?
Even follow. Thank you. W. Jack. Hi. Hola. I asked Nessa what your name was yesterday. Not yesterday, last stream, whatever the stream that was. Tuesday. I asked Nessa what your name was because I didn't know what your name was. And I was seeing you like all over Twitter and stuff. And I was like, I don't know how to pronounce his username. So what am I supposed to call him? TX? I was so I was like, what is his name? She's like, it's Jack. I was like, oh, okay, cool. I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you. Down Under. The Rescuers Down Under. This is the one I was thinking about earlier, you know what I'm saying? This is the one I was thinking about. Okay. This is the one. I feel like this is going to go, and I don't know you, little bro. I feel like people are going to say that. C. I don't know you, little bro. Don't think I've seen it. Yeah. I don't know you, little bro. This is gonna go in D because nobody knows it, and Gazermon brought it up, brought the class's average up from I don't know you, little bro to a D. You know what I mean? That's how it works. That's how it goes. These next three. These next three. Wait. These next three are so good. Actually, wait, they're all good until we get to Fantasia 2000. Oh shoot, this is gonna be rough. This is gonna be crazy. Beauty and the Beast. Beauty and the Beast. Na. S. Blue. S. B. A, but a little less, you say, Gagemon. Actually, A. S. Ooh. The live action is an S. Really? What about the original one, though? We're talking about the original one. The original one. You know what I mean? Like the cartoon. I feel like... Going A tier? Okay. I feel like a nice in-between... Oh, well, no. Claire said... Actually, A. Never mind. Yeah, we can give it an A, then. Hey, I'm with you, Akira. I'm not on the princess wave. I know... I think it was Alexis. Alexis also said... you're not really keen on the princess movies, Alexis, other than Aladdin and what was the other one you said? Aladdin and Beauty and the Beast, I think it was. But it's like, man, Tangled's so good too. I love Tangled. Aladdin's next, ladies and gentlemen. Aladdin is next. I love this movie so much. I love the movie. I love the man. I love the music. Oh my goodness gracious. Aladdin and liked Belle only because her hair is brown. Yeah, you did. Yeah, that's what you said. Yeah, 100%. Thank you for princess movie either. Yeah. I love Mulan as well, Gagemon. Yeah. S. That's a hard S all around. Nobody's even contesting that. Holy crap. This is why I say it's going to start going faster because everyone's like, it's just all S, bro. It's just all S. Lion King. Lionoso, Kinganoso. S. Hard S. S. Omega lol. Really, Alexis? Really? That is crazy. I was not expecting that. Because it's sad. Well, it can't be not Omega lol because it's sad. You would say it was like A, but a little less. You know what I'm saying? Aladdin, please don't hate me. I don't remember this movie. I'm giving it a C. Oh, really? Not a big fan of Aladdin. That's crazy. I watched Lion King so many times. Alexis, you tell me you hate me. Listen, unfortunately, guys, the rules are the rules. We got to move Lion King down to A. The rules are the rules. The rules are the rules. Okay? The rules are the rules. I'm going to cry. Listen. Put it back. Voting period is over. Aladdin cannot be moved. That was so funny. What the flip phone? That's so good. That is so good. If the funny thing is too, if you said like D, I probably would have left it S, but you went with the hard Omega law, so I had to drop it down by one. You know what I'm saying? I gotta respect the rules. Pocahontas. I'm not keen on Pocahontas. I don't like it. I'm not a big Pocahontas guy. I'm not on that wave. Then again, I haven't really seen it that many times. I think I've seen it once. Maybe. I like her. I think she's beautiful. The movie, though? Omega Law, bro. Like, what? Actually, Omega Law. Yeah. I'm glad we're all kind of on the same page. Claire got the D. We got the Omega Law. Yeah, that's... Lion King is mommy. Sorry, I'm still on the voting period is over. Aladdin cannot be moved. That's so funny. I watched a bunch, but I literally remembered nothing in it. Yeah, that's a pretty bad sign. Yeah, that's what I would say. That's a pretty big Omega law. You know what I'm saying? That's a Hunchback of Notre Dame. When I was young, I used to say Notre Dame. Hunchback of Notre Dame? Actually, can I watch the movie Hunchback of Notre Dame? That's what I used to say. It's Notre Dame. You know what I'm saying? B, Noble Megalon. Really? Really? Looks familiar, but I don't know. Let me do this. I thought it was, I thought it had to be higher than like an Omegalol because of the message that it gave. You know what I mean? Like, he was like ugly and everyone hated him, so they put him in a tower, but he just wanted to be free. You know what I mean? So I think for the message alone, it's like, you know what I mean? Gotta be higher than that. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? One of the best Disney classics. Like, what? Yeah, I don't know. Did they do a live action one? What the? Why is Josh Gad? What? What the hell? What in the world? Yeah, I love this movie. Yeah, essentially the story is everyone in the town thought he was ugly. What's her name? Esmeralda. Esmeralda. This was the girl that was in it. She was okay, I just downloaded that on accident. Okay, nice, cool. This is the girl that was in it. She was the only person in the movie that said that he wasn't ugly, because she got put up in the tower because she did something wrong. She was a gypsy, so she thought, oh, that's what it was. I haven't seen this in ages, so you gotta think I must actually really like this movie because I haven't seen it in ages and I still remember what it's about. They thought he was ugly, so they put him up in the tower, and then they thought she was a witch because she was she's a what is it called? She's a like a gypsy. She was a gypsy. So they thought she was a witch, and they thought she was evil, so they put her up in the tower with him. And then they're like, oh, she must be a witch. Get her out of here. So then she got to know him, and she was like, he's one of the most beautiful and nice people in the world. And then, you know, the movie goes on like that. So, yeah, it was really good. I thought it was like, that was really good because it was for guys. Now, it wasn't for guys, but it was like, there wasn't a movie where it was like, oh, the guy is ugly, we got to help him. And, you know, we should teach guys it's okay not to be, like, conventionally attractive. I thought it was cool. Be a beautiful Esmeralda for Halloween. She's, like, the same skin tone. You could pull that off. Same skin tone. That would look, like, super accurate. You know what I mean? S for her only kitty. She's beautiful. She was beautiful. Yeah. All right, so I think we raise it. To a C. Because Casey said S. I think it's a hard S. Or not S, but like A-ish, you know what I mean? Can I be the guy then? Yeah, sure. Sure. Anyone can be the guy. I can be the guy. We can all be the guy collectively together, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. You said B? Oh, you said B. Oh, you said B. Okay, yeah. That's fine then. We'll go C. Yeah, we'll go C. Hercules. The strong guy with a horse, Pegasus, and the evil Hades that everyone likes to use as gifs on Twitter. Never finished the movie. I watched this in school. I watched this on school. Like essay days, like test days, like standardized test days. At the end of the test, like the whole day we'd be free, and they'd play this. 100%. That's what they would do. Every time. It'd be this or it'd be Puss in Boots. Every time, bro. I swear to God. B, D, S. I don't know you, little bro. Really? Hi, Ryan. What's up? Fox and the Hound at C. They said Fox and the Hound was too sad, so we put it down as C. Never watched it by choice. Yeah, me too. Alexis, we're right here. I never put this movie on and said, you know what, I feel like watching Hercules today, actually. I never did that. I just seen it because I seen it. No, C. Okay. I think this goes C then. I think everyone's... I got an S. We got a D. We got a C. Don't know you, little bro. I'll move it up to B for Claire. Because that was a quick S from her. That was a quick S. And then we got a B from Dominic, too. Okay, cool. Never watched Me Too? Yeah. It's above S. Yeah. I feel like, where is it right here? I feel like that could have went B, but, yeah. This is not, anyone that's joining, or anyone that forgot, this is not my list. This is chat's list. Okay. I did my list already. I said the ones that I liked, and that was basically all that happened. You know what I'm saying? I said S for Lion King. Yeah, she said S for Lion King, too. But we had to move it down because Alexis thinks it's horrible, which is fine. It's a collective list. Voting period's over. True. Actually true. Mulan. Where does Mulan go? This I'm gonna be sad if people say this is ass. Mulan is not only one of my favorite female characters of all time, excuse me, but the movie itself is like one of my favorite movies. She's like my favorite female character in any Disney movie, I think, ever. Yeah. Mulan's my favorite Disney female character of all time. Omega Law. I knew someone was going to say, I knew it, Alexis. I knew it. I knew it. We got an A, we got an S. Okay. We got to put that in A, but a little less. We got to put it in A minus. It's okay. We got to put it in A, but a little less. I'm okay with that. Unless somebody has something to rebuttal that with. Pure gold. Okay. We got 2 S's. That's an A now. It's moving up a little bit. Moving up a little bit slightly. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Moving up. Little double S, little A action. Listen, you can't hate Alexis. That's the point of this, is that we're doing it collectively as a group. You know what I mean? A minus. Okay. We got a lot of really high ones in this though. I'm cool with that. I like that. Never hate Alexis. Yeah, let's go. Tarzan. I love Tarzan. I think Tarzan is wicked. I think Tarzan is so cool. Must be my truth. Exactly. I love that. Yeah. Chat, if anyone in here, don't change your answer because your answer is different than other people's answers. Don't be like S just because everyone else says S. If 6 people say S and you think it's Omega Law, type Omega Law and we'll be like, oh, gotta drop it down a little bit. It's okay. It's all cool. Yep. I watched Tarzan over 90 times. That's secure. That's my homie right there. Now you know the wave. She knows the wave, guys. BADSS. Okay. Actually, blue. Really, Gazermon? A but a little less. I thought you were hard on Tarzan. Holy. We had 2 S's, an A, a B, and a D. Okay, that's gonna go. I think the 2 hard S's. The B. I think we do A but a little less. I think we go A but a little less. That's what we do. A tier. Okay, yeah. I think we go A, but a little less. Yeah. Can't judge by just the music. So yeah. Okay. Yeah, got you. Same answer as me for everyone. Yeah. True. Okay. Because I'm a W. That's good. That's cool. Now you guys have like similar answers. That's really cool. Fantasia 2000. I don't know you, little bro. I do not know you, little bro. I don't know you, little bro. IDKULB. I don't know you, little bro. What is that, bruh? What is that? A minus. Not as good as the first one. Never seen it. Yeah. I don't know you, little bro. We'll move it. We'll move it. A little. We'll move it to D. Move it to D for Claire. She said A minus. A little A, but a little less. You know what I mean? It's still closer to I don't know you, little bro. But yeah, there we go. Dinosaur. Yo, Gabba Gabba S tier. Actually true. Actually real and true. Dinosaur. What this is, I know, but it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a RAR. Like, come on. Like, what am I looking at, bruh? You want to watch a clip, chat? Everyone say yes if you want to watch a clip. Say aye. Oh my god, they're talking. No, please. It's happening. It's happening right now. Open your eyes. Open your eyes. Watch. Look. Yay, fun! Into the world. Nice. Yeah. The animation. Discover a world. What is this? Dinosaur Ice Age? What am I looking at? There's a meteor, so they have to migrate. Where are they migrating to? The whole world's dying. What is happening, okay? What's... It's like the dollar store. Not Zaboomafoo. I'm dying. They got Zaboomafoo in the movie. They got him. It's the real one, dude. It's the real one. Where was that at? Look at that. It's the real one, dude. Look at him. No, look. Wow, CGI looking kind of rough on him lately. Look, bro's really gone downhill. He must be doing cocaine. What's going on around here? He's looking kind of thin. It's Goofy Baluki G. Oh, my stomach hurts. Okay. Where do we put that at? Oh, Omegalo. I think that definitely goes on there. Omegalo must have been after the show was canceled. It became an HBO drama. The show got canceled and he turned to a life of drugs. I can't. What is that? What is Dinosaur Brown? I can't. Emperor's New Groove. Emperor's New Groove. Actually, S tier. Actually, F tier. S tier. You've never seen Emperor's New Groove? You have to go watch Emperor's New Groove. Akira, if there's one thing you do after the stream, you gotta watch Emperor's New Groove. This is a classic for me. I did a long time ago. I posted on Twitter an impression of me doing Kronk. I'll post it on Twitter again sometime soon. I love this movie so much. I love it so much, bro. Just a quick detour. Quick detour. Sharp press to the bottom. Bring it on. It's so good. Oh, wait, no. Wrong lever! You've seen this? I love it. You don't like it, Alexis? Really? I love it. Right. Poison for Kiska. The poison made specifically to kill Kiska. That poison. It's so good. It's so good. I see this movie before. I'm giving it beats it. Really? Okay. I love it. You think it's overrated? Really, Alexis? Really? I think a lot of the times, people overrate things, but they're actually not good. But I think this isn't one of them. I think that this is like really popular, but I think it's popular because it's good. I think it's one of those things. But I feel you. See, because I've seen it too many times. You sound like him. I did, Brian. I'll have to find the video. I'll post it on Twitter. I'll post the video on Twitter. I'll probably link it in Discord. If you're in the Discord, I think !point Discord. I don't know. If you wanna join the Discord, !point Discord. And then I'll post the video of me doing the impression of Kronk on Twitter, and I'll link to it on Discord so you guys can see if you want. But I think it was like one of the first impressions I tried to learn how to do. It was really cool. Is that linked to the right one? Make sure it does. Wait. Team Riddles. Yeah, I think it does. Okay, cool. I think I'm in Discord. I had to make a new one. Akira. I had to make a new one. So it's like I made a new one like I don't remember when, a little bit ago, but yeah. Oh, there's Briar. Oh shoot. I gotta do the rolls again. I gotta fix the rolls up. But yeah, just join Discord anyway. It's like a fun place. But I had to make a new one. The other one busted. Oh God, 100%. King, Lion King is SS. Atlantis. Atlantioso. I have not seen this film in ages. Actually, ages. Oh wait, what did we? I forgot we put. Wait, we didn't. We put Emperor's New Groove in S by accident. I almost left it there by accident. Holy crap. Okay, wait. We had B. Let me see what we had. Scroll back up. B. A. S. Okay, we'll leave that. We'll leave that in A then. We'll leave that in A. A, but a little less. A. Okay. Around this area. Okay, I feel that. Around the A-ish area. I don't know you, little bro, for Atlantis. Okay. Okay. We'll put it in. We'll leave it in. I don't know. Able a little less, unless somebody else has like a little rebuttal for that. But I don't really remember it. I mean, I assume it was just like a bunch of people looking for Atlantis. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. But I feel like. What did I miss? Where do you think Atlantis goes? Have you seen Atlantis? Because I'm trying to decide if I move it down a little further. It was less jokey than most. It was like more serious, yeah? Okay. Okay. I don't remember it. I know I've seen it. I have a book like in Atlantis, but it's like a comic book kind of. But man. I think to compensate for Alexa saying, I don't know you, little bro, and then we had an A and then A but a little less. I think we're gonna go B. I think we're gonna go B. I think we'll put it in B. Yeah, that's a nice compromise. Lilo and Stitch. This is gonna be a hot one. People either love this movie or they hate it. This might be a little hot one. S. You know. A. S. Okay. All right. S. Okay. Wait. I'm glad. I know people that hate this movie. I actually know people that despise this movie. So I was a little worried, you know what I'm saying? I was a little worried. It's my childhood. I still sing Hawaiian Roller Coaster Ride. It's so good. This is my boy. Actually true. I love Stitch. I love me some Stitchy. Lilo and Stitch is an S tier for me. That is basically hard S all across the board. That's crazy. That is wild. Treasure Planet. One of my favorite movies all time. All time. One of my favorite movies. Dead-assular. She just like me. Lilo, a mood and a half. Actually true. I have a weighted Stitch plushie on my bed. Oh, really? That's so cool. Treasure Planet has a really sad story. It got looked over because they did a study. And it was apparently when the movie came out, parents that had girls did not take their daughters to go watch the movie. And because Disney was like a primarily girl thing back then, and like a lot of boys weren't on it, or like most of the movies like Cinderella, like Sleeping Beauty, Snow White, all like the super girly stuff. They didn't take their girls to go watch it. So it was like literally only boys that watched it. But like every boy that watched it loved it. You know what I mean? You know, it came out 1999, I believe, or somewhere on that Treasure Planet, I believe. I've been streaming too long. I can't remember. 202. Yeah, it was 02. It was 02. So they did like a study, and apparently no parents took their daughters to go see it. It's so sad. So like only like half the population watched the movie of people that would already watch a movie like that. So like of people that would watch Disney movies, only like about half of that went to go watch it, and they didn't even. It was sad. It's such a good movie. If you haven't seen Treasure Planet, please go watch it. I absolutely loved it. I absolutely love the movie so much. It is one of my favorite all-time movies. I love it. I love it so much. Please go watch it if you haven't. Why can't I English today? I don't know. I can never English. You want to teach me? Because I don't know what I be saying half the time. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I had a couple Stitch plushies as well, Akira. I had a couple too. It's cool. It's cool that we have like old stuff like that. That's so cool. It's so cool. I think I have I have a lot of incredible toys too, like little tiny McDonald's looking things, like the toys you get from McDonald's. I have like a Dash and like a Mr. Incredible, and I have a stretchable Mrs. Incredible and stuff, and like a Syndrome. I have like so many of those like cheap McDonald's and like Wendy's toys from back in the day, and it's so cool. I love it. Go to the movies a lot until I was like 8, 7, but I had a boy cousins, so I probably seen it with them. Oh, true, yeah. Had a Baymax plushie, but I threw it out. Oh, really? Why'd you throw it out? Oh, shoot. Brother Bear. I forgot this was a Disney movie. I thought this was like a DreamWorks movie. Brother Bear. Actual beautiful artwork, Gizmon. You're right, yeah. Absolutely beautiful. Treasure Planet. I threw it out because the person who gave it to me. Oh. Oh. I do that. I think Treasure Planet goes D. You have to do S. Wait, did I? Oh! You said D. Somebody said I don't know you little bro. I saw what did Gizman say? S A. What, I don't remember what he said. A. Okay, we gotta pull it down. We gotta pull it down to like probably like a B. That's about half. Yeah. Wait, no. A. We'll do C. We'll do C. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we have to pull it in the middle. Somewhere about the middle, like C. Yeah. I do that. I say something and then I just drop it. I let it go, and it's like where I left it at still. I think I just did that again, didn't I? No, Brother Bear's down here. Brother Bear. I'm mad hungry too. Yeah, this is gonna go fast in a second. I'm gonna stop detracking. I'm sorry, chat. I'm getting off as soon as we do this. So, A C. Okay, we're gonna do a nice little in between. We're gonna do A, but a little less, or we'll do B. Sorry, we'll do B. Nice, easily. Home on the Range. Oh, I'll pull it up then. We'll pull it up to A, but a little less. There we go. Home on the Range. Home on the Range. Never seen it. I used to like this movie. I used to think this movie was funny. I used to think it was funny. I don't know you little bro. Really B. I don't know you little bro. That's gonna pull it to like the D, or maybe a C. Oh, the triple. That's got to go to a D. Yeah. All right. Cool. Chicken Little. The sky is falling. Oh no! I'm a chicken. S. Oh dang. Oh shoot. S. That is some hard S. Y'all out here snaking. Oh shoot. Really hit it with a S. Oh man. The GameCube game is lit, Akira. I don't know if that's the one you're talking about, but they get bruh. I just typed chinkin. God. I just typed Game Vine. What the hell is wrong with me? Bruh. This game was wicked. It was so good. This was like one of the best games. Holy crap. One of my favorite Disney movies ever. I'll raise it up a little bit. I'll go back in time. No, I won't. Never mind. I lied. Voting period has been closed. I remember what game it was on. It was like 5. Oh, true. Meet the Robinsons. This movie's actually pretty good. I like this movie a lot. It's pretty good. The part in the hallway fighting this spider thing was annoying. True. I know exactly what you're talking about. I watched the movie more than everything. Really? That's like one of those movies for you, huh? That's crazy. I think I watched Everyone's Hero a lot. I don't know if you guys know what that movie is, but there's a movie called Everyone's Hero, and I watched that movie a lot. Marriage S and Chicken Little and A tier. Okay. Meet the Robinsons. B for Meet the Robinsons. Really? B. Okay, I got that on a B. I feel like S. Okay, we'll move it up a little bit. A, but a little less. Hard S from Alexis. Holy. It's underrated. Meet the Robinsons is underrated. True. Actually true. It is. I feel it was like one of those movies that kind of got passed over by other things because I feel like it came out in a bad time. I feel like, I don't know if it's true or not, but I feel like it came out at a time where other things were like super popular. You know what I mean? Like Wreck-It Ralph and stuff. Like imagine it was like going up against Wreck-It Ralph. You know what I mean? B tier. Okay. Take it from when I saw that in the theaters when it came out. All boy movies are. Yeah, true. That's true. Yeah. Meet the Robinsons, Treasure Planet. I don't know. Heckin' Tarzan. You know, it's crazy. I don't know. Bolt. Bolt. Where the heck does Bolt go? This movie is really unique. Like, the storyline is like super different than every other storyline I can think of. Like, he thinks he's a superhero. You know what I mean? Like, that's so different. You know what I mean? Like, that's so different. That is so different. But was surprisingly good. A. Yeah. Did what she had to do. Hit the copy and paste, but it was very inappropriate, so I couldn't sit it, so I did it super long and I took it out. Literally Truman Show. True, Claire. I'm so glad you just said that. Actually true. Bolt is literally the Truman Show with animals. Actually true. Actually true. Actually true, bruh. Actually true. What was amazing when I get an A to B, if I'm being honest. I think that is a massive. Bolt is W tier. True. I think Bolt is cool. I need to watch Bolt again. It's been so long since I've seen it. Holy crap. It came out like 2012, didn't it? 2012, I think, yeah? Oh, 8. Why did I remember 12? Why did I remember 12? What was... There wasn't a Bolt 2. Bolt 2 teaser 2023 with Miley Cyrus and John Travolta. I can't. That guy was so annoying. Let's put a pin in it. Boop. It was so cool when he would do something and it worked, like because he was super strong or he like super laser eyes or something, and then he goes to the real world and he was like, boom, and he hits it with his head and it doesn't move. And he's like, oh, my powers must be being deactivated by something. I was like, bruh, this guy. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. I was like, that was so good. I knew it was all the sorts of stuff. Yeah, if I'm thinking right, I definitely knew that. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I'm being dumb. I can't English. Me neither. I have to use the thick room. Okay. I use the thick room every day. I'm just naturally thick. You know what I'm saying? He was so cute. He was cute. He was cute. Checks out. Big Miley era 2008 was like her time. Actually true. Princess and the Frog. Let's put a pin in it. Like, shut up, dude. Exactly. Let's put a pin in it. Boop. I was like, bro, this guy. Bro, what are you talking about? What pin, bro? What are you talking about? I was so mad. SS Princess and the Frog is really good. One of my favorite things. Okay, not that. I'll pee later. This is too insane. You know what? Everybody take a pee break. I need to pee as well. We're gonna watch this when we come back. Actually, I'll play this for the people that aren't peeing. I love this. I'm gonna pee. Take a pee break if you need it, so you don't miss any votes. I'm gonna pee as well, and we'll watch this for people that aren't peeing. Enjoy. I love this song so much. This is so good. This is so good. He's got friends on the other side, guys. This is so good. I didn't miss the whole song yet. Hold on, wait. I was scared of him too. Yeah, he's actually crazy. Low. Sad but true. It's the green you need. It's so good. We're gonna skip to the end. Hold on, guys. I love Prince and the Frog Bride. Yeah, I love it. It's so good. I saw this in the theater. It was freaky. This scene in the theater, crazy. What was I, like 12? Are you ready? I love it. I love it. You're changing. My friends on the other side. I'll go back, Alex. I'll go back. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, you like this part. And your sister and your brother. Wanted to be. Shake old poor sinner's hand. That's so good. It's so good. Oh my god. I need to watch this movie again. I need to watch this. This is not the wave. Who watched the live action Aladdin and thought it was good? Anybody? Really? Okay, is it good or is it a good Aladdin movie? It's not like the original, is it? They can't be. Gazeron. Oh, there's Will Smith. Yeah, that's him. That's him. That's the real one, dude. That's the genie. That's the one. It's good. Okay. I'll take your word for it. Both. Okay, both. All right. It was a good movie, and it was a good Aladdin movie. Okay. Winnie the Pooh. It's a different one. All right, we're gonna skip that. I'm gonna be honest with you. We're gonna skip the Winnie the Pooh because we already did Winnie the Pooh, and we're not gonna do a second one. Okay. Wreck-It Ralph. How do we feel about Wreck-It Ralph? Let me know something, chat. Chat-ular. Let me know something. A-S, okay. S. So there's high Wreck-It Ralph love happening right now. Okay. We'll go with the double S. Okay. I remember watching this and just loving the tone of it. It was cool. It was like a bunch of things combined, and I just thought it was really sweet. I thought it was really sweet. I haven't watched the second one. I have not watched the second film. So, I should probably do that. Yeah, I know probably a lot of people probably really like it. I haven't seen the second one. Haven't seen it. Unfortunate. I'm probably throwing at this point, but I haven't seen it. So there is that. Um, all of them S. Frozen. Recently, I watched immediately as it came out. The movies I watched. It's a joke. It was a joke. It was a joke, Twitch. It was just a joke. It was just a joke. She's just joking around. You know, she's just joking. That's fair. I think that's fair. I watched Frozen when it came out, and then I watched it a couple years later. I think it was extremely overhyped. Yeah, completely overrated. But it is really good, though. I think it's really good. A but less. A or A but less. Yeah, I would say either one of these is yeah. Frozen, I always swore I hated it, but I'd be all in. Yeah, when it first came out, and everyone was like, "Oh yeah, Frozen's the best movie on the face of the planet," and every like 8-year-old girl was like, "Elsa, Anna," I was like, "All right." Oh yeah. What about Tangled? But I watched it again. It's good. I can't hate on it just because everyone else was saying it was bad. I used to say it was like bad. I used to say like a D or something, but it's good. I think we can easily put that in a little. Oh, everybody said A's. I mean, so it was a D. Okay, well that brings it down to the D, but less. Okay, yeah. It came out at a time where it was the only kid movie out. That's true. That's hard true. That's facts, case of mine. Like nothing else was coming out that was like big for kids at the time, and it was pretty. It was animated really nice. It had really good music, so I was like, of course it was gonna be big. Big Hero 6. Speaking of big, and no, we're not talking about my height. Thank you. We're talking about because everyone knows I'm 7'9". Okay, we're talking about the movie Big Hero 6. What about it? What about it, chat? S, easy S. A but less. All right, that goes A so far, unless someone has something else to say. Lower than S, I was sorry. Oh. I've seen it once. I liked it a lot. I thought it was really good. I thought it was a very good movie. Gauge them on S. That's insane. I'm glad we're all with the BH6 love. You know what I'm saying? You feel what I'm saying? My brothers and sisters. I'm on it. I think. Baymax is my happiness. I have plushies. I didn't throw it. I couldn't. Oh, nice. I am so sorry. Hi, welcome back, Claire. You came back just in time for the really good movies. These are the really good ones down here. You didn't miss anything too crazy. It's like Mulan and stuff, and those ones. But this Tierlist is still happening. It's crazy, bruh. This is so long. I'm with it. I'm with it. I'm having a good time. I don't stream as much anymore. I'm trying to get back on the grind. This is good. The funny thing is, I was trying to decide what games to play, and this is always better than playing games anyway. So we're just gonna, we're just gonna do some just chatting stuff, if people are around to do it. You know what I'm saying? I'm hanging out if you guys are hanging out. You know what I'm saying? So we out here. I'm about to go steal banana muffins. Go get after them. I love. No, I'm not saying you didn't love it. I'm just saying, yeah. I'm on it. I love it. You know what I mean? Nana muffins. Bruh, I need some muffins. Holy, I need me some muffins. Bigger 6 C tier because I'm not too keen into it, but it's not that bad. Okay, all right. I will move it down then. I'll move it down. We had a couple S's. Wait, Claire, you can decide this. Claire, you can decide this. Where does Big Hero 6 go, Claire? It's not locked in yet. I didn't move on to the next one. It's not locked in yet. Where does Big Hero 6 go? Because we had an S, we had a C, we had an A but a little less. Where does it go? Really? You never watched Big Hero 6? Really? Oh, that's crazy. That is crazy. Holy! I thought I was supposed to get raisins with this, so I'm looking right now. I got you. We'll leave it in A. We'll leave it in A. All right, Jack's coming in with the hard S. Okay. Yeah, we'll leave it A. Okay, cool. Zootopia. W choice, my man. Haven't seen it yet? Okay, I got you. I don't know you, little bro. S, okay? My mom was saying she wanted to watch this film. We should. Me and my mom should watch this. She was saying she wanted to watch this a long time ago when it came out. I'm gonna watch this with her. A but a little less. S. Zootopia. Seen it. I'm gonna actually do this number. Hold on, wait. I'm doing it. I'm hardcore into this now. We're gonna. What number is this? I'm gonna do it. It's happening. We're gonna do. TTS. I don't know. TTS tool. Wait, no. TTS reader. Easy. And we're going to do this, and we're going to do paste, and we're going to do... What number is this? This dumbass, bruh. What is he talking about, bruh? What is he saying? What? That's like 3 quadrillion. It's more than that. Oh my god, this dumbass. Oh my god. Ain't no way he just said that. Ain't no way my man just said 3,847, 384, 729, Ain't no way he just said that. No chance, bruh. There's no chance he just said that. Number reader. I want to hear it. The point is that I want to hear it. Okay? Oh my god, I'm going to lose my mind. On his TTS. Number reader TTS. We're doing this. I'm going to get it until it happens. I swear to god, I'm doing it. Textify. Speechify. I'm so stupid. Why did I say textify? It's Snoop Dogg. It's Snoop Dogg. Who else do they have? Hola. Hola. Okay, they're not gonna have anybody better than Snoop Dogg. We're going back to Snoop Dogg. No, wait. We get so distracted. I don't care. That's what makes it good, though. Anyway. That does not sound like Gwyneth Paltrow. What the hell? Reading is hard. School. Read and multitask. Try. Bite me. Lick me. Bite me. All the things. Do them all. Alright. I'm gonna reject. We're doing it. We're literally doing it. Brother, please, just let me hear the number. I just want to hear the number, please. Okay. We'll go back to the one where it just says what it is. Bruh, I can't. I actually cannot. I'll read it out myself. Fine, I'll do everything myself. Who cares, bruh? 3 nonillion, 847 octillion, 384 septillion, 729 sextillion, 373 quintillion, 758 quadrillion, 293 trillion, 838 billion, 373 million, 847,383. Congratulations, you're now 7% smarter than you were before we did that. Zootopia. Where did we say we were putting that? I've seen this movie once, but I don't know how to feel about it. I think it's a very good movie, but not a fan of it. I give it an A. Okay. A, S, S, A, B. Okay. Okay. We're going to put that. Where did it go? Where did it go? Well, there it is. We're gonna put this in A, but a little less because we had a couple A's. We had I don't know you, little bro. We had a couple of those. We had A. We had S. Or we're put an A, but a little less. Moana. This will be interesting. I actually watched Moana. I thought it was really pretty. I liked a lot of the parts of it, but I thought it was like a little girl wants to go across the ocean. Her family says no, it's dangerous. She was like, F off. I'm gonna do it anyway. And then she did. And when she came back, they were like, I'm so happy you're safe. And she didn't even get in trouble. If I did some stuff like that, my mom would be like, I told you not to go because you could die. I don't care if you saved the world or not. I told your ass not to go. And you did anyway. And no, it's not okay. I'd have beat your ass. That's what happened if I did that. So I just couldn't relate. You know what I'm saying? My mom would be mad. She'd be like, "You saved the world, cool, but I told you not to do it, and you did it anyway. So, yeah, ass getting beat. All right, that's what would happen." So I just could not relate. I don't know if I would like this movie that much. Opposite of Little Mermaid. Actually true. Actually true. Ariel was like, I don't want to be in the water. Moana was like, get me in the water. Actually real and true. That's actually, I never thought about that, Claire. That's actually hilarious. Wow. That is funny as hell. A but less. Okay. S. We'll do a A but a little less because Gagemon said Omega Law. Yeah, okay. All right, I got you. Ralph breaks the internet. We just talked about this one. Give him one of seats here. Okay. That might drop it down to B. Nah, we'll leave it in A but less because we had some S's and then we had Omega Law. Okay, yeah, that puts it right in the middle. S. Okay. Little S, I don't know you, little bro. You didn't watch either. Wait, no, you said it to Big Hero 6, not Wreck-It Ralph. Yeah. A, I don't know you, little bro. S, okay. I haven't seen it either. We talked about this earlier. I've not seen this one. I've seen the first one. I like the first one a lot. Thought the first one was great. Have not watched the first one yet. I just haven't gotten around to it. I don't know. What it came out like? Come out in like 2019. I think it came out in like 2019. I think something like that. I don't remember. That was like a weird time for me. So. We're breaking Akira. Yeah, she's shutting down. She's going into sleep mode. Her battery's being drained right now. I can't. I think we go because we have S. We had an A. I don't know you, little bro. I think we're gonna go A, but a little less to like balance it up. You know what I mean? We're gonna go A, but a little less. The first Wreck-It Ralph's an S. You know, we got one of them up there, you know what I'm saying? We got one of them up there. It's pretty good. It's pretty cool. We got one of them up there, you know? It's hard for me to get into new Disney movies like someone has to make... Yeah. It's like I'm not just sitting around like watching trailers and being like, God, I want to see that. You know what I mean? Like even with Lightyear, I haven't watched Lightyear and I was like, it looks good. But I haven't watched it yet though, you know what I mean? I haven't watched it yet. I haven't even watched Coco. I haven't seen Coco. That's crazy. That's wild. So... there's ones that I want to watch. It's just I haven't gotten around to it because I'm not on it. You know what I mean? I don't know. I think I'm just too busy with other things. I don't know. It's been a while since the Disney movie came out for real. Yeah. It's been a while that one's come out that everyone's like, I love that. Like Incredibles, you know, Monsters Inc., Toy Story. You know, like where are those at? You know what I mean? Like everyone says like Coco. Everyone says it like Coco a lot, but they see Coco. Really? Yeah. See, there you go. Me too, but people put stuff on, I'll watch. It doesn't matter what it is. Yeah, exactly. Coco's a W. Yeah, okay. I've seen a lot of people say they like Coco a lot, so yeah. I don't doubt it. It looks really good. It looks like it has a really good story. Frozen Dose. Dose time's been cold. This is the second time they were cold. Guys, so apparently, I haven't seen this either, but I'm going to tell you what the plot is. The plot, basically, if you haven't watched Frozen 2 and you need a little catch-up, not catch up like you Squirtle, you know, not the Squirtable catch up. If you need a little catch up, you need me to catch you up. Basically, Frozen 2 was about they were cold one time. They were cold first, and they got warm, and in this one, they were cold again. Frozen 2. This is the second time they've been frozen. They've been cold twice. And this is the second time, and this is the story of what happens when they were cold the second time. That's what it is. I got you up to speed. If you, that'll be $5 for my time explaining that. So if you could leave that at the front door when you leave, that'd be great. I'd appreciate that. Appreciate you guys. Reminds me of Pocahontas, but better. Kind of true, like the nature aspect. Kind of true. Apparently, this one takes place in the forest a lot more, like not in the snow. Frozen 2, I mean. So apparently, it's like super, naturey. So yeah, a bunch of I don't know you, little bros. That is crazy. That's crazy. Frozen 2, never seen it. I don't care about it. Just like the first one, I'm giving it to you. Well, if you've never seen it, that's I don't know you, little bro. That's I don't know you, little bro. So if you've never seen it, Dominic, if you've never seen it, that's I don't know you, little bro. Yeah, D's for like if you've seen it, you just didn't think it was good. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that's no scores on Frozen 2. That's crazy. That was pointless to watch the second one because the first one I've seen too much and I hate the movie. Maybe 8. Yeah, true. That's true. That's fair enough. That is completely fair. Frozen 2's going at I Don't Know You, Little Bro. That is wild. Frozen 2 is the only movie in this decade. Frozen 2 is the only movie in this decade in I Don't Know You, Little Bro. That's crazy. These all came out in like 1950 something. And this one came out in like 2004, I think. But that's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, you didn't, Claire. What's the vote? What's the vote on Frozen 2? Oh, you can pull this up right now. You can literally pull this up to like a B. That's crazy. What's your vote for Frozen 2? One of the biggest. Yeah, and the first one was one of the biggest ones ever, and the second one goes to I Don't Know You, Little Bro. That's wild. That is crazy. That's wild. Wow. C because music slaps. Okay, that pulls it up to a D. That was a big jump that we just made there, guys. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's crazy. Never seen a jump that big before, bro. Music bus. Okay, yeah, okay. Encanto. I was about to say Enchanto. It's Encanto. Encanto. Encinto. Insanato. Wait, Alessa says something that I wanted to see. I don't like Coco, but I think that's illegal for me to say because I'm as a Mexican. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I have a friend that's a fish, and he said he doesn't like Finding Nemo, but he said he can't say that because he's a fish. It's crazy. It's wild. Encanto's incredible. S-A-S, really? I can't say this on Let It Go. It's just somewhat annoying in my opinion. And it was a little overhyped, you know what I'm saying? A little overhyped. Yeah, you're right. At first, I hated Encanto because everyone was talking about it, so I avoided. Yeah, that's what I do. Everyone's talking about something, so then I'm like, I'll watch it when it's not as popular. That's what I do. Yeah. That's what I do. It took me forever to watch it, but I'm so mad it took me so long. Really? I was told by someone I no longer speak to that it's the best movie in the world. But I don't trust her opinion, so. We're going to put this in, what was it? A bunch of S-A-S-S-S-S. Dang. I don't know you, little bro. Ooh, okay, so we're going to put this in A, but a little less, because we had a couple I don't know you little bros on top of the S's and the A's. So we're going to put that in I don't know you little bros. Closer to the top than the bottom, so we're chilling. I don't know about the best in the world, but it's definitely a very good movie. Yeah, she was weird. All of her opinions were very strange. I've seen Encanto, but I never watched it, so I don't know. Okay. I only watched it once, but I was addicted to We Don't Talk About Yeah, that's the song she would always sing that. Yeah, in the Sisters song. And then when they sang together. Yeah. What is this? Rava. I forgot this came out. Wait, is it Raya? Is it Raya? Is it Raya? Is it Raya? I don't know what this is. R-A-Y-A, right? That's not a V. It's not a V, is it? It's R-A-Y-A, right? Okay, that's not what I meant. Nope. Also, not that. Oh, it is right. It is in The Last Dragon. Okay, it's the subtitle. Okay, it's Raya, right? Like Raya, or is it Raya? I had this person before I saw the movie, so just that song maybe. Oh, Raya. Okay. That makes more sense. Oh, it was Awkwafina in this. Awkwafina's in this. Oh. I guess she's like one of her sisters or something. Or like sisters or like villain or something. I don't know. She's pretty. She looks pretty. She looks good. What the hell? Holy. What is this about? Quickly, if anybody saw it, is this description accurate? Long ago, in the fantasy world of Kumandra, humans and dragons lived together in harmony. That sounds like the beginning of Avatar. However, when sinister monsters known as the Droon threatened the land, the dragon sacrificed himself to save humanity. Now, 500 years later, those same monsters have returned, and it's up to a lone warrior to track down the last dragon and stop the Droon for good. That sounds kind of wicked, I'm not going to lie. I might watch that. That sounds cool. Is it good? Any recommendations? Should I watch that? What else can I do? I'm going to assume all of these are songs. Everyone said that was ass. Really? Oh. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So where does this go then? Are we keen on Raya or no? Are we keen on it or are we not about it? I'm curious because it sounds cool. It looks good, like visually. I don't know you, little bro. Yeah, Gabesman says I don't know you, little bro. Dominic says I don't know you, little bro. Everyone says I don't know you, little bro. You want to watch a trailer real quick? That I mean, it sounds interesting. I feel like it just went on deaf ears. Like it got steamrolled. You know what I mean? Like nobody knows what this is. January 2021. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Wow. Oh, we're gonna reset this real quick. I'll just fix it back when we go back. Do the dragons turn into babies or humans? I'm sorry. Did this baby just Jackie Chan her in the face? Oh, shoot, the music. Oh! Yeah. You know what I'm hearing? You know what I'm hearing when this music is playing in the background? This is what I'm hearing, ready? Nothing can stop me, I'm all the way up. That's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing that song. Oh, shoot. Nothing can stop me, I'm all the way up. That's what I'm hearing right now. Aquafina. Me. This looks cool. This looks pretty cool. That's cool. In Trevor, by the way. All right, cool. Listen here now, chat. Listen, movie night win. I should do that. Put an S. Gorgeous art. Yeah, I'm watching this. Yeah, I'm gonna watch Raya because Jimmy Chan was in it. Ooh, okay. That's the main character, I guess. That's the main character. Oh shoot, I remember liking it, but it was kind of slow toward the end, and I don't remember much. Ooh, it does look cool. That looks wicked. No romance, no singing, great action scenes, realistic animation, and from the studios of Moana and Frozen. Yes, sir. That's probably why it went on deaf ears. Nobody wanted to watch it because it didn't have a romance storyline, and it wasn't like a musical. True. I just figured it out. It's not a musical. It doesn't have like a romance story in it, so no one wanted to watch it. That's so sad. I hope it did well. I don't know if it did well or not, but I hope it did. That sounds cool. I think they try to do different things like that sometimes, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's cool. I hate musicals. Everyone must. Yeah, me too. You're speaking to the choir. I'm not a big musical guy, actually. So, you are preaching to the choir. Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way. I'm all the way. Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way. All right. What are we doing? Oh, where we put that? We got to leave that in. I don't know you, little bro. I remember Christmas. Remember for Christmas though. True. I like musical. Listen, Claire. I like musicals when it doesn't seem out of place that everyone just starts dancing. Like if there's a battle. Let me set the scene for you. If there's a battle, and all of a sudden, like a character says something, and then the villain says something, and the character says something, and then they start like sword fighting, but in the middle of it they're singing. It's like, who taught you guys this choreography? How do you all know the same dance? We were just killing each other. Why are we dancing together now? You know what I mean? Like, it's like You know what I mean? Like they're like, oh, I'm killing you, I'm killing you. And all of a sudden they do this. And I'm like, what? Why are we sliding together? How are we just? We know the same choreography. We were born like this. We were just born with this choreography. You know what I'm saying? You just described the Beat It video. True. Actually true. That's the Michael Jackson Beat It video for sure. That's literally what happens. True. Actually true. But I gave it B. Oh, true. You did. You did give it a B. You did. We'll put it in D because like that's a little in between because everybody said, what is that? Yeah, cool. Thank you for that. Thank you for that catch, Alexis. Thank you. I said, oh, you said ask because of the baby. That's not fair. Okay, listen. Literally, is this muted again? Okay, good. Then mom, Daddy, she starts twerking and singing exactly like this. It's like, I have some very hard news to give you, son. Your mom died. And she just goes. It's like, what? What's going on? Like, what is happening here? Why are we doing that? Why is that a thing? Toy Story. I was gonna pretend like we didn't have it. Toy Story, the first one. Toy Story. All Toy Stories are S. Really? Okay. Even Toy Story 4? All of them. All of them. I don't think 4 is on here though. Toy Story. A but less. What movie? What was the movie you just did, sir? Raya. That one. Raya. The Raya and the Last Dragon. Yep. That's the one. S, A but less. That rhymes. S, A but less. Nice, cool. A minus, okay. Move, no. Oh, I was drinking. Slightly give an S. Okay. S, A but less, A minus. We'll do a nice little A in between. Okay. I was crying. Oh shoot. So made me cry when I was at 12. The one with Jesse. Yeah. Jesse. That's Toy Story 2. Yeah. When she has the song. What is the song called? Jesse song, Toy Story. It's such a good song. When Somebody Loved Me. That is such a good song. That's as loud as it goes, chat. That's so good. I'll turn it off. I'm sorry. I'll turn it off. I just need to remember what it was. That is a really good song. Yeah, it's really sad. Yeah, I'm falling out of my house. I'm sorry. Listen, chat. I'm sorry. I turn it off. I'm sorry. My fault. I didn't think it was that bad. I'm sorry. I just need to remember what it was. That song was really sad. Yeah, it was. Jesse on the windowsill. Yeah, I like the newer Toy Stories more than the OGs. Really? Wow. I didn't say that part of the movie. Do you really? Wow, that's crazy. Bug's Life. This is either going to be really well received or everyone's going to hate it. It's going to be really well received or everyone's going to hate it. A. Okay. Good start. S. Okay. Really good start. A. Okay. Okay. This is it. I knew I liked you guys. 100%. Movie you can always watch. 100%. I agree. A. That's a hard A. That's pretty across the board. It looks like you guys typed SZA for a second because I saw an S, an A, and it looked like a Z for some reason. I don't know why. Bugs Life A tier. Okay. Yeah. That's big ups right there. That's easy. Easy A. That's an easy A. You know what? I'm going to say, is it okay if we just, boop? Is it okay if we do that? Even though everyone said A. Is it okay if we just go up to S just because, we got a couple S's. You know what I mean? It's good, We got to maybe level them out a little bit, get another one in S. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, okay. It was different at the time. It was really different. There's not a lot of movies like Bug's Life still. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Fine, we'll keep it there. Fine, whatever. Rules. Ugh. Toy Story 2. Where's it go? T-Oy Story. T-Oy Statori. Dose. So basically, this is the story of the toys, but twice. But twice. T-Oy Story. The real one. This is what is the line? What is there's a Twitter account where is it I have to drive I can't believe I have to drive all the way to work on a Saturday. Is that what it is? I have to drive all the way to work on a is it Saturday, chat? Saturday? It is. There's a Twitter account that literally every Saturday they post this clip and it's the only thing they post on their Twitter account. It is the funniest thing. So dumb. It's so dumb. He drives across the street all the way to work. It's so good. Yeah, you follow that account? I might have seen it because of you. Yeah, it is so funny. I think I like accounts where the whole account is based off of one thing and they only do that on the account. It's the funniest thing. It is the funniest thing. There's like another account where it says something about loving something because it's Friday or something, and they only post once a week and it's on Friday at the same time, and it's the funniest thing. It is so funny. Do you need that account? Let me see if I can find it. I probably shouldn't open Twitter. Okay, it's my page. Oh, it's about to be so. That was about to be so. Let me hold on, wait, just in case. I'm scared to open up Twitter. You guys like some weird stuff. Y'all like some weird stuff. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm gonna need to. I can't believe I have to. Oh, is it really? Is it Al goes to work? Thank you. That's massive by you. Holy, goes to work. Oh my God, it is. Look at this. This is so good. Can't believe I have to drive all the way to work on a Saturday. All the way to work. Followed by Alexis Martinez. Look at the amount of likes on this. 6,772. 6,954. 9,000. 8,000. 6,000. 8,000. It's the same clip every Saturday. And people are like, yay, it's Saturday. And they do. It's so good. I love it. I love it so much. It's such a good way to have a dumbass account. Like, it's so good. Just follow it. Let's go. We're getting the man followers now. Holy crap. Followed by me. What we're doing next? Oh, Toy Story 2. Where does this go? Toy Story 2. You guys gave answers for this. I just didn't see them. We were talking. I'll scroll back up. S, 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 C. C, really clear. Okay. Cut Jess's Angel Song and give it an S. Okay, I see. I got you. We'll go in between. We'll go A. We'll go A. Yeah, we'll go A. Okay. I do something like that, but my brain is blank. Yeah, I at one point I was gonna make an account that did memes from something. I don't remember what it was, but I was like, I thought I would get bored of doing it. I don't know. So I just never did. I don't know. Let's zoom out a little bit here. Okay, we're chilling. Make it a little smaller. This is a very dynamic stream, guys. You know, we got to do a lot of dynamic things today. Yeah, it's hard to keep up with. Yeah, it is. And like, if you miss a Saturday, then it's like, oh, heck me. You know what I mean? I love that movie. They did not have to have the nerve to make me cry that hard. No. Yeah, true. But it's all the way down to C, though. All the way to C. That's 3 tiers down. That's crazy. Especially you end up being bored about. Yeah, exactly. If you're like, I'm not into this as hard as I was, then you miss one, and it's like, and if you're like letting people down because you miss a Saturday, you miss a Friday, or whatever you're trying to do, it's like crazy. I don't know. That's why that guy's cool. He's dedicated. I don't know if he's missed days or how long he's been doing it, but I think it's cool. Monsters Incorporated. What do you feel like, chat? What do we feel like? Let me know something. S. Hard S from Jack. Holy. He probably does schedule him. You're right. He probably does. You're right. It's probably a bot. He probably has a bot. Honestly, at this point. SSSA. Oh, shoot. I'm glad we're on this wave because Monsters, Inc. is wicked. I love it. I absolutely love it. The scene. Can we watch the scene real quick? Can we watch the scene? The scene. The scene where they're on the doors, where they're swinging on the doors. Door chase. No, not choose. What? Chase. I can't type. This scene. That is probably the worst clip that you can probably find on the internet. Nope, I was wrong. We found a worse one. We're going to watch it anyway. It's fine. Chat, it's a bad clip. Okay, it's a bad clip. Okay, just ignore the bad clip. Okay, we're just going to pretend it's good, okay? But this is good. Just the part where they're on the doors. This is so cool. I love this. Like, they go through all of this. Like, look how many doors there are. This is so cool. Like, imagine you're doing this in real life. This is so cool. This is so cool, bruh. Like, how big is this place? You know what I mean? Maybe think hiring class. Exactly. Like, this is a massive world of just doors. It's so cool. This is so cool. It's like a massive warehouse of just doors, bruh. Randall. That's so cool, man. That is so cool. All right. We will go back to this now. All right. Let me think of. I just read that. I'm not a big fan of the movie, but it's still a very good movie. I thought you were gonna give it like a D because you're not a fan of it. Oh man. Okay. Yeah. That's a lot of doors. True. Her little face and Sully said he saw his. Yeah, she was so. Yeah. And Boo was a W baby. True. That's me in a hotel. Actually, true. Big. As big as the luggage place in Toy Story 2. Actually true. The conveyor belts and stuff. The actual conveyor belts. There was like it looked like it was a whole world of just conveyor belts and doors. I don't know. I think that's why I thought places were going to be bigger when I was a kid. Like, cause you'd see that and you see like all these conveyor belts, like all these intertwining conveyor belts, like all over the place and stuff. And it doesn't look like that. You know, it doesn't look like that. And in the door scene, I thought there was gonna be a place where like a warehouse where it was like that big, where it was like foggy inside because it was that big, you know what I mean? And it's just not like that in real life, you know. But where can I find my door? There's some broken, creepy toy. Oh, dude. Yeah, that's actually true. Yeah. I know. We gotta go. We gotta get this. We gotta get this popping. Finding Nemo. Finding Nahimo. Let me know something. Chat, listen. I know you want to get out of here. I want to get out of here. We've been doing this so long. We gotta get this thing going. A tier, easy. Boom. That's gonna be a hard 2 S's, 2 A's, 3 A's, sorry. We're gonna go A. Finding Nahimo. Right, easy. The Incredibles. What do we reckon? I actually love The Incredibles. I'm big on The Incredibles. I think it's cool. I think it was a really interesting way to do superheroes. And it wasn't like superhero-y like Marvel or DC or something. It was like a regular movie. They were just superheroes. I thought it was cool. A. Easy A's. Easy A's, boy. Easy A. Cars. I know this is an unpopular opinion. I actually hate cars. I'm sorry, Dominic. I actually hate cars. You said A? Wait, for what? For Cars is an A? Really? Just my vote. It's just similar. It didn't send. Really? Oh, really? Oh, that's actually funny. I can't turn it off. I wish I could. Jack is wicked. I love Jack. Omega. D. Really? Jack, oh, you said Jack. Oh, I was gonna say, what's the cat for? Is that like a C for cat? I thought way too hard into that. I'm a dumbass. For Incredibles. Okay. A for Incredibles. That fits. Okay, good. It's there. Yeah, I don't like it. I thought it was really boring, Dominic. I don't know. I just thought it was boring. I'm sorry. I thought it was really boring. I don't know. I'm not on it. But I'm not saying it's bad. I just thought it was boring. I might like it better now, but I don't know. Cars S tier, S, A, S tier. Okay. We'll go S. Wait, how many? Oh, we had a D. We gotta pull it down. We gotta pull it down a little bit. Actually, to A, but less. Because we had an Omega Law and we had an A. 2 S's. Two S's or was it three? Three S's. Title turn me off. Yeah, it's just called Cars. Like, it's like, okay. What's the next movie going to be called? Bicycles? Wow! They made a movie about Ratatouille. Like, imagine calling Ratatouille Chefs. Interesting. Nice. Cool. Nice. I think the title was like a big. It should have been called McQueen. That would have been cool. Imagine if it was called McQueen. Ratatouille. Where does it go? S from Jack too. Holy yeah, that's crazy. S. Ooh, you're hard on Ratatouille, Gazermon. Ooh, S. Wicked. That's hard S's. Oh man. Oh, that's cool. Oh, are we gonna go all S? Are we gonna go all S from everybody in chat? If you want to type something other than S, type it. Don't worry about breaking the streak. I'm just curious. Hard S's. Really? That's the first one where everybody said S. Because even with other ones, like other ones that everyone loved, like Aladdin and stuff, we had like an A or something, or Wreck-It Ralph, we had an A, Princess and the Frog, we had an A. And that's the first one that we have all S's. That is cool. Remy is adorable. Remy is really cool. Yeah. In the scene where it's like, she's like, I chopped my thumb off. What does he say? And when what is his name? The main guy, the guy with the curly hair, the actual human, when he goes, when he's drunk and he's talking to the head chef, and he goes, "What is ratatouille?" It's like rat and patootie, rat patootie. It's so good. Rat patootie, rat and patootie. Tell me it comes up like that. Oh my god, it does. I can't. Wally, that's cool. Ratatouille was across the board S. That is cool. That is so cool. Ratatouille. Oh, I would give it a B. Oh, really? Oh, it's already locked in. S! S on Wally. Wicked. Actually wicked. Remy was cool in that movie. Remy was sweet, yeah. S. Okay. A. Okay. Little A action. They never spoke, but it's so good. It's literally so good. The first word spoken in the film is when he goes up to the ship, which is like, what, like 40 minutes into the movie or something like that? 40 minutes in. And the big guys talk. Like the big captain. It's like the first word of the movie spoken, bro. I think one of the robots speaks on the ship, but crazy. Can I ask why A, Claire? Is it because it was sad? Is it because it's sad and like scary to think the world could be like that? You know what I mean? Is it because of that? I'm kind of big on anime. I'm trying to get bigger on anime right now. But I do like anime. Yeah, I do. I haven't watched too many. I'm watching some with my girlfriend right now. We're watching through. We're getting ready to start Demon Slayer. But there's a couple. I like Death Note a lot. Death Note's really good. And if you haven't seen Another, you should watch Another. Another is really good. Demon Slayer, you love it. I'm hoping so. It looks really wicked. So I'm going in with high hopes. I'm out, but Cars. Oh shoot! Wait, that's crazy. You typed them all. That's so cool. Holy shoot. Up S, Cars 2, I don't know you little bro, Brave A, Monsters University A, Inside Out S, Dory B, Good Dinosaur S, Cars, I don't know you little bro, Coco Omega Law, Incredibles 2, Toy Story 4 A, Onward, I don't know you little bro, Soul A, Luca A, Bit Less, Turning Red B, Lightyear A, Strange World, I don't know you little bro. Wow, that's actually probably what I put too for most of those. Yeah, yeah. Do you watch dub or sub? I would watch dub because I'm dyslexic. I can't read that fast. Depends. Death Note is bad in dub. No, Death Note's bad on us in Japanese. It's better in English. So it just depends. Most of them I'll watch subtitles though. And Death Parade. Yeah, Death Parade looks really good. You showed me that one, I think. Erase as well. Yeah. All right, up. We gotta factor in all of Alexis's answers. I'm gonna put Alexis's answers up here because I actually care to like do this properly, you know. I'm gonna put Alexis's answers. Goodbye, Alexis. Bye, by the way. Bye. We're gonna put Alexis's answers here, and we'll founder 18th month subscriber Alexis G Martinez. I'm out, but I can't. We're gonna put these here so we can reference these. We're gonna put it like this. We're gonna put it like this so we can reference them. Because I want Alexis to be part of it as well, but we're taking so long to do this. Agreed. S. I don't know you, little bro. A. Okay. All right, and then Alexis put S. Okay, that's easy. That's gonna be a nice little A for I don't know you, little bro. Okay. Toy Story 3. Toy Story 3. Only saw clips of Up. Really? S. Up. C tier. Okay. Wait. Where's Up? Where did I put Up? Wait. What? Oh, it put it in the middle? Why did it put it there? What the heck? What the heck? That's weird. S. Where did I put that one? I'm losing them. Chat, I'm losing them. What were we just doing? Holy crap. There's so many now. I've lost them. I put it down somewhere. It's supposed to go over here. Toy Story 3. It was Toy Story 3. S.A. I'm into the Toy Story movies. Yeah, they're good. I like them. They're cool. S.A. We're going to put that in. I don't think Alexis had one for Toy Story 3, but I think she said all Toy Stories were good, so. Toy Story 4 I hate because my cousin's so into it. That's an Omega. I feel that. All right, we'll probably leave that one in S. And yeah, we'll leave that one in S. Yeah. We'll leave that in S. Cars Dose. Multiple cars this time instead of just one. This is multiple cars. Watch so many times so they can have. I can see the script. Really? Holy crap! That's a lot. Yeah. A tier. Perfect. Cars Dose. I don't know you, little bro. Never seen it. Omega. God. Oh my God! Holy crap! He's got an essay for us. I like that movie, but I'm slightly giving it an A because people don't like the movie, and I think it's a very weak movie. I say because it was more like a spy movie than a racing movie, and I mostly made it as a main character. Yeah, because everyone liked him from the first one, you know what I mean? Everyone liked him from the first one, so Disney always does this thing where they make whatever someone liked the last time the main focus of this one. People like Dory in the original Finding Nemo, and they made a Finding Dory movie about her, and it was nowhere near as good as the original Finding Nemo. It wasn't bad, it just was nowhere near it. It's not Finding Nemo, you know what I mean? They do that all the time, you know what I mean? How you type that fast? I don't know how we typed that fast. That was cool. He was ready for it. He had it ready. He had it on copy pasta. Holy. We're gonna put this one on. Probably C. We'll put this on C. Donnie said A. And then we had I don't know you, little bro. We had an Omega Lol. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Brave skis. Little Bravoskis. A. Little Azies. I don't know you, little bro. I seen Brave a lot, but I don't remember it. A. I'm back. Hi, welcome back, Jess. We're still going. We're speeding this one because this one we've been doing this one for the longest time. But I'm having a good time. But I know people they're hungry. We need to get this thing going. You know what I mean? Ain't no way. We're almost done though. This is gonna take us about 10 more minutes. W. I just type fast sometimes. Wicked. Alexis said A for Brave. She did say A for Brave. Okay. All right. A. We got a D. I didn't hear. Oh, true. That's true. B from our boy Jack. We got a B. Okay, we'll go B. We'll put it in B. Yeah, that's a nice little in between. We have some A's. Wait, how many A's did we have? We had one A. We had one A, a B, and a D. Okay. That's fair. Monsters University. Alexis said A for Monsters University. Let's get rid of some of these. A for Monsters University. Brave says C tier. Okay, that's still a nice little in between. Okay. I don't know you, little bro. S, B, S. Okay. Oh, that's some high ratings right there. That is some high ratings right there. Ish. So far, I think that's probably averaging that out. That's probably an A, but a little less. I think that's where that goes. A, but a little less. This list doesn't look too bad. This looks pretty good. This looks pretty good. A from Jess as well. This looks pretty good. This is not crazy. This is not crazy. Is there something that I disagree with? Oh, Treasure Planet. Treasure Planet should be up higher, I think. Other than that, this is a pretty decent list, I feel like. It's pretty decent. It's pretty decent. For the ones that I've seen, at least. I haven't seen a lot of them, like I said. B tier. This movie at Monster, I seen this movie at Monster University. Yeah. It was good, but it like missed the quality to it. I don't think it really had a point. I don't know. Inside Out. What did Alexa say for Inside Out? S. She said Inside Out was an S. I've never seen Inside Out. I actually don't know. I don't know you, little bro. I actually don't know. Apparently it's good. I have not seen it. Inside Out S. Ooh, I don't know you, little bro. Ooh, Souls and Omega Mo. It's so good. S. Okay, double S's. And I don't know you, little bro. We'll probably put that in A so far. A, but a little less. Holy. Yeah, it's like, it's about the girl. We'll go up to A. It's about the girl that has like, she has all the feelings inside of her head. It's about all of the emotions, right? That she's going through. Oh. Little A action. A, okay. Yes, you're correct. Okay. That is that one, yeah. With what's his face playing, wait, wasn't, I don't remember who was in that. There's somebody in that. Bing bong. Sees dogs in your front yard? Just know I'm upstairs going hard. Favorite was the red guy? Oh, shoot. Yeah, the ragey guy? Oh, yeah. Anger. Finding Dory. Finding Doreo. Finding Doritos. Where is Doritos going? Where are we locating the Doritos at, chat? That's what I need to know. Where are we locating Finding Doritos? I don't remember Finding Doritos. I found mine in the pantry. They were in the cupboard. They're in the cabinets up there. They were in a nice little bag. Yeah, I think it was a pretty ass, especially compared to the original. Like, Finding Nemo is one of my favorite movies all time. It's one of my top 3 favorite movies of all time. So it's like top 5 favorite movies. Sorry, and my top favorite movies of all time. So Finding Dory being as ass as it was really like shined it away. The only funny part about this movie, the only part that I really liked, the ending was okay. The part that I liked the most was the seals. Anybody know what I'm talking about? You guys watch this? The only funny part of the whole movie was the seals. Only funny part of the whole movie. This is so funny. No, this is Finding Dory. Yeah. This part right here. This is it. It's just the way they go back. It's like in the don't you worry about a thing. It's like it's just the difference. It was so funny. Don't you worry about a thing. It's just I thought that was the funniest thing. Oh my god, that's the only part of the movie I liked though. Oh, there was other parts. There was other parts. Gerald. They did call him Gerald. Yeah. Hello, people who do not live here. I give you a key for emergencies. We were out of Doritos. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. The good dinosaur. Clipping. Yeah, clip it. Oh, wait. Finding Dory. We didn't place Finding Dory. Everyone said, everyone was saying like D, C, and then you said A, so I'll put it B. I'll put it B. I'll put it B. Yeah, I'll put it B. All right. The Good Dinosauruses. The Good Dinosauruses. The Good Dinosauruses. What do we think? What are we thinking about the Good Dinosauruses? Let me know something. We have like just a few left. We're not doing the last one, so that one doesn't count. D, absolutely not. Let's scroll down a little bit. We're making new rows because we have so many things in A and A but a little less now. All right, Good Dinosaur. I don't know you, little bro. D. The rest of the list is I don't know you, little bro. Actually, true. Wait, I haven't seen so many of these. Wait, I haven't seen any of these. Wait, that's sad. I haven't seen any of the rest of these. Gaze them on your right. Oh shoot. I don't know you, little bro. D. We're putting this down in D. What did Alexis say? She said S. Alexis said the Good Dinosaur was S. I'm looking at the search. If you weren't here, you forgot. Alexis had to leave before, and I typed all of the things she said into Google, so I don't remember. She said S for Good Dinosaur. Oh shoot. We'll raise it up for her. We'll raise it up to a C. I turned my other phone because it's taking too long to publish a clip. Oh yeah, the clips are broken. They're busted. I got nad. Oh no. I've seen every Disney movie to exist. Really? Okay. Cars 3? Is this Cars 3? Dominic would know. Is this Cars 3? This one right here? This is Cars 3, yeah? Hey. Is this Cars 3? I think it is. I don't know if people thought Cars 3 was good. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what people think about this. You know what I mean? J is my answer. Holy crap. Oh, you know my answer. I was like, oh, Jesus. I was like, you J. I was like, so you're gonna put it in J? That's so low. I was like, what the hell? It was storytelling. Cars my favorite was storytelling. I'll give that an S. Okay, S. I don't know your little bro. Alexis did say I don't know your little bro. Okay, yeah. Okay. Favorite movie all time. Wait, did she really? Wait, did she? I'm double checking. Hold on. She did. Yeah, you're right, Gizmon. I trust you, Gizmon. S. I don't know your little bro. J. Let's go with that. We're gonna put it because we have some pretty negative receivings. We got a D from Jess as well. We're gonna put it in the C, because we got the one S from Dominic, and we got a bunch of negatives with that one. So we'll go with that one. We got Cars 2 and 3 in C, and we got the first Cars in A, but a little less. So that's not too bad for the car franchise. Because I mean, if we have sequels from other ones, we got them pretty low. Like the sequels in other movies are kind of like. Actually, wait, that's not true. Actually, kind of okay. Never mind. Wait, where's Frozen 2? Oh, Frozen 2, we put it in D. That's right. It wasn't I don't know you, little bro, but we put it up a little bit. Coco. We're so close to the end, guys. We're so close. Holy. Coco, Roco, Doko. Where does that go? That's what I'm interested in. Alexis said Megalo. Yeah, that's right. S, D. Really? Holy. Okay. We're going to put this. So far, we're averaging it out. It's probably like a B. It's probably like a B if we average it. Probably like a B. Because we got an Omegalo, we got a D. We got a Gazermon said, I don't know you, little bro, either. Middle's like B. We'll put it in B. Not too many things is in B. All right. I'm not trying to keep them even, but it's cool when they are even though. Incredibles 2. Coco. What about Coco, Alexis? Akira. Coco. I'm leaving that in B. A? Oh, that raises it up a little bit. We'll put it in A, but a little less. Okay. S. Okay, we'll put it Incredibles 2. Incredibles Dos. I don't know you, little bro. D. I'm assuming that S is for Incredibles 2, Jack. A. Incredibles. Okay. C. Ooh, this one's kind of all over the place. Ooh, what the heck? Ooh. Oh, shoot. Yes, sir. Okay, S. We got an S, little Esky, D, C, A. Oh, man, this is all over the place. Holy crap. We might put this in A with a little S. Oh wait, B. Okay. Well, let's just said C as well. I don't know you, little bro. D and Gazermon's I don't know you, little bro too. We'll put that in B. We're gonna put that in B. That's crazy. All right, we'll put that in. We'll leave that in B. We'll leave that in B. Oh man, it's so crazy how the first and second movies of something is like so split. Like, cause the first Incredibles is up in A. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Man, the Incredibles 2 giving Omega Law. Holy. I think that's still good because I don't want to move it down to C because then that wouldn't be like super even because we had an S and an A and stuff. As long as Wally stays S, I don't care. Yeah, Wally is great. Wally's so good. Toy Story 4. Toy Story 4. What did Alexis say on this one, Gizmo? Do you remember? I think he's got the list for me. Alexis said A. Okay. Alexis said A. D, B, Omega Law. Oh, yeah, you did say that. Yeah, you did say that. Yeah, because your siblings watch it too much. All right, A, D, B. Oh, these are split up. These are hard split up. Holy. Okay. I think we're gonna do B. We'll do B. I think we'll do B. That's pretty fair. We had an A. We had a D. It's pulling it in every different direction. Holy. Yeah, B sounds good. Onward. I'm gonna say I don't know you, little bro. I don't think people watch this, did they? I might be tripping, but I don't know what this is. This is the movie with Tom Holland and Chris Pratt, yeah? I don't know you, little bro. S. Really? I don't remember. A. Really? I don't know you, little bro. Yeah, I don't know you, little bro. Oh, shoot. This is looking like a... I think I watched it. Really? Okay. Oh, shoot. You said my dad died, so I cry for. Oh, did the dad die in this movie? Is that why it's oh, that's why it's special to you. Oh, I see. I got you. Yeah. I don't remember. Okay. I think we're gonna put that in a B. That's a nice in between Omega Law and S. Yeah. We're kind of piling up the B category in the end here. That's kind of crazy. Soul. People either thought this was the most critically acclaimed movie ever, or they didn't get it and they thought it was boring and dumb. They're like, yeah, I'm not on it, bro. I'm not on it. Soul's a big, yeah. I could tell. Alex said A. It was boring. Yeah, I think it was a movie for the older generation. I think it was definitely a movie for the older. I think it was definitely not a Disney movie that they made for like the regular audience, like the younger audience. It was not a movie like that at all. I think it was definitely like it's more like a spiritual film. I mean, it's called Soul, but like, you know, A, B, A. Omega Law. Okay. We're going to do a nice in between. Watch it twice and never understood it, and I don't understand it. Yeah. I think this is one of those movies where, like, I had movies like this too when I was, like, really young. I didn't like movies and stuff, some specific movies, and then I came back to them when I was older, and I was like, this movie is better than I thought it was. And that might be one of those movies. I haven't seen it, so I don't know, but it might be one of those. So I gotta give it a C. Ooh, that's pretty low. That's the second lowest it could be. Holy. I think A is probably. I think A is probably good. We had triple A, double A, and a B. All right, cool. Talking to watch it. Let's watch it. Encanto. It was a good time. Oh, I see. Okay. Luca. I'll be honest. I think out of every other movie on here, this is the biggest I don't know you, little bro movie in my opinion I've ever seen. I never hear about this movie. I don't hear people talk about it. I barely know. I don't even know what it's about. I've never in my life, bruh. Luca's just S. Luca is S, A minus, A bit less. Yeah, I don't know you, little bro. I do not know what this is, bruh. I think we're gonna balance this out. That's what we got like double I don't know you, little bro, and Gazermon's I don't know you, little bro. That's 3 I don't know you, little bros. Double S and an A minus. Well, I think we're gonna go B for that one. Look what's funny. My cousin said that Tolibor reminds them of me because it's slow. Because he's slow. I see. Not it's. You're just really just out here calling him it's. That's crazy. Another Little Mermaid. Oh, Drew. Is it actually that? Wait. Luca. I need to see what it's called. What's it about? Set in a beautiful seaside town on the Italian Riviera, the original animated features a coming-of-age story about a young boy experiencing an unforgettable summer filled with gelato, pasta, and endless scooter rides. Luca shares these adventures with his newfound best friend, but all the fun is threatened by a deeply held secret. He is a sea monster from another world just below the water. What is he like? Turned back into a merman when he gets wet? Like when they throw water on him, does he like turn into a mermaid? Is that what it is? Like he has some magical spell to be a boy when he's dry, but when he's in the water, he's like a fish. Is that what it is? Is that what it is? He's like a fish, and his family doesn't want him out of the water. Oh, true. You're right. It's literally just like Little Mermaid. Lightyear. I heard the movie was awful. Yeah, true. The Big Red. He goes out in the water anyway. Oh, true. Is it called The Big Red? Is that what it's called? The Big Red? Or just Big Red? Turning red. Turning red. It's turning red. It's turning red. It's turning red. It's turning red. Turning red. My cousin loves that movie. Turning red? Really? Yeah, okay. Okay. I don't think, I don't know, your little bro should bring things down. Well, it's because if no one's seen it, then that's kind of like a negative thing. Or if you didn't care enough to watch it. So that's just like the lowest it could be. You know? And because it's a group rating, it kind of does that, you know what I mean? I didn't watch the whole thing, but it's a good movie. That's just how the list goes. This is how I made the list, you know? Turning Red, I never watched it, and I remember seeing it at Disney Plus. Oh, this is the movie where she turns into like a panda. Why are all these movies people turning into animals? What's going on nowadays? You know what I mean? What is happening? Raya turning into a dragon? Turning red? Turning into a panda? Little boy turning into a fish? What's going on here? What is happening? How is it not happening? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Just because if you never cared to watch it, that's like, it looks like ass. So I don't want to watch that. Also, it's because it's just how I made the list. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You can make a list if you want. The dragon turned human. Oh, true. Well, I mean, people turning into dragons, dragons turning into humans. You know what I'm saying? Same thing. It's these interdimensional species crossbreeding. You know what I'm saying? Same thing. What if they did care? They just haven't seen it. Well, then that's still, I don't know, you little bro. You know what I mean? Well, well, the point is, if I wanted to see something, I would have watched it. Like if I was really interested in watching Luca, I would have watched it. But if I saw the trailer and I wasn't like, I have to see it now, I didn't care. You know what I mean? I did not care. Turning Red. That was S. I don't know, you little bro. Let me see. B. Okay. Easy. I don't know, you little bro. We'll do like a B. We'll put it like a B. Yeah. We'll put it in like a B. Oh, wait. Actually, we'll do A, but a little less. There you go. That was nice. Yeah. See every movie, so I guess it's just okay. Yeah, I haven't seen literally like over 70% of these. Like, basically, all the ones in the last like 20 minutes, I have not seen them. So, Lightyear. The Buzz Lightyear story. Alexa said A. Okay. Marvel movies next stream joking. I would do that, but Alexis would be really mad at me. I don't like most Marvel movies. I think most of them are pretty bad. She would be mad. B. I don't know, you little bro. Alexa said A. Okay. Please don't MC. Actually, base head. Actually crazy. I think we're gonna do it for this one because Alexa said A and we have an I don't know, you little bro, and we got a B. I think we're gonna stick with B. I don't know what that means. Wait, what I sent? These movies are all the same anyway. All the Marvel movies, yeah, most of them are really poorly written, actually. So, Lightyear, Omega Law. Actually, sure. It looks pretty. But, two, I don't know, you little bros. We're gonna put that down to C, actually. And an Omega Law. Wait, Omega Law and an I don't know you, bro. I don't know you, little bro. Okay. I'm gonna do the Marvel and DC. Yeah. And what is this? Strange World? What is Strange World? I've never heard this in my life. Is this new? What is Strange World? 2022. I have not even seen a trailer for this. What is this? I've never heard of this in my life. I've never seen a trailer. I've never heard an advertisement. That's how you know movies nowadays are starting to become ass. Because back in the day, you would never not know that Iron Man 3 came out. You know of it. You've heard of it. I've never heard of this. That was loud, sorry. Is that thing walking? Ah! Well. Okay. It looks fun, I guess. It looks like it's go back. This looks like it's trying to be so inclusive. Look at this. It looks like it's trying so hard to be inclusive. Look at this. We got an old white guy. We got another white guy. We got like other dark-skinned characters, and then we got a dog. They got the whole spectrum. And the kids they got the whole spectrum. Look at this. This is what happens when they're trying to include everyone. And the furry, they got a movie for furries. Oh shoot. I'm watching Riot only for the baby part. Only for the baby, then you're gonna turn it off. That's actually funny. That's actually hilarious. What the heck? That's crazy. This is why I hate it. I thought you liked the movie. Give it a chance. I didn't say it wasn't good. When did I say that? Look, it's just funny because like you can just tell that's what they're doing. It's clearly what they're doing. So it's just like you know. Yeah, it looks good. It looks really cool. It looks like Journey to the Center of the Earth, but in animation. But like like kidsy. You know what I mean? Like more kidsy than Journey to the Center of the Earth, obviously. Strange World. Wow. But even this trailer, it's a teaser trailer. I was gonna say the trailer's not good because I don't know what the movie's about still, but it was just a teaser, so it's fine. I don't know why why did those tabs open up? What is that, bro? What happened there? What is going on here? All right. Easily. There's like Wally vibes too. Oh, like different planet, like sad stuff. That teaser trailer did not do it justice then. It just looked like it was a cool movie then. All right. That was a lot of I don't know you little bros. That was a lot of I don't know you little bros. So we're gonna go one up to balance it, and we're gonna put it in like D. Wait. Alexa said, I don't know you little bro. I don't know you little bro. I don't know you little bro. Jesus. Yeah, that was literally everybody except for Jess said, okay. And Jess said S. So we'll move it up. Yeah, move it up a little bit. Typically, I probably shouldn't have even, like, scaled it. You know what I mean? I probably shouldn't have even scaled it. I shouldn't have even, like, scaled on a grade. Because most of the time, you just go off of what most of chat says, you know what I mean? So I should just put it there. Like I should have did that the whole time. I should have just put it in I don't know you little bro. If whatever most people said is what I should have just did. But I was trying to be nice and great on a curve. And apparently Jess has an issue with that. You know what I'm saying? But it's fine. This is what trying to be nice gets you and try to include everyone. You know what I'm saying? But it's okay. This list does not look that bad. I mean, I don't know half of them, but you know what I mean? OMG bars. Actual bars. My mental health is suffering. Oh no, it's okay, don't worry. This doesn't look that bad. This was pretty good. Like I said, I haven't seen a lot of them, but the ones that I do like and the ones that I do know, the only one that I feel like is out of place is Treasure Planet. That's the only one. You know what I mean? That's the only one. That's it. That is it. We saw the Friends one up. I forgot about that. That's it. But we'll save this. This looks good. Download image. Hello? Why did that take forever to pop up? What the heck? Oh my gosh, chat. Let's see if I can we open all these up? Oh, we can. Oh shoot. Hold on, let me see if I can open them all up. And we'll look at them. We'll do one last review and then we'll hop off. We'll get off stream. I can't believe we finally did it. Holy moly. We finally did it. Let's open up all the chats ones. So I did all chats second. That, and then that, and then that, and then this. Okay. Easy. Wait, what the heck? Excuse me? What? It only opened one of them. Okay. Nice. Put that there. Put that there. I think this is all yours, guys. You guys's. Yeah. And then this one is you guys's. And then the last one we just did, which is this one. Okay. These are chats. These are not mine. These are chats. These are chats. These are chats. These are chats. Okay. This was Disney. This is Disney. This was Disney's. Okay, this is Disney's. What's that movie down there? Oh, it was Winnie the Pooh. It was Winnie the Pooh. But we already did Winnie the Pooh, so I didn't want to, you know what I mean? I didn't want to do that. I was doing lists all day. Yeah, I was doing lists all day. I was supposed to play Dead by Daylight, but I didn't. I just did this instead because I felt like it. Go watch Strange World again. You should what's I saying? You should make one of these lists and then send it so you can see how different it is. This one, so you can see how different it is. Yeah, yeah. This is the Disney one. This was the Nickelodeon one. This is the Cartoon Network one, and then this is the one we just did. What's the website, Addy? It's It's the famous tier list. Tierlistmaker.com. Tierlistmaker.com. Skis. I'll put it in chat. There you go. But yeah, that's wicked. This was cool. I enjoyed this. Thank you guys for hanging out and doing tier lists and stuff. Appreciate you guys, man, for hanging out with me for almost 6 hours. Holy crap, that's crazy. Yeah, I'm hopping off. I can't make a tier list. I'd make everything Omega Law. Actually true. Actually, you should do that. That would be good. I'd be down. I'd be down to look at those tier lists that say Omega Law. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I have been on for 5 hours and 40 minutes. That was really fun. This was the real list. This was chat's list and my list. I will see you all. Alexa said goodbye. This was fun. I miss you too, Akira. Holy, I need to stream more so that like people can see the notifications more, so they pop up and people want to hang out and join and stuff. But yeah, go to Twitter. I'm gonna post the Kronk thing if I remember, the Kronk impression thing, and I'm gonna post all the tier lists we just did. I'm gonna post all of them, and then I will see you guys next stream on Tuesday. I'm trying to do every Tuesday and Thursday. I can't do more because I got to do a lot of stuff. I'm working on music still. I'm doing stuff, so I don't want to over like stream myself like I used to do and try to stream every day. But I'm gonna do every Tuesday and Thursday. Hope you guys had a good time. I had a great time, man. I'm gonna leave you guys with a banger. Let's see, what do we got here? I'm gonna leave you guys with an absolute bangskis. Let's do this. This is so good. Every Tuesday, Thursday. Every Tuesday and Thursday at like 2 p.m. I'm trying to do like at 2 p.m. EST. That's not the right one. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the rest of your day or night wherever you are. I love you guys. Take care. Everybody, Gazermon, Akira, Jack, Dominic, Jess, Claire, anybody else is lurking right now. Love you guys. Take care as always. I'll see you guys on Tuesday. Take care of yourself. Bye. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.